Hello, I'm James Gosling, and this is a Star 7.
Hello, dear Devoxx community. We are glad to welcome you today at Devoxx Ukraine Online. This year we have a special occasion to celebrate, 25th anniversary of Java, the technology that united all of us together. And of course we wish you were here with us celebrating this day and tasting this delicious cake we have. Unfortunately, it's not possible, but we believe that if now all of us will make a wish together, it will definitely come true. So let's do it together and celebrate the happy birthday of Java.
Okay, all right, congratulations, Java community. Hello, everyone. This is our third edition of Devoxx Ukraine. Despite all the difficulties that we had this year, we make this event possible, even though it is so online. Can you even imagine, we have almost 10,000 of registrations. Wow, right? And we are grateful to each and everyone who made this registration. Without you, it wouldn't be possible, and your support is priceless. Thank you. And now I want to welcome on our online stage a person without who this event wouldn't be possible. A Devoxx founder, Voxx Days founder, co-founder, Devoxx Belgium organizer, and also a father of the Voxx family, Stefan Janssen. Stefan, hello. Hello, Kiev is calling. How are you?
Hello. Good morning. Very good. Thank you.
Hi.
So yeah, this is great. Thank you very much for organizing this. I really want to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank everybody from the steering committee, from Devoxx Ukraine, the program committee, of course, the events company, and also all the speakers who are willing to actually do this virtually today. So thank you very much for making this happen.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Nice hoodie, by the way. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Stefan. And now we also would like to give a word to the head of program committee, who worked hard on preparing all these talks and communicating with the speakers. Oleg Tsaltsaliko. Oleg?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. To be honest, I'm super excited that we managed to organize Devoxx Ukraine this year, despite all the current circumstances in the world, and while most of the other big conferences got postponed to the next year. To be honest, the online format became a challenge for us, but we managed to do it, and now we are live here with 10,000 participants, 35 top speakers from 15 different countries around the globe. Right? I want to say thank you to all of the program committee members who did really hard work, carefully selecting best talks, best content for you guys, and I hope you'll enjoy that. This year we have three streams, and one of the streams are almost fully dedicated to deep dives and small talks. I'm very happy that so many engineers around the globe joined this conference today to get new knowledge and collaborate with each other, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be fun. we we have like only 40%, I guess, participants from Ukraine, which makes Devoxx Ukraine really international and global conference. As you probably also know, that we are celebrating 25 years of Java this year, and we have more Java champions and Java rock stars than ever before. So I'm pretty sure you will enjoy this 2 days event together with us. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you, Oleg.
Awesome.
We are very excited to start. And also, we would like to thank our partners, the companies that supported this year Devoxx Ukraine. Without you, it won't happen, so thank you so much. Our gold partners, Slugsoft, Infopulse, NX, Sigma Software, Svitla Systems, Lunatech, Playtika. And our silver partners, Grid Dynamics, DN Simple, and Itera.
And also, we have a platinum sponsor and co-organizer, EPAM, which is supporting us every year, and also this third edition of Devoxx Ukraine. And with this, you know, we have very nice tradition each year. And this is a tradition when a head of EPAM, Central Eastern Europe, and Vice President of EPAM, Yuri Antonyuk, is coming on stage and saying a welcome word to the Devoxians, wishing best of luck and great 2 days of the conference. And today is not an exception, so I welcome Yuri to this online stage. Yuri, are you with us? Hello.
Hi everyone, and thank you for invitation. Yes, I'm here and hope you hear me well and see me well. It's absolutely new experience for myself. Okay, thank you for confirmation. It's absolutely new experience for myself because all these last years when we supporting Java community in Ukraine, in other countries, and last 3 years together with the Devoxx brand, it was absolutely huge, exciting to come morning, a big crowd of young and mature engineers, see all this spirit. And now, as we all see, it's online experience. So definitely for us as co-organizer and a big supporter, and me personally, a big fan of Java community and Java technologies, all modern technologies built around, I definitely would like that we help together and we work together with communities, with experts, with gurus, with all speakers which will be, and you share this knowledge and you get this knowledge. So we still very welcome everybody and hope that all this, as was said, 10,000 big engineering community across all the world, these 2 days will get maximum value out of the conference. And I am very happy that it's not just a regular event, it's a 25th anniversary of Java, and 20 plus years ago, being a kind of like a already mature developer and learning Java and deploying in projects, I definitely didn't even understand that in 20 plus years, that such a big communities across the whole world and millions of people and billions of programs implemented will be working and developing new technologies based on this framework. So really very happy on this. By the way, it's a good occasion that EPAM in Ukraine also has celebrations this year. It's a 15th anniversary, and I hope that all this year we were good supporters of software engineering industry, development community, developers communities, and promoting new technologies internally and externally across the globe. And I hope that next 5 years we will be happy to see all these new challenges and all these new endeavors which we have together with communities, with the Devoxx brand, and with the EPAM. And definitely, I don't know, nobody knows, as we didn't know last year when met online, offline, in live, and as we don't know today what will be in 1 year. But what I can definitely confirm that EPAM will support the Devoxx brand, will support software communities in Ukraine and in Central Eastern Europe, across all the globe, and definitely we will be very, very happy if you guys get as much as possible new and exciting things. And personally myself, and I believe organizers, we are very welcome and waiting your feedback from this online event. How make it better? Nobody knows what will be next year. Nobody knows what will be in few years. So any crazy ideas, I am really very glad to hear, to understand what we can do better, how to promote better support for conferences, for communities, together with Devoxx, together with the PAM team, together with all sponsors. And also I would like to join Stefan and Oleg in thanking all organizers, all teams, because nobody believes that it's possible to do. We've done, and we definitely are happy to welcome you to Devoxx Ukraine 2020. Thank you and enjoy.
Thank
Thank
you,
you so much
Yuri, very
for
much.
your support.
Yeah, and I like crazy ideas. I like this point from Yuri.
Don't go crazy. Don't go crazy. Don't go crazy.
Okay.
Okay. And now a bit of organizational information. So you are watching this broadcast from a special user page. We gathered all the links to the streaming, to the chats, and prize raffles from our partners in one page. The streaming is done through the YouTube platform and is done in 3 parallel tracks. So you will be able to switch each stream during the day at any time. Under the streaming, you will see the chat. You can communicate in the chat with each other, with speakers, and also see some important announcement from the Devoxx team. Also, the chat has several rooms for each stream, so please be sure that you switch the stream before typing your questions to the speaker. Also, please note that the speakers will not be able to see your questions during their talk. So if you want to ask them, you can join the Q&A Zoom rooms after the talk. You will find the links also under the stream. And in these Zoom rooms, you can turn on your video, audio, and actually communicate in person with each speaker. Also, our page at the right side of it, you will see the information about our partners, the companies who support this event this year. And our partners has prepared interesting quizzes and games and prize raffles for you. So please register via the links you will find on this page. And the winners of the raffles will be announced at the closing ceremony at the end of the 2nd day of event.
And also, we want to remind you, don't forget to vote for the best speakers and best talks in the Devoxx Ukraine application. You should download the Devoxx Ukraine application in App Store or Google Play Market, and go to the application, choose your favorite speaker, choose your favorite talk, and please vote, vote, and vote.
Yeah, and the winners, the best speakers and the best talks will also be announced at the closing ceremony. Okay, so we are almost ready to start. We also encourage you to post the photos, how you watch Devoxx Ukraine online, using the hashtags Devoxx Ukraine, Java 25th anniversary. And we will select the best photos, the most crazy ones, and you will get the present from our Devoxx team. So guys, let's start.
Yeah.
Cool.
Ready, steady.
Go! Hi.
All right. That was a start,
Okay,
right?
and I'm glad to invite on our virtual stage our first speaker, Sven Peters. Hi.
Hello.
Hello,
Hi,
Sven.
welcome.
How are you today?
I'm doing actually fine. I'm looking forward to the keynote and to speak here at Devoxx Ukraine. Big props to you. Thanks for organizing all this. I know it's a huge effort, so thanks for doing this for the community.
Thank you for supporting our event and joining it. So, okay, the mic is yours. Please start.
All right. Ooh, okay. Thanks for joining the keynote about effective software development. The effective developer works smarter, not harder. My name is Sven. I work for MongoDB, and I'm a developer advocate. So if you think about what is an effective developer actually doing, I have some ideas here in my mind what actually is effective development. So, for example, they write very, very smart code, right? If you look at the code, you think, wow, this is amazing. I need to find out what this code is doing. And then you look at it for 1-2 minutes and say, wow, this is so smart. So these effective developers write smart code. But not only that, they're also fixing bugs immediately, right? If they have a bug, if there's coming a bug in their issue tracking system into Jira or GitHub issues or wherever, they just grab it and fix it, right? And it's done in 5-10 minutes. So they jump on bugs immediately, very, very effective. And also, they just adding new features. So they just grab it from the backlog and just 1 or 2 days later, the feature is done, it is deployed, and it's running and people are using it. Amazing how fast they are. And then also, they never stop. They're always hacking, right? Always hands on the keyboard. If they stuck somewhere because they have to wait for a designer or someone else, they just grab the next issue from the backlog, work on that one, and then once the designer has done their work, they come back and work on the previous task. So they're always on it. And they actually live and breathe code. They just inside out. They know exactly where to look at. If they have an issue, they just know where to look at, which class, which line of code actually. So they know the code inside out. Very, very effective developers. Well, that was me kind of. Maybe not that cool, but I was feeling it in 2003. So 3 years after I graduated. Yeah, sorry, I'm that old dude. But I thought I am super effective. I know the code inside out. I can program. I can do everything. But then looking back from now, I just asked myself, was I really super effective? I would say no. So let's take a look at these things that I just talked about and see them in retrospective. So I was writing very, very smart code. It was actually so smart that even I don't understand it anymore. So I said, please don't touch. I know it's working and it's cool and it's great, but I don't know why actually anymore. So, and then I was fixing all the bugs, just like very, very fast. Someone reported a bug, I fixed it, maybe in the evening, but I actually never got the time to work on the root problem. I should have actually taken the time at that time and just fix the root problem so less bugs would have come in. But I was just like, I want to get this done. Adding new features, same thing, right? I was just wanted to do new features at that time and just grabbing features and then switching to another feature if I got stuck. But you know what? Some of those features got actually, I wouldn't say never used, but they were rarely used. So I didn't really take the most high priority features or the features that had the most impact. So I was just adding features. And then I never stopped, right? As I said, designer needed to work on the task. I stopped and brought and worked on another task, right? But that was a lot of context switching. So I had to stop working on something. And we know when we switch context, it takes us maybe 20 minutes, maybe half an hour to just get into the same flow. So it would have been actually better to use that time to really think things through, to fix things first, and then work concentrated time on that. I live and breathe code. I know every line of code in the code base. I was thinking I know every line of code, but hey, I had the feeling I know everything. But what I missed was actually the broader view, right? Where is this software going in 1 or 2 years, right? What is our vision for the software? I was so in the code that I didn't see the purpose of the software and where should it go. So in other words, I was super efficient, right? I was working on my efficiency. I was ticking the boxes. I was fixing issues, adding features, all the things. But effectiveness, I would question that actually. Well, if you want to work on efficiency, right, then you can do a lot of things, automation stuff, blah, 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 blah. But you actually need to work harder, right, to be more efficient, to concentrate more. But what we actually should look at is to work on our effectiveness and work smarter. Now, you must say, Sven, yeah, you were telling about something in 2003. Sure, things were different down. You had this waterfall processes, and I was actually doing waterfall in the beginning of my career. You didn't have really repositories. I was actually checking in my files on my source code files on a file server. So we had some conflicts there when we were working with two persons on the same file. And then also we worked in silos. We had QA departments and all these things. There was nothing like DevOps at that time, right? So really, if you look at that, what we have now, times have changed, Sven. So now we are agile, right? And we have continuous integration, continuous delivery. Everything gets deployed to the cloud automatically. We just change the line of code and press the button and boom, it's there. Right? No big release cycles and stuff like that. And we work closer together with the ops guys, right? We know DevOps. Actually, we run our software ourselves these days and don't throw it over the wall to the IT guys like back in the days. So times have changed. Did we not become more effective? Well, actually, there's more, right? We work now in cross-functional teams. We have actually product managers on our team. So we work closely together with them and designers on our teams and IT persons on our teams, right? And then we have the cloud, which makes it so easy now to just use things from the cloud and deploy everything to the cloud, right? So these days we should be super effective. We changed so much stuff in software development the last couple of years, right? Are you feeling you are super effective? You're working on the right things. You have enough time to learn, to work on stuff? Okay, this talk is then for you, the effective developer. And I want to talk a little about how we can work a little bit smarter, but actually not harder. Right, sounds stunning. Let's get started. And the first thing I want to talk is about code. And I wrote down this line here, and it says team code. Why team code, right? Because we write code together as a team. There's just rarely people that just work on the code alone. So most of us work together with other folks on the code. So it's actually a team code. But let's take a step back. So actually writing good code takes time. We know that. It's not just like we can put our hands on the keyboard and it's flowing and then good code is on the screen. Right? It takes time, and we know that. Well, I once had a boss who said, "Well, why do you spend so much time in making your code look good, feel good? Actually the machine doesn't care, right? It compiles everything to machine code and then gets executed. So the machine doesn't care how the code looks like. It is actually the humans that care. Why should we write code for humans? Don't we write code for the machine to get executed and have great apps, right, for the users? Well, unfortunately, we have to maintain code. So once we've written code, it's not done. It's never done, actually. So actually, we read actually code more often than we write code. So actually, when you write code, it's just like a fraction of time that people coming back to that code and reading it and trying to understand what this code is doing and then change it. Because we're changing code frequently, right? Once it's written, it's not done. It's never done. So we have to think about that we read code more often than we write code. So it's good to invest actually time in writing very, very good code. And if you look at code like this, you think, whoa, what's going on here, right? It's really hard to read that code. So when I got this, when I opened a class and see this, I said, oh my God, I don't understand it. So who can I blame? So I just look at the original author and go to the author and say, hey, come on, tell me what is this code doing? But then I found out, it was actually me writing that lines of code just a few months ago, and I forgot it. But I know, okay, it was a hectic time, and I had to write this code, and had to be delivered, right? But that was not a good choice, right? So there's a lot of stuff wrong with this code, but I was just like point out something out here, print income information. We should use camel case here. Then the indents and the lines, it's just like super not aligned. It's really hard to read because of this. Then we have the curly braces that are sometimes on the same line, sometimes on the next line, no consistency here. We have this, okay, I don't want to touch on this magic number that is in that code, but we know the variable and the constant is just like, which way around is that now? And it's really hard to get your brain adjusted to one or the other. There should be rules for that. And then also the variable names are just like, what does it say? Deduction A, deduction B, temp. I have no idea, right? So we should work on make that code look good. So we should actually go and refactor this and make some formatting things. And it's important that we as a team agree on certain coding standards. So because when you read that code, it is like seeing matching patterns, right? You can just see it and you see some kind of patterns when you are in that form, when you are doing the same formatting for the whole code and everyone agrees on some coding rules, right? Because actually what the human brain does, like the human mind does not read every letter by itself, but the word as a whole. We can read this, right? We can actually understand this. And it's the same with code, right? We just look at it and we understand what's going on, and then we can dive deeper into the weeds of the code and look at the lines and what it's doing exactly. But we can just, from a glance, just see what it's doing if our mind is trained for this coding standards, right? So have formatting standards. And tools make that easy to automatically format stuff. I know that, but also go beyond that and say and look at what you can actually format, what you can agree as a team how your code should be formatted. It helps a lot with the readability. And we also know that meaningful names, not temp or A or B or something like that, and for variable methods helps also for people to that need to understand that code, that need to read that code, and helps with the understandability. So I was actually talking about my smart code that I was writing. I call it now here clever code, right? Why do people write that super clever code? Maybe they want to show off, I don't know. Maybe they want to protect their knowledge, I don't know. But it's actually not a good thing. You should actually just look at it and it should be readable, it should be understandable. The code. So I would say it's make your code more simple. Make it more simple. Add one line more if it helps people to understand what's going on, right? So I would go for simplicity over cleverness. So make your code more simple instead of trying to show off and show how clever you are, right? It should be very, very simple. Why? Because I told you this. We are working together on the code, right? We're working together. Someone is writing it, the other one is reading it, and code is our common language. So we need to make it understandable for all the team members in the code. And if you write clever code and maybe some super senior cool developers can understand it, but your junior developers don't understand it maybe. So let's talk about code. Is your code simple enough? How can you find out? And I just read this blog post from Trisha G, and she actually suggested to do something like the canary test with your code to find out if your code is actually simple enough. So like canary birds back in the days in the coal mines, when people were working in the coal mines and they had this canary bird, and the canary bird is just falling down, you know, the air is poison and you have to get out. You know, actually, you give the code to your junior devs. And if they actually don't understand what's going on, your code is not simple enough. Your code is not readable enough to have a common team code, right? We work together as a team on the code. So how do we actually give code to the junior devs and try to understand, let them try to understand what the code is doing? Exactly. Code reviews. Invest time in code reviews. Let every line of code be reviewed by a peer, by a coworker, right? It ensures you that you have a consistent code quality, that you have this formatting standard, that you have readable and understandable variable names. But it also helps not just to check if the code is simple enough for everyone to understand, but it also helps to inspire junior developers. developers, right? They see and they learn through code reviews. Now, I've been telling that a lot in my talks, that invest time in code reviews are important, blah, blah, blah. And I get always the question, we have actually problems with code reviews in our team. Not everyone wants to do it, and then there's a lot of ranting going on. So I have here 5 rules how to do code reviews right. And this is more about the team interaction in code reviews. First, if you read code in a code review, try to understand what's going on. So seek to understand. This is super important. And the next thing is, like, if you criticize something, if you're not agreeing with something in the code, just don't criticize the people that have written the code, not the person that has written the code, but the idea as itself, right? Say, maybe I would do that differently. And that's the next thing. Don't rant, right? Don't say, this is ugly code. Just make suggestions how to improve the code. But don't just say, do this instead. Spoon feeding is not good. So don't spoon feed. So don't tell people directly what they should do, right? Just give them suggestions, give them hints, how they should improve the code, how they can make it better. And also important, just for senior as for junior developers, comment on positive things too. It's actually not just you. You should have a positive feeling. Code reviews should leave a positive feeling, right? So also comment on positive things and say, this is a great way, great. Or, oh, I didn't know that. I learned something here. It helps really to make code reviews enjoyable, right? It should be an enjoyable thing to read through code from other people. And the people that give the code, they should just say, oh, great, my code gets improved when you do the code review. So this makes you actually super effective, because actually your code gets more readable, so it's more maintainable and more understandable by the whole team. So also if new team members join, you know that they can dive relatively easy into the code if your code is good. So write team code. All right, let's touch on the second thing I want to say to talk about today, about being effective as a developer, right? And that's learning, right? So when I came from university and I looked at the code base that I had to work with, I said, wow, cool. I didn't know that this is possible. This is so great. My learning curve was so steep. I learned so much. I know it was hard because all the new things just came together, but I found it a great experience, right? And when we look at our industry right now, and it doesn't stop. I'm here since, as you saw, 20 years, which is a long time. Oh my God. So new technologies are still showing up all the time, and we get excited. That's why this conference is so successful, because we want to constantly learn new things, right? We want to constantly learn how to improve, right? But then there's this tension in the industry that we all say, "Ooh, super exciting, a new technology. We have to use that in production. It's the newest ever. So let's go for it." Well. That's nice, and I really love new technology. But when you're starting from this excitement, you also get a little bit like, oh yeah, this new technology that we actually use in production is not maintained anymore. So maybe we jump too fast on this bandwagon, and now the train has moved on to the next cool thing. So you get a little bit like this person here, right? So, you know what? I will also survive the microservice and serverless hype. It's going over, and there's something new coming. Oh, really? A new front-end framework? Again, I've seen so many. Or Scrum boards. Not for me. I already know what's important. Don't tell me what's important on the Scrum board. I already know what is important to me. Or code reviews. My code is perfect. I don't write code. I don't need to do code reviews. So with other words, you actually, over time, become a little bit grumpy. Maybe this person is very extreme and rarely to find that is such a grumpy, but I have this tendency sometimes too that I say, yeah, great, thank you for a new front-end framework. I will wait and see where it goes before I actually think it's cool, right? There are some technologies that would stay, some not. But you get this tendency. But we we have to get over this and constantly learn, because actually being in this industry and being in software development is a constantly learning experience. So how do we keep up with all these new things that's actually happening around us through the whole day, through the whole week, through the whole month, through the whole year, right? So what I do actually, when I commuted to work back in the days, I was listening to podcasts and audiobooks. Nowadays, I'm stuck here at home, and I'm doing some workouts in the morning. So I'm doing that during my workouts. I'm listening to some good software engineering podcasts, and also listening to some audiobooks, just to constantly be up to date with what's going on, what's cool, and dive deeper into some of those things. Meetups are cool things. Also, now in the virtual world, there are a lot of meetups that you can attend. So I hope we can meet in person again, because that's actually the thing that meetups do. They're just like the networking thing, and we talk to each other and we get to know people. But still, they are still happening, and we should still support them. We should go them also to constantly learn new people, learn new opinions from other people, and open ourselves, right, to new things. What we do at MongoDB is actually our developer relations team, Lauren Scheffer, actually. She actually invited us to a book club. I'm not the book reader. I really have problems just constantly reading a book. But this book club helps us, because we are reading a chapter each week and then meet for 1 hour each week just to talk about what we just read. And it's not just like that I got to read a book, but I'm also discussing things, and we have this intense discussions about certain chapters that we read in this book. So just try to start a book club and meet regularly. What I also did was I was actually organizing this Video Fridays when we're all sitting in an office. So on this Video Fridays, we actually looked at a video on YouTube that we want to see, a talk from a favorite with an actually interesting topic. And then we met at 3 p.m. On a Friday afternoon, just before we went into the weekend, watched the video, discussed it, and then went into the weekend. That was a regular thing. Also here, same as the book club. We take time as a team, and that helps us to learn, right? Sitting alone at home, but doing it as a team just gives us a little bit more like motivation to learn, and it has this regular thing. So I can just recommend, we need to constantly learn. And you're here at Devoxx Ukraine, so you know what I'm talking about, right? You're here also to learn. But I hear that sometimes from junior developers, Sven, why should I learn, right? Why should I actually learn? Because if I have a problem, all the answers are in Stack Overflow. I just go to Stack Overflow and look it up. So why should I listen to a whole book about this topic? I can just copy and paste the code, right? This is how we do it. Maybe it solves the problem short term, but you don't really understand what's going on. Someone else solves it for you. So first thing is always try and solve the problem. Try to understand the problem, and then try to solve it yourself, right? That's the first thing. Sometimes we got stuck and say, I can't go on here. I'm stuck here. So what should I do? Yeah, you should ask for help. But before you go to someone and ask someone for help, ask yourself for help. This is a technique called rubber ducking. So you just take the rubber duck and explain the problem to the rubber duck. And it's amazing because you just step a little bit back and just think about the problem from another view. And all of a sudden, some answers are popping up in your brain and say, oh, I can try this or that. So this is actually a technique. Before you go to someone else, tell your problem to the rubber duck. Sometimes the rubber duck doesn't help, and you can't come up with an answer. So third thing is ask actually someone for help. Don't be shy. Say, I don't know what to do here. Ask someone for help. That's a great way if you work in teams together. We are here to help each other. And then this also helps us to understand the problem and to dive deeper, because actually this learning experience makes new connections in our brain. We know that. And it helps you if you run into the problem again, use that connection to solve the problem. But not only making new connections is important. And coming back to this grumpy developer, right? actually getting rid of some of these connections is actually also important. We need to learn to unlearn. As I said, I was actually learning waterfall methodologies. That's the best thing. I was learning this in university. Waterfall is the best thing to develop software. We all know that having this big chunk of work in front of us, working on it and showing it then to the customer is not a good idea. Software is way too flexible. So a little bit more agile approach is way better for most of software development teams. I needed to unlearn that. That was pretty obvious to me, but we also have learned some stuff that we need to get rid of it, because actually we need to get rid of some connections and also learn to unlearn. Now, how we become a little bit happier is also to give our knowledge to other people. And I know that a lot of you are actually not junior devs. You're probably also on the senior dev after 2 years in this industry. You have seen things and you become more a senior developer. And I want you to help the junior developer, because we are actually getting so many new developers, because we need so many developers in our community to help them actually to overcome this first 2 years, right? And so please become a mentor. Become a mentor, and mentoring is very important. So give your knowledge, pass that on to the next generation of developers, right? So how to become a mentor? It's a little bit like this rubber ducking, right? Rubber duck needs also to listen. So let people speak, because same thing as the rubber duck. It helps people to frame the problems, and maybe they can't come up with an answer themselves. Ask questions, go deeper, ask the right questions, and then maybe if they don't come up with their own direction, give them some pointers. Also here, like in the code reviews, don't spoon feed, just give them directions where to go, and then always have an open door. Don't say you can come back next Monday and then we can discuss it again. Say, if you can't move forward here, just come back to me. My door is always open. And actually, I had to learn it the hard way. I was thinking I can do it faster if I do it myself. But actually, just taking the time and listening to this people, and it surprised me with what solution they came up with. I wouldn't have chosen that solution. Sometimes I'm thinking, oh, if that is a good solution, but then it works out, and I'm just like, I'm super surprised. I'm a little bit ashamed that I didn't come up with that solution, but it's great. So they actually surprise you. It also helps me to continuously learn that there are some other ways of doing things that are maybe better, maybe equally good. So, but this learning is actually a constant thing. So it's an infinitive loop, right? We learn and then we unlearn. And as I said, mentoring is all about advising people, but there's one ingredient missing here. And this is just like to experiment, to see, because learning is about like what other people have told you, and then maybe try something out. But experiment is really something that gives you another push, pushes you in another direction, right? And that's the next thing I want to talk about. How can we be better at experimenting, trying new things out? Because when we look at what we do day in, day out, it is, well, all our tasks are on this board, right? We look at the board and all our tasks are on that. Well, maybe not all our tasks. The rest is in Jira. I know it's already full here, but the backlog is even more full. So all of the tasks are here. That doesn't leave room for any improvement, anything new, any cool new stuff that we can try out. And we know that not all the tasks that someone has written on the card are the best solution, right? We know actually that there might be a better idea actually for this task that is on the board. So how do we actually come over this known unknowns, the things that we know that there is something that might be better or might not? How do we know that? So we know maybe there is a better solution out there. There must be a better solution out there. Or we're missing a better solution out there. maybe a new technology can help us there. I don't know. I haven't tried all the new technologies that are in the world, and I don't know. Maybe there is something that can help us. And also, we're missing some opportunities here. Maybe this direction, this cards, is not the right way to go for the software. So how do we overcome this known unknowns? Well, don't be shy. Just try. Try out better solution. Try out new technology. Try out new opportunities. And that's just carving out time, because this is what we don't have. We work day in, day out on this board, but we need to also take time to experiment, to work on this known unknowns. For example, what I do is with my team is we're doing coding sessions. So we're trying a new programming language, or let's say we want to try TypeScript, or to find out if that can help us, right? And then we're doing 1.5 hours, 1.5 hours a week. We set the time aside with a team, and then do some coding together. We're doing this as a team, and this helps us to really stick to this time and to learn together as a team. So let's say this is 1.5 hours of improving. So seems to be good, right? So 1 hour of improving, we can invest that. Then all the tools that we're using, dive deeper into the tools that you use. Do you use all the features? Do you know all the features? Do you know what's actually what this tool can do for you? And then also, what are other tools out there on the market? Are we using the right tools? Should we use something modern or some other tool? So go and find out and try those tools out. So for example, go and try GitHub Actions, right? Try them out to see if this is something that can help you, or try another IDE like this new online IDEs like Gitpod, where you have your whole environment built in the cloud, your workspace environment. Maybe this can help you to boost some productivity. If you never try it, you don't know, right? You don't know if this is a better way to do things, if you do the same things inside out. So do a little bit of tools training, not just your own tools, but also try to use some other tools. Let's say half an hour a week, or even more, I don't know. So add half an hour to this timesheet, so it's 2 hours of improving. So this is also just all trying things that other people have thought before. Where are the other opportunities? Where are the things that we don't know? The innovational things, right? So how can we improve our software? How can our software be better? So what can we do to try things out with our software that we're building, and spark some innovation things in our software? Well, first I want to talk about what not to do, right? What not to do. These are not good things, and I've seen that in actually some kind of a lot of companies, that some people think like, the boss is the genius. So the boss knows what to do. The boss tells us what to do. We trust the boss. The boss has to say what we're doing. So the boss is a genius, comes up with these new ideas. Not a good thing, because we all have good ideas, right? Same as the lone genius. This person that sits in the corner and thinks about new things and tries new things out and give that to the team and say, we have to try this. Yeah, there are maybe people that have great ideas, but other people have great ideas too, but maybe the voices are a little bit lower, right? But maybe you think about, there are some people with all these great ideas, so why don't we put together them in a team, right? A team of geniuses. Also not a good idea. We tried that actually when I was working at Atlassian. We had this team of geniuses. The problem was that the rest of the organization said, oh, innovation is happening in that team, right? We don't have to think about new stuff, but good ideas can come from everyone. The problem is not that the lack of ideas, right? Everyone has great ideas. What is the problem then? The problem is the lack of time, right? As I said, we're working on this board day in, day out, trying to please the customer, but we're missing some opportunities how we can really push the needle forward, probably by taking time off and trying some innovative things. So how much time actually do you need for innovation? Is it 40 hours? What if I give you 30 hours a quarter to try some innovation? But what if I give you 24 hours, right? We all maybe doing this, or we want to do this 24-hour hackathons. We're doing this at MongoDB. we actually have done this at Atlassian when I was there. And we were actually kind of the first ones that did this 24-hour hackathons. We called them FedEx days at that time because delivering in 24 hours, right? You have to deliver your idea in 24 hours, FedEx, right? Delivering in 24 hours, this makes sense, right? But we had to rename that because in the Google results, we were just in front of FedEx, the company, with our FedEx days. So they asked kindly to just rename it. So we call it Ship It Days. Anyway, small anecdote here. But we actually put that together in 3 phases. So it's a planning phase. Then it's the event phase. So what are we doing during the event? And then we have a follow-up afterwards. So let me dive a little bit deeper into how we organize these Ship It Days or these hackathons. First, we plan the days actually 3 months in advance. So everyone knows all the schedules, release schedules are planned around this hackathon. So everyone knows these 2 days we're doing a hackathon, right? Then we announce and tell stories. So we don't just go into a hackathon and say, well, now it's time for a hackathon. Let's collect some great ideas. No, we're preparing this. So we actually write stories, what we want to do and what we want to reach. And also we use these stories for pitching it to other team members because some team members may don't have time to think about great ideas. So what we do is we organize some brown bags 2 weeks before the event, and then we pitch our ideas to the company. And then we say, oh, we need some designers and maybe some marketing people to have a great slide deck for the presentation at the end. So we pitch these ideas to some people, and they can jump on the team. Then the hackathon starts on a Thursday afternoon, 3 p.m. The time is ticking. It's a little bit pressing, right? Because you have to deliver, or you want to deliver in 24 hours. So it's a little bit like very exciting, and it can be a little bit hectic at the end. What you should keep in mind is just like to having fun. This is a fun thing. It's about doing something that you're passionate about, that you want to do. It should be fun, right? It should be a fun event to work on your own ideas. Then don't forget to get energized, eat and drink. Actually, when we did that in an office, obviously, there were not a lot of people staying overnight. So no one really did 24 hours. But there were some people that stayed until 10 p.m. and then came back at 6 a.m. So they had a cool short nap at home and then came back. Do whatever you like, but just get energized and drink. So, and then 3 p.m. on Friday afternoon, so 24 hours later, we need to deliver. We should just show off what we have done, right? Give all you got. It's also about the presentation. Then we vote for the winner, for the best ideas, for the best presentation, whatever, the most innovative stuff. And then we celebrate together. And then we look at it and say, what can really go on the product roadmap, what makes sense. The coolest ideas is maybe sometimes not the best ideas to give it to customers, but still can win and be the coolest ideas. But there are some ideas that really could turn the needle, right? And then we plan for the next hackathon. So we say in 3 months, there's another hackathon, this date, and then the planning cycle is done. So we have this problem that not everyone actually could participate on these hackathons because it was more like a software engineering programming thing, right? So all the marketing people, legal people, designers, they also wanted to do something. So feel free also to involve those folks. They don't have to write software. So here's an example where someone came up with building a hidden whiskey bar in the office, and hopefully people can go there soon again in Sydney. So it's a socializing place, and it helps to bring everything together. So everything that improves collaboration, improves the software, is cool for a hackathon. So let's do the math here. 24-hour hackathons, doing them every quarter, gives us 0.7 hours a week on our timesheet. That's 2.7 hours of improving. Now let's put a little bit more hours in here, because we also have known knowns. So, these great ideas, maybe some ideas don't make it to the product roadmap. What are we doing with those? And we want to maybe we didn't really get to the point of showing what's really capable with this idea. Or there are this small other things, right? I call them paper cuts. So these are really small things that is a little bit like hurts a little bit, like paper cut. It hurts, but it doesn't really end up on the roadmap because it's too small and doesn't have a lot of impact. But if your software is full of these small things, software get a bad reputation. People don't want to use your software because it's just full of the small little things, right? The small paper cuts. And maybe you heard the term of death by 1,000 paper cuts. Your software can be so good and so innovative if there are so many small things that really hinders the people to do a great job. Well, you should fix those, but they never end up on the roadmap. So what could you do? Here's the thing, right? Instead of 20% time, which we also tried and didn't really work out for us, we did innovation weeks, right? So every 8 weeks, we took a whole week off. I know this is a big time investment, but you're working on real things for the software. It's not like hackathons where you try things out. You really come up with a plan and work on these innovative things for the software that doesn't make it into the roadmap. And you work on paper cuts, small things that hurt the users, and you fix those in those innovation weeks. And this really this can turn the needle. And it's also good to do it as a team, and that's the difference, 20% time and innovation weeks, because you as a team take time off. So where 20% time is about the individual, and this is about the whole team taking time off. All right, this is actually a big add to this timesheet. So 5 hours of in a week make 7.7 hours of improving. You should invest time in discovery. It's so important. You should invest time in this one to help you move things forward. It's like training for soccer players. You should also invest time in discovery. Where should the software go? What are cool things to do? And use this time. But now you must say, Sven, my calendar looks like this. It's full. Where should I put it in? Right? I barely can come to my real job of doing programming stuff. Where should I carve in some innovation time? My boss won't allow this. And I've heard this a lot. It's time to reduce the overhead, to really spend time on innovation stuff and also to work on what matters. So reduce your overhead. Get rid of some of those meetings, right? Get rid of those. But which meetings should you cut, right? You should ask yourself, actually, do I really need that meeting? Is that something that I really need? And especially about recurring meetings like one-on-ones, weekly status meetings, daily stand-up. I would put that actually in the time of them we're all working from home into this kind of necessary. If you're working in an office, we could question if we need stand-ups, right? But weekly status meetings and one-on-ones, you may don't need that. So here's an experiment that a colleague of mine did. He actually canceled all recurring meetings. He just said, okay, I'm going to cancel it. Let's see what's happening. So first thing, I'm going to write to the person, is it still necessary, this one-on-one? Do we really need that? Let's stop it for 3 months and let's review it. If we miss something, maybe we do monthly, but do we really need this weekly thing? Another thing that you can ask is, am I actually still the right person? I know once I was the right person. Am I the right person in that weekly status meeting? Maybe you should invite someone else. Or am I actually always required? Should I be there the whole time? Or do you just need me for 5 minutes? Or just for certain meetings where you cover some topic that interests me, or that where you need me, actually? Just invite me when needed. So cancel all recurring meetings. That was an experiment that he did. And actually, it freed up a lot of time for him, and he didn't miss so much things. So also replace recurring meetings with status reports. So the Confluence Cloud team actually did this status report where they actually did this weather report. So every part of the Confluence Cloud team, engineering, product, marketing, did this weather report, put in their current weather report. So it was sunny or rainy or something, and put in the status update. So everyone knew what's going on without having a weekly meeting. And then if something gets stormy, they called in a meeting and said, hey, we have to talk about this, right? Because it's getting stormy here and we have to align. So just in case that something needs to be synced, they synced. If not, they got the updates through this weather report. So also stand-ups, as I said. I think it's at the moment it's still important that we meet and that we talk to each other. But there are some other ways, like having a Google Doc where you write in your daily stand-up, or Stand-Uply here as a tool for Slack that you could use. Try to see which meetings do you really need. Do I need that daily to carve out time, to have more time to experiment, to learn, and also to do concentrated work. Actually, you should ask yourself, do I have to call in that meeting? And there's this decision matrix, and there's a link at the end that you can jump on my webpage where you can get this decision matrix. So let's go through this decision matrix to see if it's really, if you should call in the meeting. So you want to make a decision, solve a problem, get feedback, generate ideas, right? So we call in a meeting for that. Let's say we want to generate some ideas here. Does that need to happen in real time? Yes, I want everyone in that meeting. So does everyone have enough background information to get it done? No, actually, I didn't share any information with them. I just wanted to share that in that meeting. Oops, fix that first. No meeting. All right. So I should send around the background information first so people know. Makes sense. So use this matrix to decide if there's a meeting or not. But at the end, maybe you come down to, boom, schedule it. We're doing a meeting. Woohoo! Try to make it as effective as possible, right? Write down the agenda first, have meeting notes so people can decide not to attend, but still get the information out of it. So having meeting notes somewhere on a Google Doc, in Confluence, wherever you want that, so everyone is on the same page. At the beginning, introduce the agenda and ask people to leave. Do you think you have something to say today? If not, leave now, and you can use the time better than sitting in that meeting. Of course, physical meetings, close your laptops, but also in virtual meetings. Don't read Slack messages, don't answer emails. Be fully focused on the meeting, use that time efficiently. And then also in meeting rooms, we have this here. It's a rubber chicken, not a rubber duck, a rubber chicken. And once a person gets off topic, you take this rubber chicken and say, and all of a sudden the person said, oh, sorry, I went off topic. Let's concentrate on the things, right? And squeeze the rubber chicken. Nowadays, you just have to hold the rubber chicken in the camera and don't squeeze it, and people know, oh, sorry, I went off topic. So this is a good thing to just have a concentrated time in the meeting where we all concentrate on the things, and maybe carve out time. I know nowadays, we need to social interact a little bit more because we're all stuck in our home office. So reserve some time for some social interaction. But if you want to talk about something, then be concentrated on it and use maybe the rubber chicken. And I'm actually, these things can actually help me a lot using my time. Right, I'm wasting a lot of time by meetings, email, and Slack. Right, I call them time sucks because I spend so much time in them that the day goes by and I get nothing done. Right? Why is that? Because it's easy. It feels like we're getting stuff done if we answer emails, if we go to meetings, if we answer Slack messages, and it avoids a little bit thinking about the harder stuff. Right? The hard stuff. But this really needs some concentration time. I can answer a meeting, an email. Just between two meetings, that's easy, but I cannot come up with a new concept or really dive deep into coding, into a coding session. When I know in 10 minutes I have a meeting again, or the Slack message pops up and I'm distracted again. So carve out time actually for deep work. And I can just recommend to try to carve out time for the whole team for deep work. So the whole team takes time off and concentrates, right? So what we did is actually, we said from 1 p.m. to actually 4 p.m., we have this sign on the door when we were working in an office. Now we have a Slack status message. We're not available. We are back at 4 p.m. We have deep work time. We concentrate as a team. So all the meetings were in the morning, and in the afternoon we took time off. And that actually spread it throughout the organization. So nowadays, a lot of people are doing deep work time, certain time at a day, and people are looking forward to this concentration time. But some people have to make support, right? So have one person maybe that need to react, that can react. So just one person in the team that maybe is answering the Slack messages in the room, in your Slack room, or is the one, if you're working in an office, have a flag on the desk and say, I'm the support person, so talk to me, and then rotate this support person. So not one person has to do the whole duty, but one person a week has to do the whole duty, right? So a support person can answer the first level support things, and then maybe can talk to the team, but the team is not, the team can work concentrated on things. What I also do often is getting stuff done days. So reserve a whole day as a team to work on one topic. Like, we need to refactor, right? We know that. So just reserve this one day to refactor, call it a refactor day. You're always looking forward for that day. Turn off your emails, turn off your Slack messages, and do just as a team refactoring, documentation, whatever things lay on the table that you said, oh, we know we have to do that, but we need to concentrate on that, right? So just reserve one day and then getting stuff done day. So this actually helps you to get this hard stuff done, right? But Sven, what is actually the hard stuff? Okay, that's the last thing I want to talk about, to work on what matters to be more effective. Let's give you this here. Let's say you want to work in you want to build a factory, and maybe a solar panel environment-friendly factory, right? Where you build your solar panels. There are experts talking about automation and chemicals and stuff like that. You don't know, you don't want to dive in, you trust those experts in these meetings. So yeah, do your thing, that's great. Automation, yeah, do your robot thing. But then the conversation comes to this here, the bike shed. And all of a sudden, all people in that meeting have an opinion about the bike shed. What color should it have? How many bikes should there be in there? And that's called bike shedding, right? If people talk about spending too much time on things with low impact, who cares about the bike shed, right? Let's put it in a bike shed. But everyone has an opinion about that. And it's also called priority delusions. So we're talking about things that are having not a big impact. And we need to spend more time on things with impact. We should talk about this elephant in the room. We should talk about the problem that we want to solve in software development. What problem does this feature that we're gonna put on solve? I've been in a lot of projects, and a lot of people just say, "Oh, we need this button to add a user here." I say, you need to, yeah, that's great. Let's put in a task, or a project or whatever, to say we need to add a user here. But why should we do that? Is there validation data that people have really a problem and need that button right here? Or are there other solutions? Maybe it's not smart to add buttons everywhere, so people get confused. So talking about the real problem that we want to solve, we don't take enough time to do that. Maybe one person has thought about that, but not the whole team. But the whole team have to buy in if we work on a project to understand what the problem is. So what we do is actually we fill out that project poster. We've worked a little bit on that. Also, links are back on my page to download the project poster. And we worked on the questions a lot. So there's questions like, why are we doing this? How do we judge success? What are possible solutions? And before we start with the project, we need to fill out that project poster. And we are not just done. It's a living document. So also validation data ready to make it. So once we have that, we have a common understanding of the whole problem that we want to solve, right? And this is super important for projects to have this kind of information handy. Also to hand it over to people that actually want to know what's going on, right? What are you doing here and why are you doing here? You can just hand over the project poster. Now, and that breaks down actually to also user stories. So if you write user stories like this one, as a user, I want a new statistic button so that I can see the number of data sets, right? Could be a user story for MongoDB. So people want to see how many data sets are in my database. And I just want a statistic button to see which time did they get added, Great. But this is already the solution. That's not the problem, right? What do people really want? So you should work also on the user stories to carve out the real problem. So not as users, you should name the user as Yasmin. You want to know the number of data sets so that I can plan for growth. This is what I want to do. I want to find out, do I need to add another chart or another database so I can plan for actually growing my database. So you should think more like your users, right? Like Jasmine, as I just said, like Lucas and Tina. These are all different users with different stuff. So maybe Jasmine, she's a developer in training, wants to have the statistic, but Lucas has some other requirements too. So think like your users. Think always, when you talk about the features, you should always have the users in mind. So learn your users, and we're using not real users, we're using personas that represent users. So we have this personas. And when we talk about a new feature, we talk about, how would Jasmine solve that? How would Lucas solve that? So we have a sheet where we talk about how their education is, what they're doing, how their knowledge is. So we have that users in mind, and we should get reminded of these users all the time and actually everywhere. So you can't really escape from our personas, right? They are literally everywhere. Now that you have all those user stories, right? What user stories should you work on first? Think about the happy path of your software. This where 80-90% of the people spend their time, right? So this is actually the happy path. Fix this first before you fix the corner cases. So how do you find out what to fix in your happy path? Well, we do a technique called journey mapping. So we write down here, what is the journey that a user takes? So on every step in that journey, we write down, and then we write, what problems do people have? And how do we solve that? So we have a good understanding and fixing those things, so we make 80-90% of our users super happy, and that makes our software much better and much more enjoyable. And then do that for each persona. So different personas have different journeys. So you have a good understanding of how to improve your happy path in your software. Now, I've been talking a lot about features and how to improve software from a product perspective, right? But we are here, we are all developers, we think about code, and you, Sven, you have talked about all the product stuff. That's actually should be done by the product manager, not by us developers, right? We are just responsible for the code to get this done. Yeah, so this quote here, I wish engineers spent less time understanding the problem and more time coding. Who said that? That said nobody ever, right? We need to understand the problem, the underlying problem, what we solve there with our software. We need to understand that to make decisions on our own and help the product managers, right? Because we know what's possible. So let's go hand in hand with the product managers. We actually should become product engineers, right? So also as an engineer, work close together with the product side of things. So maybe you're a junior developer, that's fine. Care about the code first, and then learn more about the product. If you're more than 2 years working on the product, you should actually become a product engineer, if that is your thing. I know it's not for everyone, but think about it, becoming a product engineer. So what things can you do? First things, do hallway testing. I know the product managers do the user testing, but you can just, with a prototype, run around and show it to your coworkers and say, do you think this would work? And get some feedback immediately, right? Or go on support. We actually had this program where we sent developers for 1 week a year on support to help with support cases and get to know what the real issues are with real users. So that also helps actually to understand the user better and to improve the software where the user needs it. And also become a data detective. Don't just look at the performance data and stuff like that. That's of course you should do that too. But also go in and see which features are used the most. Should we spend time on the least used features, or should we spend time on the most used features? Obvious question. Sorry for that. So it's important to work on the things that matters for the customers. So become an effective developer. Okay, let's wrap up here. My hour is always almost over. Think about team code. You code as a team, have coding standards, coding formatting standards, so people can actually simply read the code. Learn, constantly learn. Do a book club or whatever. Constantly try to improve. Become a mentor, right? Think about that, to become more effective and pass on your knowledge to the younger generation that can actually do the work so you become more effective. Experiment, try new things. This really turns sometimes the needle. The things that you haven't thought of, not the obvious things, right? Try to carve out time for experiment. This is a little bit on the efficiency side. Reduce your overhead, kill meetings, whatever. Try to have deep work time, and also work on really what matters. This is also important. Work on what matters, and this really turns the needle, and this makes you super effective as a developer. Now, this is a windy road. There's no approach, and you can't really. It's hard also to measure these things. It's not like efficiency is pretty much straightforward, right? If you think about efficiency, it's pretty much straightforward. So you are faster, you're better, you fix more bugs, all those things. And don't get me wrong, this is also super important. I know at the beginning I was a little bit ranting about that, but it's super important to work on some automation stuff, to automate things that you do twice or 3 times, and then you should automate it, right? Know your tools, know your command line tools, right? Try to use the command line, be more efficient in that, be faster, be more efficient. And then also deep work, and I was talking a little bit about that, carve out time for deep work to be more efficient. But when we talk about efficiency, it's to get more stuff done. We get more stuff done if we be more efficient. If we automate stuff, we have more time for doing some else things. But being effective is more about getting the right stuff done, right? Getting the stuff done that is super important. Or with other words, efficiency is about the output that we generate, where effectiveness is about the outcome. So think outcome first. Be effective, and at the end, get shit done. Thank you so much for attending my keynote. And I'm now jumping, I think, in the Zoom room to answer questions. Is that right? I think so.
Hi again. Thank you a lot for your talk, Sven. And we invite you to answer the questions from participants and to join our Zoom rooms. So once again, thank you for supporting our event, and we were glad to welcome you on this online stage. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Dear participants, we know that we are experiencing some technical problems. We are very sorry for that, and we are working hard to fix it and to bring you back to the streaming. So you have received an alternative link to the user page via the email, with a mail letter, and the link was also published into the Facebook and Twitter channel of Devoxx Ukraine. So please follow this link, and you will see the user page as you saw it at the beginning, and I hope it will work for you now. And to view the schedule of the program, please use the mobile application, download it for iOS or Android, and it will reflect the relevant talks schedule. Okay, and now I want to invite you to view the presentation from our platinum partner, EPAM company. And we have a representative from EPAM, Yevgen Mospan, Senior Solution Architect and Head of EPAM Java Competency Center Services. Yevgen, are you with?
You grow. You grow when you have a desire to become better, to learn new things. When you listen to a webinar, a conference, a talk, go to courses, dozens of courses, then you are the one who speaks. You grow. You grow when you get up to speed. When you focus on your work, on your customer, on your team, then you become a part of something big. When you raise the bar and take responsibility for your work, whether good or bad, when they ask you for advice, when you create a small revolution or speed up an evolution, then you grow. You are growing because growing matters to you. You keep at it until it's just right, to be honest with yourself and others, to further educate yourself, to become an expert. And if it matters to you, it matters to us. APAM. Focus on your growth.
Hello, Evgen.
Hello, Devoxx.
Hi. So, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. I'm so excited that we started Devoxx Ukraine Online today. So, please, your welcome word.
Hello, Devoxx participants. And let me tell you about something we do at EPAM in scope of competencies. And today I will focus on Java competencies, Java Competency Center and its services. And before I start, let me tell you about something about myself. So my name is Evgen Mosman. I am a senior solution architect. Now I am head of a Java Competency Center at EPAM. So I am more than 15 years in IT, have a different experience in the different business areas and expert areas. And here you see the contacts with the help of which you can find me via email or LinkedIn. And so today I'm going to talk about the competency centers at EPAM, specifically Java, and the services we do for our customers and for our contributors. So what is basically competency center at EPAM and specifically Java? So it is an organization which consists from experts who can provide some service in scope of a particular technology. And speaking about Java, we have a quite big range of representatives from location perspective at EPAM. So as you can see on the slide, we have presence in 16 countries from 30 plus EPAM locations. So we cover the biggest one in terms of engineering centers like Ukraine, Belarus, and so on. And so we do have core experts all over the world, which who help us to build the services and deliver the best support for the clients that require some technology consultancy in scope of Java technologies, so who are looking for the innovation and services. And we do have more than 300 contributors from these countries who are being supervised by these core team experts. And if we talk about the services, so we tried to basically split them in three streams. So first is mostly oriented on our customers, and it is called pre-sale support, where we do different stuff like helping our pre-sales team to propose the best solution in Java world. We help to create this proposal, we help with discoveries, create some POCs, and so on and so forth. We also focus on development and production and help to kick off the projects, to supervise them, to help with architecture design, review, and so on and so forth. And we, of course, focus on our competency growth inside the company. And that is why we have knowledge base for our engineers who work at EPAM. We help them to get up to speed in terms of recent standards we require from our developers running the pre-assessment and assessment services. We do a lot of interviews. We also share our knowledge through webinars and tech talks. We do have partnership with other Java big companies like Azul or Lightband. And we, of course, run the certification process. So we promote the Java certifications, which are popular all over the world among Java engineers, and help them grow professionally. So in 2020, we just listed below some highlights from the customers we did really support. Not all of them we can share in this audience because we have NDAs. But what we can also mention is that we do support educational programs of EPAM like master degree program in software engineering, and we run a global Java mentoring program in our own tool, which is called Learn and Development. So this helps us. This helps our engineers to grow professionally. And just to show you that it is all real, and we do really have a support from our colleagues inside EPAM. So this is the statistics that we gathered for the first 3 quarters in 2020. And despite the fact that we live in a new normal, we didn't stop any of the services. So we do have the requests. And on the left side, basically, the amount of requests shows that most of the requests are dedicated to the competency growth, which is pretty obvious because we do have a lot of engineers. They want to get a new level. They want to go through the certification process, but these do not require a lot of time, which is shown on the right side. So basically, we see that the time spent by our contributors are being split really smooth. And most of the focus we spent on development and production because this is where the things are happening. And we want to make the expertise real. We want to make it be helpful for our customers. So what else I want to say? So I really want to say thank you to all of you that you continue to grow professionally and visit such conferences like Devoxx. If you are interested in what we do inside Java Competency Center, feel free to contact me, and I will be more than glad to help you. So going back to the main stage, guys, do you have any specific questions?
Thank you, Evgen. Unfortunately, the participants can't join and ask questions directly to you now. So, guys, please, if you enjoyed Evgen's presentation and have any questions, feel free to contact him via LinkedIn or any other channels. So, thank you once again for your presentation. And
thank you for giving me a chance to talk.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Devoxx Ukraine Online. We are glad that you are here with us. We are very sorry for technical issues at the beginning, and I want to present next speaker, Natan Silnitsky from Wix.com, backend senior developer. Natan, hi.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? I'm good. Welcome to Devoxx.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited. It's my third year straight.
I know
speaking.
that you are a very popular speaker at Devoxx and you speak at a lot of conferences. Have you ever counted how many Devoxx speeches did you have?
Specifically on Devoxx, it's my third time, and I'm really excited to talk today, both now and later on.
We are happy to have you. You can start your talk.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so welcome everyone. My name is Natan Silnitsky, and I'm a backend infrastructure developer at Wix.com. And this talk, you will see how you can create an event-driven distributed system comprised of various types of languages, including Java, Scala, Node.js, and Python, and have them all work seamlessly. And also, this system is going to be fault tolerant, where you have every error handled and great resiliency, and also high performance, meaning that it allows you to process at high throughput and very low latency. And all of this is going to be implemented with Kafka, Kubernetes, and gRPC. So first, a few words about Wix. So it's a website building platform that allows you to manage your online business and presence. And we have more than 180 million registered users from more than 190 countries. And 5% of all internet websites run on Wix. So on our distributed system, we have more than 1,500 microservices. And when, for instance, a Wix user decides to publish their site, then a lot of different services are involved here. Of course, some editor service and meta site service, but also any application that is installed on the site, restaurant application service. So a lot of different services are involved in all kinds of flows, business flows at Wix. And most of our services are written in Scala and some Java, JVM, but there are also a lot of Node.js services and some Python services. And Wix processes more than 1.5 billion Kafka messages of business events, not analytics, every single day. So all of these microservices and high Kafka traffic means that we need the message flows to be performant and fault tolerant and polyglot. And this is what this talk is going to show you how to do. So we're going to talk about event-driven programming. By the bedrock here is Kafka. And we have performance capabilities provided by Greyhound, which is a wrapper that Wix has created on top of the Kafka SDK. And fault tolerance will be achieved by using Greyhound and Kubernetes, different strategies of deployment and use of Kubernetes, and also how to achieve polyglot environment of multi-language environment, also by using Kubernetes and also gRPC. So we have in the past and also today have the request-reply classic communication style. So we have the ecom catalog service that wants to know whether the ecom app was installed on some site. So it will send an HTTP request over to the site apps service and get a response. So you can see here that these two services are highly coupled to one another, and that if the site app service becomes unavailable or something like that, then ecom catalog service immediately fails to do anything. And also the network could be unreliable and packets may be lost. So in that case, ecom will need to do some ad hoc retry to make sure that it can eventually get the response it needs. And of course, we're talking about flows here that can involve a lot of microservices, and handling cascading failures when you have 1,500 microservices in a very distributed environment can be very difficult. We want to have circuit breakers and automatic timeouts and all of that in order to achieve maybe a degraded performance when something happens, but definitely not downtime that our users will experience. So a great way to achieve this high availability and reliability is to introduce a message broker style of communication. So here we get a lot more availability and reliability by using a broker between our services, because it's part of a big clusters of brokers, and they also replicate all of the data that they ingest. So it's much more reliable. And now our services are completely decoupled from one another. They really don't care that anyone else exists. All they need to know is how to produce messages to the broker and consume messages from it. And specifically with a Kafka broker, we get much better performance than traditional message queues like RabbitMQ, because when you produce a message to a topic in Kafka, you actually produce it to specific partitions. That's what the topic is made of. And these partitions are just append-only logs. So just log files that continuously append new messages. So it's very fast and performant. And here you can see that Kafka Producer just appends a new message one after the other at the end. And this could be later available in memory for the consumer. So it can consume really fast. And as long as it doesn't commit the message, it sequentially processes the messages, and it will commit the message only once it processes. So we know in this way that no message is going to be lost. And unlike with message queues that the message will be removed, here the retention can be infinite in the potential, although the default time that keeps messages is 1 week. And it's really easy to scale up the amount of messages we produce and consume. All we need to do is add more partitions to the topic, and then we have much bigger scale if we need to. Now, we created a Wix Greyhound, which wraps Kafka SDK both for producer and consumer. And the reason that we did that is we wanted to simplify the current Kafka SDK API and add all kinds of additional features that are required for our distributed system. And also, it provides an abstraction layer for our event-driven style of communication that all microservices use. And it's really easy to change stuff behind the scenes. Maybe we need to upgrade a Kafka version or fix some bug. And because all of these services have a head dependency on the library code, they can immediately get any update that we do seamlessly and automatically deploy it to production. So, and all of our services in production will get the updates really fast. So how do we achieve high performance? We're using extra high performance because we know Kafka gives us better performance than other traditional message queues. But let's see how we can get even better local performance with Greyhound. So here we have a schematic view of the Greyhound consumer, and the service provides and sets up the Greyhound consumer with a message handler. This handler is basically a Lambda that just provides the code that will process the message. And Grand Consumer out of the box gives us parallel message consumption. So it actually uses the Scala Zio library, which is a great library for high performance concurrent and asynchronous code. And it allows us to process messages in parallel, where each message will be processed on a fiber. A Zio fiber is basically a lightweight thread where it has very low memory footprint, much lower than a JVM thread. And also context switching between fibers is really cheap. So the setup here is that for each partition that is assigned to this specific service instance, a Zio queue, internal queue, will be created, and messages will be processed on this queue from each partition because, as you remember, each partition is processed sequentially, and we'll have processing done in parallel for all of the partitions that are assigned to this service, each of them running on its own fiber. And when we want to achieve the maximum throughput allowed for our current Kafka setup, in this case, we have a topic, and it currently has 80 partitions. And we know that the message handler code just is mostly non-blocking I/O that uses the Netty gRPC client and has a response latency from the server side of 100 milliseconds. 100 milliseconds means that we can process 10 messages per second for each partitions. So 10 messages times 80 partitions gives us 800 messages per second. That's the maximum throughput that we can achieve with the amount of partitions that we have and the amount of time it takes to process messages on the server side of the message handler server call. Now, if we try to get there with a naive implementation using Kafka consumer, the regular Kafka consumer, then we're going to require 80 Kafka consumers, because when a Kafka consumer polls messages, it has to do that on its own thread. We cannot have multi-thread access to Kafka consumer API, meaning that we need to run 80 Kafka consumers with 80 Java threads if we want to achieve the maximal amount of throughput for this specific topic. But with Greyhound, we just set up a single Greyhound consumer, and it will run 80 fibers because that's the amount of partitions that we get assigned to the single pod that we run in production. And as long as the Netty gRPC client manages to run 80 parallel non-blocking connections to the server side, we will be able to actually get to the goal of 800 messages per second processed by using only a single Greyhound consumer that's running very cheap fibers on a very small thread pool, because on our scenario, we don't really need a lot of CPU power because it's basically just I/O operation. Great, so we gained higher performance by using fibers, and hopefully it will be out of the box in Java very soon with Project Loom and their virtual threads. Now let's discuss fault tolerance. So we want to make sure in our distributed system comprising 1500 microservices that messages are not lost and eventually get processed successfully. And we achieve that with using Greyhound and also Kubernetes. So let's see how. We start off with a topic for renewing subscriptions, and then Greyhound consumer will consume messages and with the message handler that it is configured with. And we can also configure with Greyhound a retry policy, where if the message processing fails for some reason, there is a built-in retry producer that will produce the message to a retry topic. So the developer sets a back-off time in order to retry processing, and then on the message was produced to retry 0 after the failure, it will start the processing of the consumer side for that retry topic after the back-off time that was configured. And if processing on the first retry topic fails, then of course we can have additional retry set up, and the built-in producer will produce the message to the second retry topic here, etc., etc. And mind you that with this type of flavor, messages can still be processed on the original topic. So all this design was inspired by an Uber blog post, and it is very popular at Wix in order to achieve consuming without any message being lost. And if we take a specific use case where we need to guarantee completion, we have here the Wix payment service that needs to renew subscription for site visitors that are subscribed to some service that a Wix user provides. So we have a job scheduler that knows when subscription expires and invokes the Wix payment service to start the subscription renewal process. So the Wix payment service will produce the message to Kafka Broker. So once the message is in Kafka Broker, we know that it will eventually be processed. Why? Because we have the ground consumer with the retry policy set up. So it keeps continuously retry until success. And even if a day passes and it still doesn't work because of some third-party issue or a payment provider or something like that, it doesn't really, it's not a big deal because we can put the message in a dead letter queue and then make sure that it is reviewed manually and decide what to do with it later on. Now, we have an issue here because we also having the flow of producing the messages to Kafka. What if currently the Kafka broker is unavailable? Well, maybe we need, maybe we won't be able to reach it and can't produce messages right now. So, and that can happen even on a clustered broker with high availability. This could happen. So what Greyhound does, it offers the resilient producer. So this producer first saves the messages to the local disk, and only then there's a fiber that will process these messages from the local disk and try to send them to Kafka. And if it fails, it will retry in the same manner that we have on the consumer retry side. Now, we switched over to Kubernetes a while back, and we saw that the resilient producer has some limitation here. Because on Kubernetes node, pods can be rescheduled and get away from this node or get crashed, and a new node, a new pod will be scheduled on a different node. And the most troubling part is that if a pod is killed, we don't have access to the volume mount that was mounted for this pod, that area, because the newly rescheduled pod will get a completely new volume mount from some disk on Kubernetes. So we may end up losing messages that remain on disk but have never been produced to Kafka. So how do we mitigate that with Kubernetes? So Kubernetes has different deployment strategies. There's the regular one where pods are scheduled randomly on nodes and there's no coupling there whatsoever. But there's also the daemon set controller where it deploys pods as a single pod instance for each of the Kubernetes nodes in the cluster that you configure. And that means that this pod is going to be available for all of the nodes in the cluster, and will be available also for other pods if they require it. So we created another service called Greyhound Scavenger that has access to all of the local disk that is part of the Kubernetes node here. So when a pod produces a message to Kafka, but first saves it to disk, the scavenger can actually get access to this location where messages are saved. And if the pod goes down for some reason, the scavenger can notice that the pod is no longer available on the Kubernetes node, and then it goes and finds out if any messages are pending to be sent from the local disk that the pod used, and just does the flushing out for it and produces messages. So this way we have 100% guarantee that messages will eventually get produced to Kafka, even in case it is unavailable for some period of time. And also, it's important to note when you create pods that are controlled by the daemon set, it's important for them to be with a small footprint. Why? Because remember that with daemon set, this pod is going to be found on each and every Kubernetes node. So it takes up space that can otherwise be for pods from various domains in your distributed system. So the smaller memory footprint it takes and less CPU it takes, the more the Kubernetes node has to offer to other pods. Okay, great. And the third and final part of this talk is about how to achieve our event distributed system with multiple technological stacks of our microservices in a seamless manner. And we're going to do that and achieve that by using Kubernetes and gRPC. So at first, we just had JVM services using our Greyhound library. Once we started introducing Node.js services, it was obvious that we're going to need to have the equivalent solution for that technological stack. So the team in charge of the Node.js service infrastructure created Greynode and tried to get as many features that Greyhound has on the Node.js with JavaScript and TypeScript. So you can see here that code is actually duplicated in multiple languages, which is not an optimal thing to have. And also, Greynode needed to always catch up with the latest Greyhound features, and the Node.js infrastructure team wasn't always available to work on it because it was not their main task. So our Node.js services lacked features that were found on the JVM services. And also, the Greynode uses a library, Node.js library, that was not optimal for use with Kafka. It had problems of its own. So it was apparent that we want the Node.js services to actually use the Greyhound code, but it's a completely different technological stack. So the first attempt to try and solve this was to use GraalVM. So GraalVM is a runtime that allows to run JVM code and interop it with other languages, Node.js, Python. But the experiment here failed because it seems that GraalVM was not mature enough to have all of the code that needed to be run on Node.js actually work. There were a lot of interop issues. So this experiment failed, and the next try was to actually run the Greyhound code on a proxy service that the Node.js can actually call using gRPC. And the gRPC protocol meant that produce will be done from as a gRPC request from the Node.js service to the Greyhound proxy sidecar service. And when new messages were being consumed by Greyhound, they were actually sent as a gRPC request to a server that is implemented on the Node.js side. So we have bidirectional communication client-server side on both ends of the Greyhound sidecar and the Node.js sidecar service. And because gRPC is actually built upon protocol based on protobuf, that means that we could have a strict interface definition language on the protobuf syntax that can be implemented both on the Scala side and on the JavaScript TypeScript side, and seamlessly be used by other languages as well, like Python, because protobuf has implementations for a whole host of languages. So no matter which language a Wix developer wants to use, they can actually just create the gRPC client and server and get it working for their needs quite easily. Now, our Greyhound proxy, I called it the sidecar. Why is that? Because it's actually found on the same Kubernetes pod alongside the Node.js application. So that's why I call it a sidecar, because it's found alongside it. So here we see a schematic view of the Kubernetes node. And we have multiple pods here. And here we see that the pod has not only the Node.js application, but it is deployed together with the Greyhound proxy sidecar. And they share volume mount between them for these two containers. So on a single Kubernetes node, we can have multiple pods having deployment of Node.js applications that automatically also have the Greyhound sidecar alongside them. Of course, Node.js applications can opt out and not get this attachment if they don't need Kafka at all. There is a memory issue for this kind of design because we have two applications instead of one in each pod, and also the JVM application has a bigger memory footprint than the Node.js application, just because of JVM itself and garbage collection, and also the netty part, gRPC, server, client, and keeping all the matrix that Prometheus needs to pull to get an overview of what's going on. So this really increases the cost of running Node.js microservices. So one way to mitigate this is to actually run the Greyhound proxy not in a sidecar container, but in a separate pod that is controlled by the daemon set, like I described earlier. So with the daemon set, we're going to have the Greyhound pod found as a single instance in each of the Kubernetes nodes that runs the Node.js applications. So we can have lower memory footprint overhead because we have only one Greyhound proxy instead of a whole host of them. So let's do a quick comparison of doing a daemon set proxy or a sidecar proxy in Kubernetes. So with a sidecar, you get a much simpler design because you only need to handle state from one single Node.js applications and its consumers. But with a daemon set, you have a multi-tenant state where you need to keep track of all the various Node.js applications that go up and down. And also the lifecycle of the sidecar can be very, very simply implemented by just tracking the lifecycle of the Node.js application. If it goes down, and the sidecar goes down, and when they both get restarted and restart the protocol between them, so there won't be any state corruption inside the sidecar. Now, with daemon set, of course, it cannot mimic the lifecycle of the Node.js applications because there are a lot of them inside the Kubernetes node. And there's the bigger problem here that if daemonset pod goes down, for instance, on GA, then the Node.js apps can't produce and can't consume anything. So when there's a failure on the sidecar, it only affects a specific Node.js application. But then when there's a failure on the daemon set or restud on deployment or something like that, it affects all of the different consumers and producers that are required in all Node.js applications that come from various different domains. So it's a big impact potentially. But the big advantage of the daemon set, it has a lower cost and memory usage. So we can mitigate the daemon Greyhound downtime impact by, instead of deploying the proxy as a daemon set, we can just deploy Greyhound producer as a proxy service, and not as a daemon set, just regular pods that are deployed across our data center, meaning that have high availability and they can always be available and no downtime for our Node.js requests. The downside here is that there is an additional network hop between different Kubernetes nodes, but because they are on the same data center, it's very insignificant, like a few milliseconds, and you can produce your message. So you can see here that we use Kubernetes flexibility to deploy Greyhound producers and consumers with different Kubernetes patterns, like daemon set and sidecar container, and we could also use stateful sets in the future. So all of this is done to comply with the different requirements and needs we have to get the best trade-off between the performance we need, the easy code to write, and strong infrastructure to have in place with lower costs. And to wrap up everything, Wix has harnessed Kafka, Kubernetes, and gRPC alongside with our own custom infrastructure of Greyhound to achieve a polyglot, fault-tolerant, easily scalable, and high-performant, event-driven distributed system. And I'm glad to announce that Greyhound is publicly available and open source. So you can check out both the Java and the Scala high-level API SDKs for your Kafka-based producers and consumers. And version 0.1 is out now, so you can check it out. So thank you very much. And if you want to get the slides from this presentation, then you can find them on SlideShare. I uploaded them up earlier. And you can also follow me on Medium and Twitter to get updates on everything that my team is working on relating to Kafka, event-driven development, and all the stuff surrounding that. And if you want to check out previous talks I gave in conferences, you can find them on my website at nathansil.com. So thanks again.
Nathan, hi. Hi again.
Hi.
Thank you for a great presentation and a great talk. It was a pleasure to hear such a great presentation and preparation from you. And I know that you will have another talk later today. So
yes, that's right.
Wait for it. And we invite you and all our participants to join a Q&A session with you, because I'm sure that a lot of our participants has many questions to you after your talk. So welcome to Q&A session. And see you soon.
See you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we are going to have presentation from Svitla Systems, our gold partner.
Okay, welcome back, and I'm glad again to introduce our gold partner, Svitla Systems company, and the representative, Natalia, who will give the short presentation about the Svitla Systems.
Hi everybody, my name is Natalia and I'm talent hunter at Svitla Systems. Let me tell you more about us. Svitla Systems is a multinational software company. Our head office is located in California and business and development offices around the US, Mexico and Europe, Poland and Ukraine. We have 600 plus developers and provide a wide range of development services for such well-known companies as Ingenico, Ancestry, Thermo Fisher, AstraZeneca, and others. What I love most about Svitla is the freedom to choose your work location. And thanks to schedule flexibility, you get more time for your hobbies, family, and less time commuting. And what is also very important, no micromanagement. Moreover, there is no bureaucracy. Any question is solved quickly and easily. We care about your comfort. We do everything we can to help you focus on your work and your personal life. We truly appreciate our developers' work-life balance. We enjoy some vacation days, national holidays, days off, sport activities, family days, and splendid birthday presents. We care about your education. Svitla constantly organizes in-house and public tech webinars named Svitla Smart Talk. You can visit our Facebook page to see the schedule. Also, Svitla covers tickets for others' IT events and courses. Svitla is well known not only for its family-like attitude, but also for a big number of most innovative projects. I'm going to show you several projects we are especially proud of. For some of them, we are hiring now. The first one is a leading traveling platform. Each month, it helps over 400 million developers to make their trips across the globe. The app is available in 30 languages and works across 50 countries. Yes, leading team collaboration platform like Skype and Zoom, it helps enterprise users stay connected. It is used by thousands of companies and sends over 500 million messages daily. Multinational US technology company focuses on e-commerce, cloud computing, digital streaming, and artificial intelligence. Next one, a biotechnology leader, American provisioner of scientific software and services to healthcare, life science, and biotechnology. Safety observations solution, trained to recognize construction risks in photos and other projects' data. It creates an automated risk assessment. Global leader in robotics, enables self-driving robots development, deployment, and operations. Works in 40 plus countries, serving the mining, military, aerospace markets, and agriculture. Of course, we have more projects to tell you about, and we will be happy to do it personally. You're welcome to learn more about us on our career page on svitla.com. And now for more exciting part, our prizes raffle. Take a chance to win our awesome backpacks, AirPods, thermocups, and t-shirts, and more. Go to the Devoxx website to see Svitla systems page. You will find two options. First, simple fill-in form, and second, advanced Java quest. If you wanna challenge yourself and solve our tricky tasks. Again, links to raffles at Svitla systems page at Devoxx website. Thanks for your attention. I hope to see you at Svitla. Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. Very exciting projects you're working with.
Yes.
And yeah, guys, very exciting prizes, new airports. So just solve the Java quest from Svitla Systems and take your chance to win. Thank you.
Thank you.
In Itera, we are specialists in creating digital business. We have a proven track record of developing innovative solutions that bring great user experiences and high business value. Our method is to work in cross-functional teams, combining our skills of business development, service design, user experience, development, testing, security, DevOps, and cloud platforms. We are always excited about collaborating with new, innovative customers and have high ambitions for common achievements in areas such as designing excellent user experiences, scalability and cost benefits improvements through our hybrid delivery model, providing more for less, increased operational effectiveness through smart use of technology. And this is just the beginning.
Welcome back. We are greeting you once again at Devoxx Ukraine. I remind you that this is the third edition, and this edition is online. And I want to welcome our next speaker, Pavel Veller, CTO of Digital Engagement at EPAM Systems. Pasha, hello! Kyiv is calling.
Yes, hello. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, everything is fine. How are you doing?
I'm good, awesome. How are you?
I'm also good. I know that it is pretty early for you.
Well, it is 5:20 to be exact, but that's okay.
Okay, all right. Hope
Excuse me.
you are feeling good and you are prepared well. And I want just to give this online stage to you, and it's time for you to shine. Have a great talk.
All right, thanks. Thanks a lot. I have to apologize. My voice is a little cracking. I'm still recovering from whatever, and it's been 2 weeks, but you guys are way far out there, so don't worry about it. My name is Pavel Veller, like I was introduced. I am originally from Minsk myself, but for the last 13 years I've lived in the US. And I'm broadcasting to you from Atlanta, Georgia. I don't know if you guys watching US elections, but Georgia is currently a big deal. And the thing with the 5:20 a.m., I wanted to find a spot where it's rather quiet and I don't have interference from the outside. But then I did the wrong math with the time zones. I forgot the time zone change and got myself into a 5 a.m. slot. So here I am. EPAM probably needs no introduction to this audience, but I'll tell you briefly that we are a large software services company. We operate in 31 countries. I forgot how many cities we have. And typically when I present at conferences, I animate myself on stage. This setting is very different, not something I do regularly. So instead I animated my slides. I tried. So I guess if nothing else, I hope you guys are going to get a good show. And the good thing for you, unlike in the traditional setting, if you had enough of me, you can just stop watching. And I'm not going to notice. But please sit back, relax, and enjoy. I came to talk about Anywhere. If you go to anywhere.io, that we announced in the title, what you'll see will look to you probably like just another freelance marketplace, like the likes of TopTal. But look deeper. We're trying to build a place for people to work, learn, grow, and be part of a vibrant community. It does start with work, obviously, because, well, we are a software services company. That's what we do. We believe that we're pretty good at it. We've been growing for the last 25 years. And of course, we need more engineers. We started exploring the workforce without borders for a couple of years already. But the 2020 and COVID specifically just accelerated everything. Now, if you are not sure if things can be done remote in our industry, now everybody knows that they absolutely can. But instead of telling you about Anywhere from where I am, let me give you a perspective from how you can look at what Anywhere is. And I need to give you some context before we dive into technology and the architecture. So bear with me for a little bit. When you think about where can you as a software person of different disciplines work, you largely can distill that to three different choices. You can work at a product company, and that can be, small startup or big B2B product. It can be an enterprise building systems for themselves. But at the end of the day, you have some distinct characteristics of working at a product company or in a product setting. You can be free, that's why free and freelance, and just consult with different companies and do different things sort of on your own schedule and as you please and from where you please. Or you can work at an outsourcing company, which I prefer to call services, because that's what we do, but basically work for different clients and do different things at different times. These three options are not really distinctly different. They're of course overlapping, but they have their own distinct characteristics. What we're trying to do with Anywhere is have all of that in one place where you don't have to necessarily make the choice. and where you can have all the pieces of those three different work environments in one place. That also brings along a large community and different opportunities to learn and to grow. Now, you don't have to trust me on that. You can always try for yourself, but that's what we're trying to do. Now, what I came to talk here about is not necessarily what Anywhere is, because that would not be interesting for 30 or 40 minutes. I wanted to tell you how we're building it and what kind of product is it and what architecture challenges we faced and how we solved them. This talk in the architecture track, so do expect diagrams, many animated diagrams about what we're building. And what I'd like to do, I'd like to first give you a quick snapshot of where we started. That'll set context. Everything happens sort of for a reason and has its own roots, and I need to tell you what ours were. I'll walk you through how, as we quickly grew, we arrived at the architecture that certainly seemingly stopped working for us. And I'll explain why and what was not good about it. I want to walk you through how we transformed that architecture step by step, why we're doing it, what were the targets, what tools and techniques we have used, and how, without necessarily noticing, though for some it was apparent in the beginning, we changed the perspective. We changed how we think about what we're building. And that's what I really would like to share with you, because all of you are building systems, right? We're building products, applications, services, APIs, front ends, experiences, you name it. And I hope that some of the lessons that we've learned through Building Anywhere will be beneficial to the large audience at Devoxx. So we'll start with me telling you what we started with Anywhere about a year ago, or give or take. Let's see. We made a mistake from day one. We did not start fresh. We built, a couple of years ago, we built a system. If you think of an enterprise doing certain things internally and doing it as an enterprise open source. Now, add a layer of crowdsourcing within the same enterprise on top. So you get this crowdsourcing for enterprise open source concept. Basically a platform where people can list work that needs to get done. People can come in and volunteer to do the work. So basically contribute, those the name. And that system, it's nice. It's been working for us, and it's been built by those contributors, which over time, not necessarily contributes to it being nicely and cleanly architected. But it's a decent system, so we had it for a couple of years. We cloned it, and we built the system that we named very succinctly EPAM Plus, which was the same idea of crowdsourced enterprise open source, now with the marketplace concept on top. And that's where we were when we decided that we needed to build what became Anywhere. And we had this brilliant idea that, look, EPAM Plus looks exactly, in quotes, right, like what Anywhere wants to become over time. Just Anywhere wants to be that in public, and EPAM Plus is that, but in private. So why don't we take that and build Anywhere on top? Now, we didn't really think that over time of building Anywhere, our perceptions of what Anywhere needs to be will shift. And what we thought we really needed, we not going to need really anymore. Plus, we were really on a crunch timeline, so we needed to go fast and release the first version fast. So we cloned that clone of a clone. And that's how Anywhere sort of came to be. Now, as we now know, we didn't need all of that. We're not going to use all of that. We're actually going to completely decommission that baggage that we're carrying over. And we will indeed start fresh, or really start that part fresh. And if I were to do it again, I would certainly, spend 2 more weeks and start fresh. We didn't. First mistake. So we're carrying all of this over with us into, let's call it day one. Now, technologically, because I'm going to need to talk about what it is internally, Anywhere is nothing was, at least at the time, nothing special. There was a big React app, used to be delivered with a thin layer Apache. It could have been Nginx. And then underneath, there's a lot of Java APIs, or at the time, we called it Java backend. And I'll get to that transition from the backend to APIs over time of this presentation. So watch for that. But this is our APIs, delivered in the Spring Boot Java app, powered by Postgres, one of my favorite databases. I like all of them, but I have a special place in my heart for Postgres. So we're using Postgres. I need to add a little more color to it so that you guys get a feel of what kind of application is that. And I'm going to start by telling you that we were, and some of it's still true, and you'll see, running it in containers, which was a good thing. Everything is automated. Like we have a decent CI, we have a decent CD pipelines. We automate through GitLab Actions. And again, I've used many different ones over time. I've seen teams use different ones over time. I came to like the modern GitHub Actions. We're using GitLab Actions very similarly. So that's what we're using. We also, I got to mention, using Content Stack. Modern cloud, SaaS, subscription-based, API first and API only CMS. If you haven't heard of Content Stack, you likely have heard of Contentful. They're not the same, but they're in the same category. And if you have a mental model for Contentful and for what it is, Content Stack will likely fit right into that model. So we're using Content Stack. And because our original React app was client-side render, interactions with the CMS as far as the front-end experience goes are pretty straightforward. We're just pulling content at rendering time in the browser. So that's a little context. Let me give you more. In reality, our Spring Boot app is actually larger because of all that baggage we carry over from the day 0 into day 1. And I need to tell you about some other neighboring applications that we're integrating with. And to do that, I need to bring a user into the picture. And one of my favorite colors is orange in general, but today, as you'll see, it's indeed orange. So user will be orange in my diagram. Now, what we have in addition, of course, we have identity access management. You need to sign in, authenticate, have a profile, all the good stuff. That's a traditional auth, nothing special. And there's a little role that the backend plays with code, token exchange, and token validations. And then I'll name 3 systems. There's more, but I'll name 3. Again, just so that you understand that we're not in isolation. And I'll briefly tell you what they are. So unified profile. I wish we could just, take your personal data and store it and use it, but we can't just do that. Working in different geographies, we have to be compliant with government privacy regulations, like think GDPR, whatever Russia laws are around privacy. And to be compliant with that and not have to reinvent it every time you work with PII, we have a service within our ecosystem that basically does all of that. So we outsource it to the service, but we need to integrate. Interview portal, as name suggests, handles everything interview. Scheduling, feedback collection, test administering, and some other things. And the staffing desk is our sort of backbone of our operations, right? Projects, people, planning, forecasts, talent acquisition workflows, many different things. All of this is homegrown and custom built. Decent systems, and we need to integrate with them. So we do real-time synchronous API to API integrations. We do asynchronous when we store events into our own database, and then we have jobs processing them and doing the right things later over time. And you probably expect this. Everybody these days, in anything more complex than Hello World application runs Kafka. So do we. Not we within this project. We as an enterprise, we have a Firehose Data Hub, and many systems just send events, consume events, read out of it, put something to it, and we do the same. Now that didn't really affect our architecture in any way, but just so that you also understand why we had to bring that baggage along. Many of these integrations came pre-built into that Contribute and EPAM Plus cake. And that was one of the appealing attributes why we decided to just go with it, because we had all of this. We had the foundations for all of them. We could have rebuilt them, but we took them along with us. All right, so this is how we launched. I'm guessing February, so right before COVID. Well, COVID was already happening. We just didn't yet know, not where we were. And from here, very quickly, we arrived at the architecture that stopped working for us. And I need to walk you through and explain how that happened. So what happened first thing after we launched? Now we're live, right? Systems live. Interest is growing to it. Not really like large growing, but we have a lot of ideas. We have a decent roadmap. So we start growing. And the growing part first started with new applications, new experiences. We're smart enough not to package them up into the same app. So we built two new apps. I wouldn't call them micro front ends. I know the term is sort of out there. It's just more front ends. Let's not call them micro. They're not necessarily small. They're not designed to be like, little pieces. They're just designed to be individually deployed and individually worked on. And in a way, for me at least, this whole concept of micro front ends, microservices really helps you gain team independence and do different things at different times, at different speeds. Not necessarily makes like your architecture in any way better. It definitely makes it more complex, for one thing. I like it. It helps us be faster in different places, and that's why we did this. Now, these applications, one of them is for business landing that work into the Anywhere ecosystem. One is for the automation of the onboarding process, the paperwork, and all the other things that typically require people interventions. Now they don't. And these applications need their own services, which we also started packaging and deploying separately. I, again, wouldn't call them microservices just because they're not necessarily small enough or, intended to, or carry along with them all of the complexities of modern complex microservice architectures. But I know that the team who is working on them, they call them microservices, and that's fine. I mean, for me, they're just services, or rather APIs, but we'll get there later. Now, some of these new front ends also opted to do Next and server-side and some pre-rendered, so which is better for our SEO. I like that better too, and the team likes it better too. So we also have some containers rendering our experiences now. And this is the time when this guy comes in. Now, I wish I could see you and ask for a round of hands of who knows this guy. I would expect that the Java audience at Devoxx, at least some of you guys know this individual. His name is Jay Hipster. I gotta tell you, I'm not necessarily a big fan. I hope I'm not offending anybody. It's a decent open source project. It definitely gets you started quickly when you need to build services, microservices architectures, puts you on the right path as far as thinking, and gives you lots of tools. Some of them probably you don't need, and getting tools into your architecture that you don't need, but you think you might need later. It's sort of not exactly Yagni, right? It doesn't, in our case, it sort of hurted us a little bit. But the team started following the JHipster prescriptions, templates, or patterns. And we ended up having a gateway, which is one of the JHipster pattern, which we needed, of course. We needed to route through the services. And we also ended up with the service registry, for which the team picked HashiCorp console. Now, not only, in EPAM do we sort of build applications and build systems, build APIs, and build experiences, we also happen to have our own Blue Cloud. You can read about it if you're interested at cloudepam.com. And before you start laughing, I'll give you 2 reasons why a company might want to have their own, not just virtualization, but their own cloud. Well, their own virtualization, it's where you start, but then you want to operate it like, modern way. So you'll end up having a sort of a cloud that you can automate. And 2 reasons are cost and compliance. And 10 years ago, when AWS was actively starting and sort of gaining market share, not everybody was convinced that it's going to be the future. And then second is, it wasn't really as cheap as it is now. Well, all is comparative, but it wasn't. And we do have compliance problems. So we certainly need to have our own runtimes and our own compute infrastructures, and that's what we have. So this used to run in OpenShift, in our own cloud, okay? And to complete the picture, in our OpenShift environment, there's also HA proxy that handles all the routing and basically is this big load balancer up front. And I want to show you two planes in this architecture that I'll be thinking through and talking about as we transform this, what you're looking at. First plane is the front door, is the HTTPS plane. That's where all request comes in. Everything comes in through there. That's where routing begins, right? Is this the static asset? Is this my server-side rendered page? Is this my API call? Like, what is it? It starts happening there. And you'll see how we certainly didn't have enough capabilities in just basic balancing and basic routing. And the second plane is the API plane, is when you're actually calling your API. What can you do through that plane? How much routing happens there? What else you need to do? Do you need to do any payload transformations? Do you need to do versioning, rate limiting, like whatever the case might be? That'll happen in the API plane. And in our case, in this architecture, that API plane is that gateway from the JHipster pattern library. Okay? Now, and this is the architecture that stopped working for us. And I'm going to walk you through things that we didn't like about it. They're not screaming that something is not right. None of it was wrong. It's a decent architecture, I'll tell you that. It was, and yet it didn't work for us. Excuse me. Our platform wasn't a monolith anymore. It wasn't the very beginning. It wasn't. But it felt very monolithic. Our approach to releases and to deployment was rather monolithic. Somehow it felt heavy and not transparent. And some of it might have to do with where it's been running, like that whole OpenShift, our own environment. Some of it might have been related to how it's been architected and written. JHipster brought some of abstractions we certainly didn't need that were in a way of thinking what happens in the architecture. Second is subtle, but as you'll see the progression where we went, you'll understand why I'm talking about this. When you run in a compute cloud, all you have is compute. And everything you need to do other than compute, you have to run and operate yourself, or you have to build it. And doing either takes time and effort and slow you down. So we didn't have much of managed services other than compute, and didn't like that. Now, with API Gateway being written sort of by us and being just another service, we can do anything we want on it, but we need to build it again, right? Now, we're using Zool. We weren't building the gateway itself. So the machinery is the Netflix open source, but it still didn't feel like we were thinking about this as APIs. We're thinking about this as just a backend that exposes endpoints, like controllers or whatever they are, REST endpoints. And overall, the team wasn't moving fast enough. Now, I'll tell you, don't confuse velocity with speed. We had velocity. Velocity wasn't a problem. We didn't have speed as observed or appreciated by, let's call them stakeholders. So it wasn't moving fast enough or nearly as fast as we knew we could go, but for some reason we couldn't. And all of that while we're experiencing rapid growth. So COVID is in full swing, interest is like through the roof, and we need to move faster. Now, this is not the first, likely not the second time that I'm working with a team that, sort of has this, what sounds like, you hope it's simple, you hope there's an easy answer, but really feels like a systemic problem. It can be quality, can be speed, can be a combination, and usually you need to look at three different angles and look at them at the same time. And I'll spell them out for you. So it's team, product, and technology. And team, I mean individuals. Do you have too many? Do you have too few? Do you have the right ones? Expertise, skills, commitment. Now, and then how does the team operate? You know, the forming, what is it? Norming, storming, norming, performing. What stage are you at? If you're not at the performing stage, what stage are you? And how do you get to the next one? And what is missing? And why can't you get through that sort of threshold? And also all the engineering and development processes that goes into producing your work product. That's all team. Of course, important, because if it's not working to the level of your liking or expectations, you can't produce. Product is everything that you're building. Your roadmaps, your features, your strategy, tactical thinking, strategical thinking. If that's not, again, in order, if it's hectic, your technical decisions are hectic. Nobody wants big design up front. But if you not organized on how you think about your product, it'll be very hard to build something that's sustainable and over time stays at the right level of quality and the right level of expectations. And third, of course, is technology itself. What do you do? How do you apply this? What do you run? What do you use? How do you use it? How do you cook it, basically? Now, I'm not going to talk about first and second today during the presentation. I'm happy to answer your questions when you join the Q&A room. You can bring them along. I'll talk about team and product and what we've done in those two areas. But today, for you, I want to talk you through and walk you through technology change that we did, because that's really a technology software conference. So let me walk you through what we've done with the technology transformation part. First thing we did was very subtle, but was very important to us. I call it infrastructure shift. We changed colors. We changed colors from blue to orange. It was very uneventful. Well, I'll tell you, my DevOps team had to work quite hard because they needed to rewrite all the pipelines, all the automation, infrastructure as code, all of that had to now do not the OpenShift wrangling, but the EKS wrangling. But other than that, it's all the same. If you look back to the blue picture, and then you look back to, again, to the orange picture, it's really not much different. Yes, there's no HA proxy. There's a different balancer because that's what AWS does. But everything else, because it's all in containers, was just moved in to a new infrastructure. So our planes, remember, they didn't change. So nothing yet happened to capabilities of our architecture. We just moved it somewhere else. And it was important, and you'll see why and what it did to us. But as a first step, we did this. We didn't even move production, I'll be honest. We moved all the lower environments, all the feature branches, all the bug fixes, all the release environments. Everything moved into AWS. The team switched all the processes, QA to AWS, and we kept running the same containers in our original OpenShift environment. While this was happening, we wanted to do something else. Now we're in AWS. And next thing we wanted to do, actually an opportunity came up to us by itself, which we didn't necessarily expect, but we have these partners that we're working with that we want to publish our vacancies on, and they'd like to have them as well. So we need an ability to push them into those partners. Remember Content Stack that I told you about? Content Stack not only is used as a web content management, not only does it power the experience that you're looking at, the web content, we also use it for vacancy postings. I mean, why build an administrative interface if you can use something that just works and you don't have to operate, test, fix, or anything? So we didn't. We just appropriated Content Stack for using with the vacancy posting. Works, by the way, nicely. We used to pump vacancies from our internal system into Content Stack and then publish them for our experiences. And now we're likely going to reverse the process. The team that works with vacancy postings likes dealing with decent modern content management system We built lots of automation around it. It has APIs, management API, delivery API. So when they need to do batch updates, script something, get some reports about what's there, it's very easy for us to write, and we do that all the time for them. So to satisfy these partners, we had to build a new service, a new API, I should say, that will pull vacancies from Content Stack and push them up to our partners. And we tried something new. Instead of just following the path that we were on with the JHipster and the microservices that it now governs, we built this as a Lambda. And as a Lambda, we built it not in Java, we built it not in Node.js. And that was subtle, that was on the side, but it started what I would call, and especially for today, it started the orange revolution in our architecture. So that to the side for a little bit, because this was a side, sort of small side project. We needed to do an infrastructure upgrade. And I'll tell you what I really wanted to do first, and I wanted to do it a long time ago when we launched in February. You see that Apache right there? I mean, Apache has no business serving static websites in AWS. And we took it out. We deployed all the static assets, all the client-side rendered React app that are built at build time into S3, put it up through CloudFront, and now our HTTPS plane is a whole lot different. CloudFront is a CDN. I'll tell you, Lighthouse score jumped up 10 percentage point on that change alone because of HTTP2, I think. I didn't dwell on their algorithms, but we did nothing other than repackaged how we deploy, switched the DNS, and then boom, Lighthouse score is up 10%. So like that a lot. And I'll show you some of the CloudFront a little later, so you'll see. And also, of course, we have the API gateway because that Lambda at the bottom with the orange box in it needed API gateway to be proxied to it from those partners, because it's not a push API. They really pull from us. So we give them an API and they call it periodically, which meant that our API plane got actually more complicated because we have our original API plane sitting in containers, a little too low in the architecture, to be honest. And we have the gateway, the as a service gateway in AWS. So we needed to do something about this. So what we needed to do, we needed to clean it up, which meant take out the gateway and likely JHipster along with it, which we're almost done with, and take out the registry, because in Kubernetes, we don't need that. We can route within the services perfectly fine with just what Kubernetes can do for us. So we took both of them out, and the architecture streamlined. It started looking more like what I would expect it to look. Excuse me. Now, our API path can go like this, right, and go into containers, or it can go like this and go into Lambdas. But it's the API gateway that does that routing, and I'll show you. And when it comes to rendering the server-side Next.js, it really bypasses API gateway because there's no need to send HTML through the gateway. And I want to show you this. Look at this picture. I want to get out of here for just 1 second, and I want to show you how it looks, just to land this idea of how we do routing and how things work visually. So what you're looking at is CloudFront. You see all the different environments that we have. Like I mentioned that we deploy, I mentioned the features, the bug fixes, all of them are here. But I want to open just one. They likely all the same, unless in one feature we're testing a new infrastructure piece, then that environment is going to be different. But otherwise, they're all the same. So we have a number of origins. I'll try to do it larger for you. So we have the API gateway, the load balancer, and the S3 buckets for all the static stuff. We have a bunch of behaviors that I'm not going to walk you through specifically. What you need to see is this. This is the API plane that goes into the API gateway right there. And all of this are the, right there. That all are server-side rendered requests for different apps that run on Next. And if you go and look one layer down, if I go and look into the gateway, you'll see the APIs. You'll see the same. You'll see lots of APIs because we have lots of environments that run on Amazon. They all, again, will look the same unless you're testing new APIs. Bunch of routes declared on the gateway. Not all of them are spelled out. The big chunk of our APIs live in Kubernetes, in Node.js, not Node.js, in Java and Kubernetes. So we have this proxy plus path, like catch all everything that's not this. This one is only secure, only authenticated APIs, those that require users to be logged in. So they, governed with the authorizer. And if you look at integrations, you'll see that many of these APIs go to the NLB, so they go to Kubernetes. And some, and so far it's more and more, go to Lambdas right there. So that's what I showed you on this diagram. At least I wanted to just show you how it looks. It's exactly what I showed you here. Very transparent, very easy to understand, quite powerful because we have capabilities of routing in different places. So we finally cleaned up and arrived at a state where our HTTPS, the front door plane, is like we want it to be. It's CDN. We can cache things left and right, and we do. We run Lambdas for things like specific error handling that we need to do differently for URL rewrites or redirects. And if you wonder about the cost, I got to go back for a second. I need to show you this, guys. And you'll do your own calculations, but when you see this, right? I mean, I'd like to have a problem where I have so many visitors to my website that running Lambda at edge becomes too expensive. That's a good problem to have, isn't it? We don't have that yet. We wish, but we don't have that yet. So that's not a problem. So we have a powerful, I'm going to go back there. We have a powerful HTTPS plane. We have a decent API plane. Now we're using, those of you who are familiar with AWS, you can tell, we're using HTTP APIs, the newer, lightweight API gateway feature. If we ever need to use REST, we can. I mean, REST can do payload transformations. They can do a lot more on the gateway. HTTP is catching up, but we can. It's all there. And it's clean. Each one of them does their job well, and we don't have those black boxes. And without necessarily noticing, we have arrived at this stage of change of perspective. And I'll explain that as well. So take a look. The same architecture that you just looked at, but something about it is different. We're no longer running or operating or writing or developing things that we can use out of the box with just simple configuration. By this time, the orange revolution that I talked about wasn't sort of a full swing. Like embraced AWS, and we can't have enough of it. We started building more Lambdas, which was obvious because it's easy to experiment. We redid authentication as the first step. That was done when we were retiring the gateway, because now security and your login is handled through Lambda. It's the same auth, the same redirects and stuff. And now the token validations, like I showed you, happens on the gateway. By the way, it comes out of the box, just the Djibouti authorizer. We don't even run it. I'm sure AWS runs Lambdas for us, but we don't have them. We just configure the authorizer with what we want it to check. It'll do the signature validations. It'll read the keys from our access management system. Like all of that, it just happens auto-magically, which I like. We built search. We built file upload. We built the feed API that I mentioned. We'll do more of these. And we started using managed services. The search on Anywhere.io is powered by Elastic. And it's the AWS managed Elastic. And the whole concept with, setting up the Elastic, feeding documents into it, building webhooks from the CMS to keep it up to date, Lambda in front of it to provide the search API for the web, probably took us 2 days. Now, it took us another 2 weeks to get it sort of solid and launch, but it was fast. We're one step away from using Dynamo for some of the new services that we're going to build. And like I said, on our scale right now, it's a decent scale, but it's going to take us a long while before Dynamo is going to get more expensive than RDS. Dynamo used to be more expensive when it launched. Dynamo used to be that you need to provision capacity, write and read. You no longer, you still can, but you don't have to. You can be completely on demand. And that's how I would start until you know that your volumes require you to, go back to provisioned capacities, to reserved instances, and all the good stuff. So our architecture organized. I wish I could say it organized itself. No, we organized it. We spent time and efforts organizing it while running on it. So the thing was, with the step-by-step transition, we never stopped building features either. So the system wasn't going through this and nothing else was happening. Because we didn't disrupt the majority of what we were doing with our APIs in containers, we could do everything else in parallel and in a way transparently to many of those developments. And what we'll do now, we'll likely use more of managed services, SQS, SES. There's more in the pipeline for things we need to start building, that we're not going to run our own queues, not going to run our own email or anything. We're just going to use services that are there. And when I think about this architecture, what I see a block of APIs running in Kubernetes, and I do think about them as APIs now. I can go to my API gateway, I see my individual endpoints, I see where they're going, but I also know that I can take them out if I want to redo some of them or do something different. I see my API sort of plane very cleanly, and some of the APIs are in Kubernetes, in Java, some are in Lambdas, in JavaScript, or rather TypeScript, but I didn't date JavaScript. And we have a bunch of managed services we're going to use more of. And this architecture I like a lot more. It has a lot of breathing room. And it can grow, it can double, it can triple, and likely stay the same and remain as clean as it is, which I can't tell about and couldn't tell about the architecture that we had. And we're slowly arriving at what have we learned going through this transformation. And that's what I want to talk about now. Because I think some of this, if you take it out, if nothing else, take this slide, the next one, not this one, not the next one. Take it with you from this talk. What we've learned, and what I recommend that you do, is start fresh. The fact that we didn't is haunting us till this day. So we started in February, and now is what, November? So that's what, 9 months? And we only enjoyed having what we had for about 2 weeks, maybe 4. And then it was a problem, and a baggage, and legacy, and a dark corner that nobody wants to go look at. And we're still cleaning it up. We're not done yet. So if I could, I would definitely delay whatever needed to be delayed for 2 weeks in February and not did what we had done. So that's first lesson. So if you can, sometimes it's warranted not to, but oftentimes it's better and easier to start fresh. Second is whatever you do, enable speed. And that's a loaded term. But our main problem was not moving fast enough, right? And it had different reasons why we were not moving fast enough. But we didn't focus necessarily on let's fix problem X or problem Z, or I don't like OpenShift, I like Kubernetes better. No, it wasn't like, EKS. It wasn't that. It was just not moving fast enough. And looking at why and solving different problems, remember the team, product, technology dimensions? So enabling speed was important. And a lot of it is in technology too, and in processes around technology. So that was important. Now, I talked about this in the beginning. I'll talk about this again. I'm an engineer. I love building stuff. I do. But I also like not building what I can just use. If it's solid, if it's available, if it's managed for me, and if the price is right. And many of the things in AWS and others, and I like others too, Azure and GCP, are priced very favorable these days. your problem needs to be like, you have to be in a very sort of, it's a good problem when what you need to do, you can't run at the affordable for the enterprise, of course, cost in AWS. Now, thinking in APIs is the next thing that we've learned. Changes how you think about what it is that you are operating and building. When you have a backend, then you think about the application or that deployment unit with all this intricacies internally. If you think about the APIs and focus on your APIs, and I'm sure these days everybody's building stateless and everything is sort of independent, but it allows you to, when you can see the APIs, like you in our architecture today, I can open the API gateway, I see the plane, I can declare them all up, I can look at my swaggers, and I can decide which one I want to look at, maybe change something, maybe rebuild, maybe take it out. Thinking in APIs versus applications, even though seems to be semantic, it changes how you operate and how you build them. And finally, continuing on that note, rarely do you build like applications. Like it's oftentimes you're building an ecosystem, you're building a part of an ecosystem. Remember the first slide, all these integrated apps? They're not over the fence consumers or producers. We need to be friends with them. We need to be good to them. Our APIs and their APIs need to talk to one another. It's an ecosystem, and it's built by, it's governed by different rules. It's built on different principles. We are getting closer. We're trying to live on the same principles. But thinking about your applications as an ecosystem, you know, that needs to breathe and sleep and all that, that's helps you do the right choices with technology as well. So these 5 things is what I want to leave you guys with. And with that, I'll leave you sometimes for coffee or breaks. Thank you. That was it. I think I'm going to go and join the Q&A now, unless I need to do something else.
Hello, Pasha.
But I'm happy
once
to
again.
see you in the Q&A. Yes. Hello.
Thank you for a great talk. We were impressed. And I have a question for you. So you named a lot of challenges that you got on this project, but what you are the most excited about at this project? What do you like the most?
Right now, I absolutely am convinced that we can take anything that we want to do with our roadmap, and we have a huge roadmap. We're going to build what we call EPAM Club. We're going to expose a lot of our learning ecosystem, like I promised in the beginning, through the Anywhere, which we have a lot of those apps. And I know that we are currently on a decent foundation to do all of the above and more. We first, not surprisingly, started with shrinking the team. And we're now ready to actually grow it again, because the architecture and the ecosystem that we're building supports it. We can easily onboard more teams and challenge them with building new experiences. And that's what excites me. So we can now move at double, triple the speed by simply growing the team and challenging them with doing more stuff. So that's what I like. And I also like what we're building. So Anywhere ecosystem and what we want it to become is extremely exciting. Some of my team members are Anywhere citizens, I guess I should say, like citizens of the world, the no borders workforce, and it works extremely well. And I enjoy it thoroughly.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your answer. And one more question from my side. So you got a great expertise by transforming other big companies, enterprise companies. But what expertise you brought to the Anywhere project from your previous experience?
Well, I wouldn't say that I transformed enterprises. Like
Okay.
How
will you call it?
Let's be honest. Yeah, well, I build software systems. I can build them, I can cure them, I can retire them, and then through that work, we of course help companies do what they need to do, and we can transform how they operate. But it takes many people. It takes teams to do these things. I can't do it alone anyway. So what I know that I'm bringing, in this case to Anywhere, that I joined, relatively recently, even though I've been in and out. I think it's just the energy and the thinking. I've been doing services for like a little over 20 years. I've seen different things. I've learned different things. I know what works. I know what doesn't. I also have patience. A lot of times you just have to wait. Well, you have to do things. You have to change them, but they're not happening overnight. So patience, energy, and experience, the three things.
Okay, thank you for your energy. So this is all questions from my side, but I know that our participants have much more questions in our Q&A chat, and you have a link to our Q&A chat in your Telegram chat. So go ahead and join our Q&A session. And guys, I encourage you also to join Q&A session with Pavel, and you can just press the button under your screens in your broadcast. And also don't forget to vote for the best speakers. So if you like the speech of Pasha Veller, please go to our application in the App Store or Google Play and find this talk and vote, once again vote. So, and next we will have a presentation from our gold partner, Lunatech. So enjoy.
Hello. Hello, Anton.
Hello.
Hello. We are glad to welcome you at Devoxx Ukraine Online. Thank you once again for supporting our event, for becoming a gold partner this year. And I give you a word to conduct your presentation.
Thank you very much. So welcome everyone. After this quick video, let me introduce Lunatech and what we do. I'm Antoine, marketing manager at Lunatech since 4 years. Lunatech has been around for 27 years. It's a very long time in IT field. And we are working with JVM languages since ages. Using small team at client side, we are able to understand the customer's need. As you can see, we operate in 3 countries for a total of 4 offices. 2 in the Netherlands, Amsterdam and Rotterdam, the main city of the country. 1 in France, close to Paris, and 1 in Belgium. What's interesting about this slide is saying the large percentage of developers among our staff. Let's have a look on the expertise that we offer. Java for sure, and since 2012 we are proud to offer a very strong Scala expertise. More recently with Lunatech Belgium, which opened last year, we had new range of expertise such as front-end, big data, and machine learning. We also contribute a lot to open source. As a developer, you can have a tour on our GitHub. Here are some technologies and tools that most of you may know, but again, we are not tied in specific technical solution. This is just a few glimpses of the technologies that we use. There are many, many more. In any fields of expertise, I think it's very important to count on valuable and reliable partners. For example, some of our partnership provide us certifications and workshops, which allow us to be on the top of the technical innovation. We have also a partnership with the Scala Center, and we are among the core members involved in the creation of Scala 3. This slide, I think it is the most important slide to understand what we do. So continuous learning, what I mean by that. At Lunatech, we allow 4 hours per week for personal development. So you can work on your project, on side project. On conferences, we love to be part of a community. We participated to Devoxx France, to Scala Days, to Lambda World, to GFall, and to many, many more. We also organize an internal conference, the LunaConf. We also participate to a lot of meetup as a speaker and as host. Sorry. By and for developers. When you know that the CEO himself is a developer, it explains the culture. Therefore, we cherish direct communication via Slack, via Confluence, etc. So 34 nationalities. There are 34 nationalities, but don't worry, we use English, or we try to, for internal communication. So don't hesitate to reach us via social media. We will be more than happy to help you if you have any questions. Go to our GitHub to have a look on our technical assets. And do not hesitate to visit our YouTube channel to see technical presentation. So for this edition of Devoxx Ukraine, Lunatech, together with his partner Lightband, give you a chance to win an official Lightband reactive architect certification. You just have to register on our page, and the 2 winners' name will be disclosed at the raffle, which will be held Saturday around 8 p.m. So you can register yourself at lunatech.nl/devoxxua. Lunatech wish you all a very good conference. We hope to talk to you very soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are thankful to Antoine for this presentation, and we also thanks once again to Lunatech about for supporting our event. And just in a minute, there will be one more presentation from our another gold partner, InfoPulse company.
Welcome to InfoPulse, the place where we not only get professional experience, but also make friends and share common values. And what's more, InfoPulse is about the company's top management, who is on the same wavelength with everybody and knows each specialist personally. It's about victories in business and in your favorite sport. This is when you feel at home while at the office. And you can combine business with pleasure. For instance, studying foreign languages while watching films. This is when you look for ways of completing the most challenging tasks together. When you can get creative without leaving the office. Where you can find time for improving your physical and mental health. When you understand that most of the time which we spend at the office is not only about business.
Hey!
Hi! Hi, guys!
Hi, guys. Hi, hi.
Hi, you,
So how
you
are
have a
you?
so exciting atmosphere at the office.
It's so great to be somewhere in the social environment, right?
Yes,
in the office. Yeah, because our company is working remote from March until the end of the year. It's like at least.
That's cool. That's cool. Okay, guys, thank you once again for InfoPulse company for supporting Devoxx Ukraine this year. And I give you a word to present your company.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Devoxx, for this opportunity to be here to present our company to such a crowd. We know that it's like more than or up to 9,000 people around the world watching us. So I'm nervous a lot.
Yes, I'm really nervous.
Yeah, but to be serious, so we're talking today about InfoPulse. InfoPulse is one of the biggest IT companies in Ukraine now. It's a part of a big 10 of outsourcing and service IT service providers in Ukraine and even in the world. So it was founded by two friends who are now holding the positions of CEO and president of InfoPulse. And so the history, the international history of InfoPulse started from one little business trip to France, but now it's continued with being a partners in digital transformation for clients in 30 countries all over the world. Among those, well-known Bosch, Microsoft, Citrix, Vion, Vodafone, SAP, and a lot others. I know.
We have offices in Ukraine, Poland, Bulgaria, the USA, and even in Brazil. Our team of 2,000 people is delivering IT services in various directions, such as digital innovation, SAP and Microsoft, cloud and DevOps, and of course, mobile and web development.
Right. So, but InfoPulse is all about people, enthusiastic travelers, long-lasting relationships. Even with quarantine restrictions, InfoPulse don't stop discovering the world, though on a shorter distances. Yeah. By the way, Ainura, do you InfoPulsers do some work or they only traveling?
We combine, we're multitasking people, we combine those two. By the way, in 29 years, our InfoPulsers explored almost every single continent, from high in the mountain, deep in the ocean, or even skydived in the blue sky.
Yeah, that's right. But back to our reality. So InfoPulse has a lot of opportunities for Java specialists. Again, so starting in Ukraine and ending in other countries in the world. So Ainura will join this list, but in Ukraine, we are hiring and looking for Java specialists for telecommunication area, for CRM ERP development, for our internal InfoPulse branch of CMS that we are building for German market, its compliance management system, and a lot more. Yeah, so we have a lot of opportunities for SAP division that we have in InfoPulse, and I really will be glad if you just take a little time and go to our website, infopulse.com. You can just find the career join us page and find all the opportunities that we have there. Those are updated. By the way, there are also a lot of vacancies and positions for Poland, as far as
Yes. I'm a representative of international recruitment team, and I encourage you to visit our website as well, infopools.com/careers, and we have a lot of opportunities open for you guys in Poland as well.
Yeah. And by the way, back to our traveling stuff and the adventures of InfoPulse. So if you'd like to follow our adventures, to follow the adventures of InfoPulsers, and probably a lot of people you know from InfoPulse, you can just go to our YouTube page, our YouTube community of InfoPulse, and just watch a lot of streams presented by our specialists, by our community, by our friends.
Yes, sure. And make sure to follow us on every other social media where we share useful information, useful links, and some news from the IT world.
Facebook, Telegram, Instagram, Twitter, and a lot more.
Telegram, did you mention it?
Telegram. Yeah. Okay, guys. So hope you are all okay. You hope the COVID just won't come to your home, to the home of your friends and families. Please stay well, stay okay.
Stay safe.
Stay safe. So, and see ya online, and I hope in half a year see you face to face.
Yes.
So
yes.
come to our office, come to our social media, and hope to meet you.
We will be
soon.
waiting. We will be waiting for you on our social media accounts and on our website as well.
Okay. So
Thank you.
have a great conference.
day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your energy for this exciting presentation. And yeah, I encourage, dear participants, I encourage you to participate in prize raffle from InfoPulse company. You will find the link at your user page. So thank you, stay safe as well, and we will be back in a couple minutes with announcement of the next speaker.
Bye.
Hello, welcome back to our conference. And now we're going to have once again speaker Natan Selnitsky, senior backend developer from Wix.com. And here we go. Natan, hi, welcome back again.
Thank you so much. I had a wonderful experience earlier this morning.
Great. How do you feel about the conference so far?
I think it's going very well. It's an immense challenge to have 3 live streams online, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you very much for your support. And I want to invite you to our online stage. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much.
Great.
So welcome everyone. My name is Natan Selnitsky and I'm a backend infrastructure developer at Wix.com. Earlier today, I talked about Wix's event-driven architecture and how we use Kafka, Kubernetes, and gRPC in order to have a fault-tolerant, polyglot, performant distributed system. Now I want to talk about key event-driven patterns that I have implemented and have witnessed implementations of at Wix that allow us to have a distributed system with growing needs of storage and data and traffic implemented easily using these patterns. So Wix has around 180 million registered users or website builders, because Wix is a website building platform, and 5% of all internet websites run on Wix. We have around 1,500 microservices on our system, and more than 1.5 billion Kafka messages are produced every day. So that means a lot of event-driven use cases found from a whole host of microservices that process events. So the event-driven patterns that are used by these microservices that I will discuss today are consume and project, where you have a monolithic service with a giant database that you want to start easing the load from. Event-driven from end to end, how to have events processed all the way from services back to the browser using Kafka and WebSockets. Zero latency key value store, how to utilize Kafka compacted topics in order to have in-memory zero latency key value stores for our services. And events in transactions, how to achieve exactly one semantics more easily by using Kafka solution for exactly once and not needing to implement it yourself for your critical paths when you process events. So once upon a time there was the monolith, and all of us collectively decided to move from this monolith to a distributed microservices system. So that's great. These microservices are deployed separately. Different teams are in charge of them. They can scale differently in the production environment. So that's very good for a distributed system that is deployed globally. Now, with the monolith, we used to have one big database with a few tables. If we would have used this one with all microservices, that would probably be a bad idea, because it will mean shared immutable state among these microservices, high contention for these access to these tables by all these microservices, and actually a lot less flexibility of choice. Is probably like a relational database, but maybe some of these microservices need a graph database or a NoSQL one. So usually with microservices, the idea is to encapsulate the data, to hide the database from the user of the microservices, and expose the API in order to retrieve data. So that means we have more flexibility. Microservices can choose the right kind of storage type for them. And they can also evolve the schema without worrying that that will affect any other microservice, because they have complete control over their storage and data. But now that we've done all of these things, how do we perform the communication between these microservices? So here we have a classic e-commerce example. We have a checkout service, and it requires information from the user service and inventory service. It has interactions with the other services. So the classic request reply model will mean that we will have communication done with HTTP or RPC request and get responses back. But do remember that we have decided to hide the database from for each microservices from all other services. So the checkout service is going to need to retrieve the information one by one from all of these services. It cannot do like a join operation on a single database, monolithic database. So this is going to probably be slower. And also we have unreliable networks. So we need to handle any issue with that ourselves in our service to make sure that we get the information that we require. So we can introduce a message broker in between the services that offers high reliability because the broker is clustered. It has multiple brokers that have data replicated among them to handle messages and ingest them. And now our services are completely decoupled, and actually the flow control is moved from the sender to the receiver of the request. Basically, now we have complete control of when to process messages, when to consume them, and we don't care if the message producer has maybe gone down. We are not relying on it. We're relying only on the message broker. And specifically with Kafka, we get a distributed log broker where the topic is divided into partitions that are basically append-only logs. And we get linear scaling because whenever we need to scale up the amount of traffic we move through this topic, we just add more partitions. And like I said, each partition is an append-only log, so it's very high performance. You just scan through the partitions sequentially, as it's just a file, but most of it is loaded into the memory of the broker. And once the message is produced to the end of the partition, it's available for the message consumer to consume. It consumes sequentially. It will commit messages once it finished processing. So it doesn't need to be worried about losing any data. Data can be stored infinitely on Kafka, theoretically, although the default is 1 week. And if you notice here, it seems like we have shared state between the message producer and the message consumer, but that's not the case. It's actually immutable because we have these events. So they cannot really interrupt one another like if two microservices would interact on a simple SQL type database table. So the message consumer can guarantee that it will eventually consume the message, offering higher reliability, because as long as the message is not committed, it will try consuming it again and again until it succeeds. So now with our classic e-commerce example, if we switch it over to the event-driven model, what it will usually mean is that we'll have several topics with user service, cart service, and inventory service, usually producing events to the user topic, cart topic, and inventory topic to be consumed by the checkout service. And then the checkout service will produce order requests to the payment service, for instance, in order to process payments. Now, this is a very high level view of how the event-driven model would look like with a message broker. But now we'll go over concrete design patterns that we can utilize this and see how we get better architecture for our microservices. So, like I mentioned, we're going to discuss 4 event-driven patterns that we use daily at Wix in our microservices. I've written a few more patterns on my blog posts, and I will share the link to all of the relevant blog posts at the end of this talk. So the first design pattern we're going to discuss is consume and project. So here we have our monolithic service. It used to be monolithic, which is the Metasite service at Wix, which handles requests to get a lot of information that relates to websites, including which applications are installed on the site, what's the site current version, who's the site owner. So these are very popular requests that are sent by a lot of other microservices at Wix, including Wix stores, Wix bookings, and Wix restaurants. So all of these incoming popular requests means a very high stress load on the database, both for read and write, where remember we need to have locking in order to make sure that we get latest information when we read it. And the legacy Metasite had one big table with large Metasite objects, so that all of these requests all came down to the same table. So the Metasite team, what did they do in order to increase the reliability of these flows and make sure that performance keeps up with the growing scale of Wix? They decided to first start focus on just a part of the information that resides in the large Metasite object, because it's a very popular information that is required by our verticals. Which apps are currently installed on the site? So the first thing they did is they produced all of the events emanating from this database to the Kafka broker. They created a new event called Site Updated. So now there's a Kafka topic with all the information about sites at Wix. Remember, it could be infinite amount. The second stage of this pattern is to consume and project. So here they created a brand new service called Reverse Lookup Writer, where they consumed these site update events, but they filtered only events that have site installed apps updates. And only those they actually wrote into a completely new database table that only has the installed apps contacts in them. So they actually projected the data to only contain apps contacts and nothing else. And now we have a new table that potentially verticals can read from, but they decided to split read service from write service. So they created another service that's called a reverse lookup reader that only the requests only arrive to it in order to fetch information on the installed app contacts. So the reverse lookup writer only consumes and writes information. The reverse lookup reader only reads information. And now we'll talk about the benefits of this pattern. So first of all, with consumer project pattern, we mostly produce instead of serve requests. We produce events from the original meta-site service, and we also produce events for the in order to consume them from the reverse lookup. So that means a massive load reduction on the databases and the original monolithic service. And actually, this projection of the app's context means that we actually created a materialized view that is highly optimized for the client requests and queries. So if before that we just had one big table to serve everything, now we can actually easily, with Kafka, create materialized view databases that can be NoSQL, SQL, or anything you want to serve specific needs from our users and different services. And why did the team decide to split between read and write? Well, this way, all the reader service can be deployed across the globe in multiple data center locations in a very small footprint of just reading stuff from a database. And the database can, of course, have read-only replications also deployed all across the globe, close to the location of the reader's services. So it means that we have much better performance by having these services closer to our users, and also it's easily scalable. We don't need to scale writing to the database from the write service. We don't actually need to scale that so often because reads here happen much more often than writes. And it's a more resilient style because the read request, the contention of the database happens on replicated data. It will not affect write access to the database. Cool, so that was the first pattern. The second one I want to discuss today is to do event-driven style from end to end, browser to first service to the last service. So consider use case where we have a long-running asynchronous business process, something like importing contacts from various sources like Gmail and Microsoft into the Wix platform. So here we have a context job service that is in charge of creating import jobs request. Maybe it decides to split up jobs according to the source of the contacts. And we have a service to actually perform the import jobs themselves. And of course, there could be multiple services here. Now, we could have done this completely in a completely request reply style, where the user starts the import request and it sends the request over to the context job service. But then, because this is a longer running process, we will need to poll the job service in order to get information on the current status of importing. And then the context job service will need to poll the context importing service and update some newly created database table with all the current status information and do optimistic locking and stuff like that in order to make sure that the browser gets correct information on the status. So I offer an alternative pattern here based on event-driven style. So first, the browser is going to subscribe to notifications from the WebSocket service. So it provides a channel identification where the WebSocket service can stream events of notifications back to this specific browser. Then the browser has the import CSV request from the jobs importer, but it can return immediately a response once the message of the jobs are produced to Kafka. And the browser is not going to need to poll anything. So now the consumers of the services that are in charge of doing the import can start consuming the job request and performing the actual import jobs themselves from the Google Cloud, from Microsoft, from anywhere they need to. And once they finish processing or halfway through, they can notify the channel ID, according to the channel ID they get in the job event, notify back to the user on the browser that is waiting for status updates, and they just publish it. They can also interact with the WebSocket service via producing messages to Kafka. So, and these services that are in charge of importing can also be found in various kinds of data centers all around the world, and you can easily replicate the job requests across various Kafka clusters that are found in different data centers easily. So here you can see we have a completely distributed, decoupled environment and system where no polling is done. Everything is done in push style with the event style, and no extra database storage is needed. So like I said, there is no polling. We just notify the user when it happens on any status change. So less traffic also happens on the wire. And it's very scalable. It's really easy to spin up more import job workers. If we see that throughput keeps growing, we just add more partitions to Kafka and more pods. We can do that all around the world. And by using replication, we can do cross-DC requests, very easy to set up. So we have Kafka and WebSockets together helping us achieve more resilient, more distributed solution for this specific use case. Cool. So the third pattern I want to discuss in this talk is the zero latency key value store. So we sometimes have dynamic configurations, and we want to access them extremely fast because we don't want our business flows to be stuck. So Kafka doesn't only serve as a messaging platform, it can also be a storage platform. So it has compacted topics where the topic messages are deleted not after the retention time has expired, but only if each message has a key and a value in Kafka, each record. So this key and value will only be deleted if a new value already exists on the partition. So this way, we can actually, when we go through and read sequentially a partition, we can actually get, at the end of the partition, the latest values for each of the keys in our key value storage. And at Wix, we created a key value store implementation on top of these compact topics. One part of it is the key value store reader that simply has an in-memory hash map of all of the key and values found in the topic. So when the service starts up, it reads all the sequentially all the information from all the partition, and it builds up the current snapshot in time of the key value store. So it's already read in this example value V1 for key 1 and V1 for key 2. And once it reads the V2, key1 v2 value, it just updates the hash map with a new value, and key 3 is added, and so on. And when it finishes, it has the up-to-date information, and of course, updates can keep on coming. So let's consider the following use case where we have the business manager service at Wix that helps with managing all the business information that our Wix site owners have. And it has the countries that Wix operates in key value store. Like to get the drop down for the users to which country it can create a store in at Wix. And we also have the booking service at Wix that helps Wix site owners offer schedules that can be booked. For instance, a yoga instructor that has lessons can offer her services to her customers. So the booking service has the time zones dynamic configuration because it needs to know all the time what is the current time zone in each country. So these key value store readers are backed up by compacted topics in Kafka, a country's topic and a time zones topic. Now, the business manager also uses another abstraction that we've created at Wix called a key value store writer that basically has a Graham producer, a Kafka producer inside of it. And when it produces and when it needs to add a new country to the list of countries, to the stored countries in the countries topic, it just produces a new message event to the topic where we have a new country, South Sudan. And bookings also needs to know about changing configuration of the country's key value store. So it has the key value store reader we discussed, and it can consume updates on the countries. So bookings have consumed through the key value store reader from the previous slide an event that a new country has been added to Wix, South Sudan. And now it needs to update its own key value store that it maintains about time zones. And it will produce a new time zone for South Sudan. It will produce it to the time zone topic. And now it will be able to access the updated time zones key value store through the key value store reader, where the hash map has been updated with a new entry for South Sudan and the time zone. And for instance, we can also add other services that are interested in time zones. So if bookings updates that Albania has entered the daylight savings time zone, not only will bookings' own key value store reader be able to get information that a new time zone has been updated, but also the event service that manages events created by Wix users, such as conferences like this one. So we can, the event service will also has a consumer on the time zones compacted topic because it uses the key value store reader, and it will also have a complete up-to-date time zones configuration for it to use. So I hope the key value store reader-writer concept on top of Kafka is understood. The key takeaways here is that we're loading the compacted topic into memory, which gives us zero latency key value store that can be dynamically updated, mostly from configurations. Remember that a compacted Kafka topic is still a topic, and other services can consume updates on updated events whether in the style of a key-value store or just processing the events as a regular Kafka consumer. And this zero latency key-value store is appropriate for small data sets, like I showed here. For larger data sets, the topic, once a new message is produced, should be streamed to a disk-based database. And on the read side, we can still have an in-memory cache that reads data from the database and updates the cache. But we can have cache misses, meaning that we'll no longer have the zero latency. But I do recommend still utilizing Kafka here, because this way we have a complete backup of our database in Kafka. And it's really easy to put all of the events found in Kafka on a different type of database that maybe project the data like we saw in the first pattern to have a materialized view. So having Kafka alongside the database gives us a lot of flexibility. But if you have a small data set, you don't need a database. You can just use Kafka as the storage and have in-memory key-value store. So the last pattern I want to discuss today briefly is the having events inside transactions. So usually we have the need to implement idempotent processing by ourselves in services, because we might need to process the same event twice because some failure has happened somewhere. Idempotency means that no matter how many times we process, we don't actually change the state. It remains the same. Now we can see how Kafka allows us to reduce a little of the burden to have idempotency and exactly once processing, that some of that can go and be found in the Kafka API itself. So consider the following classic e-commerce flow, where we have the payment service that produces a payment completed event to Kafka. And now we have the checkout service that will consume the payment completed event and will produce the order completed event along with all the items that were found in the cart and all the relevant details. And now all the downstream consumer services can start processing that the order was completed and do the needed action. Delivery service can start processing and making sure delivery happens. Inventory service will update the inventory to reduce the amount of all the items found in the order. Invoices service can start preparing the invoice needed with all the items, information, etc. Now, we want to achieve exactly once processing for the flow here. So we don't want the producer of the checkout service, for instance, to write the order completed twice for the same order, because that doesn't make any sense. We only want to process the order once. So if we look at traditional approaches to solve idempotency, usually it will mean that all of these downstream services will need to create a table that will have information on all the completed orders, including the order ID, in order to make sure when they get the event that they didn't already process it. So they'll need to write when they finished processing the order, and because they may get double messages or triple messages. So they need to make sure that they only process it once. So they start doing database tables, locking, etc. So with Kafka, we can have a different approach. We enable idempotent producer, first of all, and this allows to make sure that producing messages, the messages are produced exactly once by having the idempotent producer attach an offset, the index of each message. So it produces message 1 with offset 0, message 2 with offset 1, and then for some reason the producer didn't get the acknowledgement from Kafka, so it will produce the same message with the same index 1, and Kafka will identify that this index has already been written down and will just discard this message as a duplicate. Good. So that solves the original producer problem, making sure that it only produces exactly once. That's very simple and straightforward. Now, for the rest of the flow, it's a bit more tricky. We have a consumer that also produces, and we have downstream consumers. So here what Kafka offers is to have a transaction that is created for between the consumer and producer and downstream consumers. So this transaction means that messages that are produced that are part of these transactions will not be visible by the downstream services until the transaction completes. Only once the transaction completes successfully and was not aborted because of some restart issue, failure, only then will these services be able to start processing the order completed event and do what they need to do. So this way we guarantee that the order completed event arrives only once for these services. So events transactions are quite complex. You don't need to do a lot by yourself, like with the optimistic locking database table I mentioned, but you will have more boilerplate. You'll need to also tune the performance according to the transaction side, because bigger transaction means more latency, smaller transaction means lower throughput. And also, if you have third-party calls and also database updates on your downstream services, there can be failures when you process the message. So you still need to do the deduplication and the idempotency at the external edges found outside of the Kafka pipeline, because Kafka can only help you with what it has control over. But if you have a failure to write to some database, you still need to make sure that the data that you are, when you retry, that the data is not corrupted, that the inventory count keeps consistent. But what you can do is you can actually use the Kafka record offset as the version. So you can make sure that you don't needlessly update the counter if the same record offset has already been updated. So I don't recommend just turning on Kafka transactions by default, because it does have a little bit of a performance impact, and it means a bit more complexity for your code. But I would highly recommend using it in critical flows like payment processing, for instance, to make sure that you process the information exactly once, and everywhere money is involved, you want to get the highest degree of certainty. And if you want to hear more about how Kafka implemented the exactly once delivery and semantics, I have a talk I gave on a previous conference, so you can check that out as well. So what have we learned? We learned that Wix developers have employed all these patterns that I've mentioned, consumer project, event-driven end-to-end, zero latency key value stores, and transactions events to make their microservices more decoupled, resilient, and easily scalable. So thank you very much. And I have here all the resources for you if you're interested in more to learn more. I have the patterns I discussed and more patterns on my blog posts with links here, and a link to a great blog post series by Ben Stopford from Confluent on event-driven style of thinking about how we consume data, approach data, and microservices. And a great attachment to this is the wonderful article by Chris Richardson on the woes of shared mutable state in databases. And also, you have a link here to the talk I give on exactly once delivery with Kafka. So don't worry, I put all of the slides up on SlideShare. So all the links are up there. So you just need to remember this link, slideshare.net/Nathan Solnitsky. And you can also follow me on Medium and Twitter to have to get updates on everything we do on my team at Wix around event-driven style, architecture, design, anything to do with Kafka that we have on our team. And if you want to check out previous talks I gave in conferences, you can see them on my website at nathansil.com. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you on the QA session on Zoom. Thanks again.
Nathan, hi, wonderful. Thank you very much for your presentations, actually for 2 presentations that you already did. Fantastic.
Well, thank you. I really enjoyed it.
Super. We hope that we will see you in the Q&A chat, first of all, and then we will see you next year at the Devoxx Ukraine conference. And I want to encourage everyone who is watching you to vote for your talk and for you as a speaker in our application. So please download and go to the application and vote for Nathan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And yes, see you next year as well, for sure. And now for the Q&A session.
Fantastic. Guys, I also invite you to the Q&A session. Go to the button under your screen and join our Q&A chat in Zoom. And prepare your best questions and ask Nathan all you wanted to ask him during both of his speeches. And one more thing that I want to tell you that we already fixed the schedule. We had some issues early in the morning, but now it is fixed. You can see our schedule in the right corner, and please go and check our next talks and next speakers, and also go to the Q&A chat now, of course. And after the Q&A together, after my talk here, you can watch the sponsor presentation. Our gold sponsor Luxoft prepared something very special for you, so join the sponsor presentation and also join the Q&A sessions. Stay tuned.
next gold partner, Luxoft company, and they will do a short presentation about themselves. Thank you.
The future of business depends on the transformation of yesterday's legacies. Luxoft meets the challenges of today by developing the solutions of tomorrow. Because innovation lies in our core, it allows us to reinvent and not just respond. Domain integrity, coupled with ability to scale, is how we define our purpose. Think about tomorrow's autonomous driving landscape. Digital companions that always steer you in the right direction. We will empower the mobility revolution to put stunning user experiences on the road. Imagine the patients of the future connected to 24/7 health monitoring systems and treated by algorithms that can predict and even prevent diseases. We can help our clients to improve patients' experiences and drive them into the digital era. Our perception of money might not change in the future, but everything else will. Luxoft helps integrate businesses with advanced technologies that deliver an unparalleled experience. Using our blockchain expertise, we help to remove data silos and improve trust. We are taking full advantage of the growing symbiosis between human and AI talents. With self-learning machines and robots on our side, we will be able to shape the world of tomorrow. With our client-centric approach, Luxoft quickly connects the dots to identify a perfect solution, from development to delivery. We offer technology hope. We embrace customer fear, and we drive the experience of tomorrow. And because we live and breathe technology, we see what others have missed.
Hello, Devoxx community. Even though I cannot see you, I can feel you, that you are there behind the screen, and it's a great pleasure to know that you're today gathered at this conference. My name is Lesia Manzevich. I'm an employer branding manager at Luxoft Ukraine, and it's a great pleasure for us to support Devoxx throughout the years, especially this year. It makes us even more proud that this year, in times when we are all threatened and many events are canceled, Devoxx managed to turn from the biggest Java-related Ukrainian event into truly global happening. Way to go, guys. This is beyond amazing. Java is actually one of the most popular technologies in the world, and hundreds of thousands of solutions are being built daily utilizing this technology. At Luxoft, we honor it and use it in many projects as well. If you enter our website and go through it, you will see many vacancies and events dedicated to Java. Please feel free to study more and join us at any event or join our team at any time. When we participate in conferences, we at Luxoft always strive to make new friends and to get to know people. This year, for obvious reasons, we are forced to do it digitally, but nonetheless, we really want to establish that contact with you. So please feel free to join our Telegram channel and to take part in our friendly giveaway, to test your knowledge in Java, and not only in Java, through our Galactic IT quiz. You can find the links in the partnership section of your screen, of your today's screen. We have a lot of presents for you at Devoxx. These are gift certificates, chargers, backpacks, and even a bike. A bike. So as the Devoxx is a 2-day conference, we will announce our winners tomorrow. That means you have still plenty of time to join and to become a winner at our giveaways and Galactic IT Quiz. That's probably, I will wrap up my presentation, but the last but not the least, I would like to mention that Luxsoft unites over 3,500 people in Ukraine and over 12,000 people globally. We strive to make difference and to bring excellence to our customers. And we think that it's a great cause. That's why we always encourage people to join our team and actually to make a world a better place somehow. So please, don't hesitate, join, participate, take part in the quiz. And at Devoxx, learn, become smarter, and have fun, enjoy. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Your domain is the backbone of your business. You need a stable, secure, and reliable DNS provider to protect your investment and ensure your customers can always stay connected to you. But being stuck in a room with a hungry mosquito is way more appealing than navigating the world of DNS management, until now. DN Simple has solved the problem of needlessly overcomplicated DNS management with automated tools that most people have never even dreamed of using. Want to register a new domain? Enter your information once and you're done. How about selling domains from your app? Integrate your sites with our API to instantly provide more value for your customers. Set up the DNS records needed to connect to services like Heroku, Shopify, and G Suite with one click. And use our automated SSL certificate generation to easily secure all of your websites. It's so user-friendly, everyone from grandma to this super genius can connect their domains to the services they use without ever thinking about DNS. Simple, secure domain management is right here at DN Simple. Try us free for 30 days.
Welcome back. Welcome everyone to Devoxx Ukraine. Once again, we are happy that you are here with us. And our next speaker is Torben Jansen, an independent consultant, international speaker and trainer specialized in solving Java persistence problems with JPA and Hibernate. Torben, hi.
Hi, thanks
Hi.
for having me.
Thank you for joining. Kiev is on the line. How are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm awesome. We are happy to have this event happening, first of all, and we are super honored that you joined our conference this year.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
I know that you are an author of the best-selling books, and maybe you can share your plans. Maybe you will have another book ready soon.
Yeah, I wrote the book that you can see here in the background, Hibernate Tips, which is basically a cookbook that shows you how to solve certain Hibernate issues and implement mappings and stuff like that. Right now, I'm not working on a new book, but actually today I'm launching a tool, a library that you can add to Hibernate to find performance issues and to get detailed information on how to solve them and avoid them in your code. So that is my next big project I'm launching and working on. And then we will see. I will probably work on new courses and or books within the next year.
Wow, thank you for
But for
sharing
now, the
with
focus
us.
is on the tool.
It's a big, big news. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
I know that we are going to have an interactive session. So you will have a presentation, and we encourage people to post questions in the chat under our broadcast. Every time the question will come up, I will just raise a hand and will ask you a question and will interrupt your presentation. Okay?
Yeah, sounds great. Yeah, everyone, if you have a question, post them at any time. I will show you a bunch of examples, and it's way easier if we talk about your question while we are still in the example or just moved on for a few seconds compared to discussing all the questions in the end, when we then start to figure out to which actual code sample that I showed 30 minutes before you actually wanted to ask your question. So the sooner and earlier we can start discussing the question, the better. Okay, should I start?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, then welcome everyone to my talk, Cause of Death, Hibernate. Already got an amazing introduction, so I will keep this part here short. If you want to reach out to me after this talk to discuss questions or to learn more about Hibernate, feel free to reach me on the social channels that you can see in the upper right-hand corner, or visit me on my site, thoughtsonjava.org or torbenjansen.com, both domains linked to the same blog. Yeah, before we get into the examples, I want to make one thing absolutely clear. You can, of course, use Hibernate to implement highly efficient and scalable persistence layers. I mean, that's what I'm doing in my day-to-day work, where I help teams to improve the performance of their persistence layer and to build a complex and scalable mapping. But, well, let's be honest, just talking about best practices and repeating the same stuff over and over again gets a little bit boring. So why not take a different approach? Why not break a few things today and have a little bit more fun with it? So first question is, well, what is actually the best way to make a project fail with Hibernate? Bad performance, and I mean really bad performance, is always a great way to get a project into trouble and to ruin the user experience with it. Inconsistent results is something that no user wants to see, so that's also a great candidate. And data loss is something that keeps your managers and CEOs up at night because they are worrying about these kind of things. So why not give that a try as well? First thing I want to do is I want to show you how to get a really bad performance. Or if you don't like to break things, well, then maybe focus a little bit more on the second part of each example where I show you what would actually be the better way to implement the whole thing and avoid the problem. So let's start with the classic. Here we have a simple Hibernate transaction. Close that for now. Simple Hibernate transaction, that would be the call in your backend. I fetch an author from the database, return it to the client, and there I try to access the association between the author and the book. So we have a typical online bookstore example here. And you already saw that popping up here. This call down here fails. It fails with the lazy initialization exception. I'm pretty sure everyone who has used Hibernate in a project saw at least a few of these exceptions. These happen quite often, especially when you're sending your entity objects to the client. And if you Google for a solution to the lazy initialization exception, you unfortunately find a lot of bad advice online. One of the most common ones is, yeah, simple fix, just switch the fetch type to eager. Well, let's do that here. Now I'm on the author entity, and on the many-to-many association, I tell Hibernate to eagerly fetch the association. And sure, that fixes the lazy initialization exception because well, we no longer have lazy fetching. We are now using eager fetching. But even though that might look totally fine in this use case, we had used the entity manager find method to get an author. I mean, here we have an efficient query that gets the author together with the associated books by joining the author with the association table, with the book table. So that might look like a good solution for this case. You see the issue when we are running this test case here. So what I'm doing here, I'm selecting all authors from the database using a simple query, and then I'm writing a log message for each of them, printing out the first name and last name. We have one query, but if we take a look at the Hibernate statistics, then we see we have 7 JDBC statements, and up here you can see why. We have a bunch of statements that get the next books or the next set of books from the database. Why do we have 7 statements here? Well, the first query, our query that got the author, which I had in the code, returned 6 authors. That's the number of authors that I added to my small test database. And after that, Hibernate eagerly initialized the association to the books. So we have a query for each author to get the books. So in the end, we end up with 7 JDBC statements. This is not only a very inefficient approach to actually get the author with their books, it's actually also totally unnecessary, because I'm not using any books in this test case. So by changing our fetch type from lazy to eager, we actually replaced the lazy initialization exception, which we easily found in our test case, with a performance issue that will probably show up in production, because these 6 additional statements that we have here will not cause any issues on our test system. But if we deploy that to production and we select a few 100,000 authors, then we execute a few 100,000 additional queries, and that for sure will cause a performance issue. So let's go back to the author entity, remove the fetch type eager here, because that was a really bad idea, and try a different approach. If we now run the same test case again that selects all the authors, then we can see that we now first have one JDBC statement, and that one only selects the author. I mean, we don't need anything else in this use case, right? We're just printing out first name and last name. So this approach is good. But now we need something else up here. And the better way to solve this lazy initialization exception is to use a join fetch clause, or left join fetch clause. What does that do? The join fetch tells Hibernate to initialize the association, this books association here. And you can see that in the select clause, we are now selecting columns from the author table and from the book table, and we have the same join as we had before in the from clause. So here we have basically the same query as we had in the previous example, when we still used fetch type eager and the entity manager find method to get the author from the database. The main difference here is that we are now in control of when we fetch the association from the author to the books. And it's, of course, way better to add such a clause to a use case that actually needs the book association and fetch it only in that case, and don't touch the books association in all the cases, like this one down here, that doesn't need the books. Okay, that was a pretty common issue that most of you hopefully already knew. But now I want to take a look at a different mapping issue that you can use to actually cause performance issues in production. So here I'm doing a very simple thing. I'm fetching a book from the database, and then I'm removing the first author from the list of authors that wrote that book. And when you look at that code, you would probably expect that Hibernate removes the one record from the database, from the book author table. Unfortunately, that's not the case. What Hibernate does here is it removes all the records from the book author table that belong to the book, and then it's inserting the 3 remaining authors. That not only looks very strange when you're writing an audit log for your database, it also is a pretty inefficient approach. So the question is, why did that happen? Well, that happened because I modeled the many-to-many association as a Java util list. And while this might be a great idea when we are working on a plain Java application, it is actually a bad idea when working with Hibernate. Because, well, as you saw, the handling of the association in a write operation wasn't that great. You can easily fix that by replacing the type of your attribute with a set instead of a list. So I changed that here, and when I now run the same test case and open up the log output, then we can see that Hibernate now removed exactly that one record from the association table that we removed in our business code. So this approach is way better than the handling that we saw before. Let me quickly switch that back to a list, because that's something else that I want to show you. Using a set has another benefit. So in the first example, I showed you that a left join fetch clause is a great approach to initialize an association that is lazily fetched for all the use cases in which you need it. Well, a typical next question then is, okay, what do I do if I have multiple associations? So let's say I want to fetch a book from the database and I need the authors and the reviews of that book. Well, you could use two left join fetch clauses, but as you can see here, that causes a multiple bag fetch exception. What's that? What is a bag? I mean, let's take a look at the book class. There is no bag. There are only lists. A bag is a Hibernate internal data type that is used for an unordered collection. So as long as you don't add any ordering to these lists are actually mapped as the conceptual type of a bag. And Hibernate can fetch multiple of them. If you want to avoid the multiple bag fetch exception, you would need to change the data type here to the set as we did before, and I'm now doing that for both associations, for the author and the reviews association. And then we can run the same test case again. Okay, no multiple bag fetch exception. Got everything that we need within one statement. But when we're talking about multiple join fetch clauses, we also need to talk about the downside of this approach, because it's not really a great solution for all of your use cases. There are some people out there who say never use more than one join fetch clause. I don't agree with this kind of blanket statement, because that would mean that we treat an association with two elements in the same way as an association with 100,000. And I'm pretty sure we all agree that it makes a difference if we are fetching 2 or 100,000 records, right? So when you're using multiple join fetch clauses, you need to be aware that Hibernate joins all of them in the from clause and selects all of the columns in the select clause. And when you're joining these down here, then you're creating a product. So if you're joining the books with the authors, then you get the information of a book with all the information of the first author, then the information of the same book with all the information of the second author, and so on. That's a typical situation with SQL and relational databases. So using this approach here with multiple join fetch clauses, you need to be aware that you're at the risk of creating a huge product. And that's especially the case here when we are joining the reviews. If you're looking at a common bookstore and at the latest best-selling book, then you will probably see that there are hundreds or even thousands of reviews for that book. And joining them might become an issue. So please be a little bit careful with using multiple join fetch clauses here. But in general, using a set and using the join fetches on smaller associations, this is a really great approach. If the associations are too big so that the product gets too huge to get created in your database, or too big to transfer it over the network, then you would need to split up this query here. But there's actually a better approach that you could use to get the information from the database. So what I wanted to do here was I just wanted to get the title of the book. Then I want to get a comma-separated list of the names of the author and the number of reviews. Right, for these information, we don't actually need to fetch this graph of entities with books and reviews and authors. We could also just fetch the information that we need, and that's what I'm doing here. So here I'm selecting the title of the book, then I'm using a database function to aggregate the author names, and then I'm counting the books. And right, to make that a little bit easier to handle, I'm telling Hibernate to instantiate a book author review object for each record in the result set. So I want to call this constructor here. How do I do that? Well, you can use JPQL and this constructor expression, which starts with the keyword new and then the fully qualified class name, and then the parameters that you want to provide to the constructor. The title, the comma-separated list of names, and the number of reviews. So using this approach, Hibernate, and we can see that in the log in a few seconds, Hibernate only selects the columns that we need and returns them as an unmanaged object. So this is not an entity object, this is a plain Java object, and Hibernate immediately forgets about it after it returned it to our business code. So you can see here that we only select the information that we actually need. So this approach would be even better than the one that we used before with to left join fetch clauses and multiple sets. Okay, next thing I want to do is I want to take a quick look at caching, especially at query caching. With Hibernate, you can use 3 different kinds of caches. The first level cache is always used for all the entities that you fetched within your current transaction. Then we have the second level cache, which is entity cache that is shared by multiple parallel sessions and transactions. And then we have the query cache, which is Hibernate specific, which caches query results. And this is the only one that's actually used when you're executing a JPQL query. So you might say, well, then we are using the query cache to, for example, here, get a book from the database with initialized list of authors and of the reviews. We tell Hibernate to activate the cache for it. And if we then have a second transaction down here, which executes exactly the same query with activated caching, then we should get all the information from the database in the second iteration, right? I mean, it's told Hibernate to cache it. Well, let's take a look at the log output. No. We made the situation even worse. Instead of executing the query that we have in our code, we now executed 36 JDBC statements. Why did we execute 36 statements? Well, if we look at the log output here, we can see that we selected the reviews for a book, the authors for a book, the reviews for a book, the authors for a book. Well, I'm pretty sure you know how this is continuing, right? So here we still have lots of statements that fetch the books and the reviews, the authors and the reviews. So why did we fetch the authors and the reviews, which we fetched joined up here? Well, scroll a little bit up, we can see that we are not only selecting the authors and the reviews, we are also selecting the entities of the book entities somewhere here. We're also selecting the book entities in the second iteration. And there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is how the query cache works. The query cache caches query results, but if these query results are entities, then it just caches a reference to the entity. And in the next step, when Hibernate gets the result from the query cache, it tries to resolve the entity reference against the first level cache, and if it's not in there, then against the second level cache. Where we started a new transaction here, and we've got a new entity manager, so we didn't fetch any entities within our current transaction. The first level cache is empty. We don't have any entities in there. So the next question is, did we cache the book entity? No, we didn't. See here, the cacheable annotation was commented out on the author on the book entity and also on the author entity, so I add them again. Now, let's take another look at the review. The review is cached. Okay, so now the book, the author, and the review are cached. Should be better now, right? So let's take a look at the log output. On the same test case again. And we can see that we have 24 statements. Well, that's better than the approach that we had before, but we actually wanted to get all the data from the cache. So what's going on here? Well, we still fetch the reviews and the authors from the database. And the reviews and the authors. So let's go to the beginning and see what's up with the books. Okay, here we start the second iteration, and we can see that we immediately fetch the authors and the reviews. So we actually got the books from the database, from the cache. These are these 13 hits that we have here. So one step closer, but still not there. So what's going on here? Well, when you annotate your, when you activate the caching for your entity class, then Hibernate caches that entity object that you got from the database. What it didn't cache in this example was the association between the authors and the books and the reviews. And to do that, we need to annotate the association elements, here the authors and the reviews, with Hibernate's cache annotation, and tell Hibernate that we also want to cache the association between these objects. So let's run the same test case again, jump into the log, and now we can see we got 43 objects from the cache and we executed 0 JDBC statements. Yeah, no statements, no queries, got everything from the cache. We finally managed it to not only cache this statement here, but also to cache all the elements of the result set. So all the things that were returned by that query. So as you can see, caching is a two-edged sword. You need to be really familiar with how Hibernate's caches work, and you need to know about these pitfalls. And even if you're familiar, please make sure to configure your log correctly for development settings and to activate the Hibernate statistics. You can find a detailed article about that on my blog, so that you actually get all these information that you saw here, the statistics, the SQA statements, and so on, so you can really understand what's going on internally, and make sure that Hibernate doesn't act like a black box. Because if it's a black box to you, then it's because you didn't configure your logging correctly for the development environment. Okay, I want to show you another thing with a query cache and how you can use it. I said before that these unmanaged objects, these DTO objects, are great for read operations because they enable you to fetch only the information that you need. You probably remember this part here, the book author review object that I want to instantiate for each record in the result set, to which I provide the title, an aggregated string of the author names, and the number of reviews, right? That's the one that we used just a few minutes ago. So let's cache this, this query that fetches the book author review. But the great thing about this is that you can actually cache these DTO projections with such a query. So here you can see the query that I just executed. We selected the title of the book, the names of the authors, and the number of reviews. And you can see here that we put them into the cache. And in the second iteration, we have 0 JDBC statements, and we have 1 hit on the query cache. And we got back a list of, you can see that up here, book author review objects. So this is the best approach to actually cache DTO projections, and your only approach with Hibernate. The only alternative would be to implement a business level cache for that. So before we go on, I want to take a minute to talk about the query cache and when or how you could use it. So as I said, it's an option that you can use to cache the result of an actual JPQL or criteria statement that you executed. But when you're using it, you need to be aware that the query cache gets invalidated relatively often, and that it only works well for your overall performance if you execute the same query statement often enough with the same bind parameter values. Otherwise, the query cache isn't used, because if you execute the same query, let's say you try to select an author by its primary key, it makes a huge difference if you're selecting the author with ID 1 or the author with ID 2, right? So first of all, make sure that you execute the same query with the same bind parameter values over and over again. The next thing you need to be aware of is that Hibernate doesn't know which records are actually affected or returned by this query. So when you change anything on the underlying database tables, let's say in this case on the book table, then Hibernate doesn't know which cached query results are actually affected by that write operations. And because of that, Hibernate invalidates your query cache whenever you change anything on the tables that are referenced in that query. So in this case, that would mean as soon as you change or add any record on the book table, on the authors table, or on the reviews table, this cache query result will get invalidated, and you will need to execute it again so that Hibernate can add the updated values to the cache. Okay. That's all about bad performance for now. So as I said at the beginning, bad performance is one of the common reasons why projects fail. And with Hibernate, it's actually pretty easy to create bad performance, unfortunately. So what should you do instead? As I explained, try to avoid fetch type eager and use fetch type lazy instead. And please be aware that fetch type eager is the default for all to one associations. And then when you're using fetch type lazy, you need to avoid the lazy initialization exception, and you can also cause n+1 select issues by lazy fetching. To avoid all of that, you can use case specific fetching, like the joint fetch clauses that we used, or a use case specific DTO projection. And then we talked about the correct data type for many-to-many associations, and that would be the Java util set instead of the Java util list to avoid inefficient write operations. You should be careful about cascade type remove. It creates a very bad performance, but it can also cause data loss, which is something that we will talk about at the end of this talk. And then we talked about the second level cache and the query cache, where you need to make sure that the second level cache and the query cache configuration actually fit together, which first of all is that if your query returns entity references, then these entity classes should be cached in the second level cache to avoid additional queries. Otherwise, Hibernate will execute additional queries to resolve the entity references. That also means that you need to make sure that your two caches don't get invalidated at different times, or at least that the query cache results get invalidated before the entities in the second level cache. Okay, the next thing you can do to cause real issues with your project is to produce inconsistent results. That's something that all users hate, and that we ourselves probably also had several times in the past. So how can you create inconsistent query results with Hibernate? Let's take a look at this first query here. In the beginning, I said that you should use left join fetch clauses to initialize associations, right? So these are great to tell Hibernate that you not only need the author entity, you also need the association to the books. Whoops. And when you do that, then you have, well, a join to the books already here, right? So why not use it in the where clause? Where the reason why you shouldn't use it in the where clause is because it produces wrong results. So let's take a look at the log output. Here I have the query that we just wrote with the join fetch clause between the author and the books. And I selected all the authors with an initialized list of books who have written the book with the ID 2. So we can see here that Max Mustermann wrote book 2 and Maria Mustermann wrote also book 2. Well, looks good so far, but there's an issue with that. Let's switch the query, second one, and take another look at it. So here, I'm now using two left join clauses. One simple left join clause, which I then use in my where clause, and a left join fetch clause to initialize the association to the books. And now let's take a look at the log output and the difference. So in the previous test run, Max and Maria both only wrote book 2. Well, that's actually wrong. Maria also wrote book 3 and book 4, and Max also wrote book 1 and 3. So yes, both of them wrote book 2, but it wasn't the only one they've written. Why did the first result cause the mistake that we didn't saw these other 3 books, book 1, 3, and 4? Well, the reason was that we just had one join clause from the author to the book. Now we have 2. We have one from the author to the book, which just has the alias book 2, and we use it to create our where clause in which we limit the results to all authors who have written that specific book. And then we have a second join clause here, which is then called book 4, and book 4 is used in the select clause up here. So by using 2 select clauses, we are able to get all the books written by the author. With the previous approach, where we just had one left join fetch clause that we also used in the where clause, we limited the records in the result set to all the records that have the book ID 2, which was just book 2. So in the whole result set, there were no books that didn't have the ID 2. So when Hibernate used that result set to initialize the list of books of each author, well, then there was just this one book for each of them. But that, as you've seen down there, that's wrong. What is actually necessary is to create another join clause to the books table to get all the books written by these authors. So to have a join to the book table that is not limited by the where clause. And yes, that's something I always get questions about. This second approach with the 2 join clauses is more complex and is slower than the other one. But just using one join fetch clause is actually wrong. So if you want to get a fully initialized list of books, which you want to do if you're adding a left join fetch clause, you need a second join for your where clause. And if you're using the criteria API, that's actually what's happening and what you're forced to do. Because there we have 2 different interfaces, one for the join and one for the fetch. In JPQL, this is not the case, and you can use the left join fetch, as I did in the first example, also in the where clause. From my point of view, it would be better if Hibernate throws an exception here and tells us about an invalid query, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Okay, let's take a look at another way to get an inconsistent result. So here I prepared a test case in which I use a JPQL statement to update a huge set of database records. That's way more efficient than fetching all these entities and calling the setter methods on the first and last name attributes, because that would cause Hibernate to create an SQL update statement for each entity. So if we are selecting 100 authors here, and if we are then updating them via their setter methods, Hibernate would trigger 100 SQL update statements. And it's pretty obvious that that would cause a performance issue on a bigger database. So a simple way to avoid that is to write a JPQL update statement in the same way as you would write an SQL update statement and to change the data, right? Well, yes, but when you do that, then you need to be aware of your first level cache and of the side effects that these JPQL update statements can cause. Because up here, I'm fetching all the authors. They are now as entity objects part of my first level cache, which is the persistence context. When I'm now executing this query, then Hibernate doesn't know which entity objects this statement actually affects. Hibernate just generates the SQL update statement and sends it to the database. So these objects that I got up here didn't change. When I now fetch them again after the query, you might expect that you would get the new version from the database. Unfortunately, that's not the case. You can see down here, the names are still not in uppercase, even though we executed the select statement here. What happened? Well, when Hibernate processes this statement here, Hibernate iterates through the result set, sees, okay, these are entity references, and for each reference, it checks if that object is already part of the first level cache. They are all part of the first level cache because we added them up here, and that means that we are not having any objects, new objects from this statement here, because then Hibernate just gets the object from the first level cache, returns it, and ignores the record in the result set. If we want to get the updated data down here, we first need to clear the first level cache. Please always do that together with the flush, otherwise you will lose all pending write operations, and then we see that now all names are in uppercase. Okay, another thing that I want to show you is the handling of bidirectional associations. Bidirectional associations are tricky. They are very easy to use in your business code, at least it always looks like that, but you also need to make sure that you always update both ends of it. So let's create the worst case first. So here I have a bidirectional association, and the author entity models the referencing side. It references the defined associations on the book entity. So when I now get two objects, an author and a book, and say, well, it was actually a mistake, the author didn't write that book. So I removed the book from the list of books of that author. Then we would expect that, first of all, down here, our lists are updated, so the author is no longer a list of the authors of that book, and that book is not in the list of the books of that author. But as you can see here, that's not the case. We only updated the author, so book 1 is no longer part of the list of books of the author, but the book still thinks that it was written by Max Mustermann. So until the end of our transaction, we now have an inconsistent state here. It gets even worse. We see a select statement here, another select, even more selects, but no delete statements. The association record was not removed from the database because we only removed it in the from the referencing side. What we need to do to trigger the remove operation and to make sure that both objects, the author and the book, are in sync is we need to update both ends of the association. So I now remove the author from the book, from the list of authors on the book, and the book from the list of books on the author. And because of that, we now have an author and a book entity object that are in sync, and we have a delete statement down here. So writing these two statements all the time is actually pretty error prone. Sooner or later, someone will forget about it. And that's why I recommend to add these utility methods to your entity classes, which actually do exactly the same as we did before. But now we can call the remove author or the add author method in our business code, and we get all the operations done that we need. So then another thing that I want to quickly talk about is the open session in view anti-pattern. It's used by it's used by default by String Boot, and that is actually a bad thing. Wait a second. I broke my test case here. This. Grouped by A. Okay, so what we want to do here is we want to select the author and count the number of books written by that author. What did I do? And you must have been in the group by clause. Okay, so I'm selecting the author and count the number of books in my counting the number of books in my select statement, and unfortunately I somehow broke the statement here. Let me quickly.
Torben, can I interrupt you?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat.
Yeah.
The question is, could you comment the difference with using JPA repository methods instead of direct Hibernate implementation?
Well, actually, the repository just provides you a small usability layer on top of Hibernate and provides you a bunch of standard implementations that makes your life as a developer much easier. So when you're using Spring Data JPA with JPA repositories, then, well, on one hand, you're using a best practice, a repository pattern, which is a good thing, and you save yourself the work to write some boilerplate code. But in the end, you're still using Hibernate and all the APIs that Hibernate is internally using. So you still need to be aware of all the mapping information. And you, of course, can use all features provided by Hibernate. You can add your own repository methods to the Spring Data standard repositories. And within them, you can use the entity manager and write whatever kind of Hibernate code you want to write. So in general, I would recommend if you're working with Spring, of course, use the standard JPA repository methods provided by Spring. They're great, but don't think you're limited by them. You can extend it in any way you want. I hope that answers the question. If not, then please ask it again and point me to the part that I missed in my answer. Okay, I actually fixed my query. So I'm selecting the author and I'm counting the number of books. And then I'm opening the entity manager, I'm selecting the authors and counting the number of books. Then I'm committing the transaction. That is the end of my my business layer, and then in the view layer, the entity manager is still open. That's the key element of the open session in view pattern. So the idea there is that you open the entity manager in your view layer before you enter your business code. Then you execute all the business code, including the transaction start and commit. And after that, your entity manager is still open, and you can initialize your, in this case, books association, even though your business code finished the use case, and you don't get a lazy initialization exception as we did in the beginning of this talk, because here the entity manager is still open. But it doesn't have the same transaction running as you used for your business code, and that causes multiple issues. First of all, Hibernate now needs to open a new transaction when you fetch the books association down here, which increases the load on the database, and starting and committing transactions is actually pretty expensive on the database because it has to write logs and all these kind of things. But it also creates the risk that your result might look inconsistent if you have multiple transactions running in parallel. So here I use the data returned by my business code to write this log message in which I say that Max Mustermann wrote 3 books. These are book 2, book 3. That is the log message that I wrote based on the lazily initialized books association. As you can see, these are 2 books, not 3. Why is that the case? Well, because we had a parallel transaction here that actually removed a book from the list of books of that author. So the better approach would be to, up here, not only select the author and count the books, but to also get the list of books, which we then use down here, and basically have a projection in our business code and query that matches the use case. So we need to know that the front end requires the list of books of that author, and we need to fetch them up here so that we don't need the open session in view anti-pattern, and can be sure that the information that we get here and that we showed down here in our very basic view layer consisting of 2 log messages actually fit together. Okay, so how can you avoid inconsistent results? Let's summarize this last part really quick. First of all, when you're using join fetch clauses, please make sure that if you want to use them in the where clause, you also need a join clause for that. Don't reuse the join fetch association in your where clause. That will reside in an incomplete list of associated entities and can cause severe issues, in worst case, even data loss. Then you need to be always aware of your caches, especially if you are executing JPQL or criteria update statements or remove statements. You need to initialize or update all of your bidirectional associations on both ends, and please never use the open session in view anti-pattern. Okay, let's lose some data before we end this talk and go to more questions afterwards. So what can you do? Well, the first thing you can do is you can use Entity Manager Clear, as I explained before. That was the one that we used after the JPQL update statement without doing a flush. So here I'm simulating a small batch job. So I'm selecting all books from the database. I'm selecting them in batches of 5, and then iterating through the list of books and changing the title to uppercase. And if this would be a huge batch job that processes several thousand records, we would get into the situation that managing all these book entities in our first level cache would actually slow down our application. So a typical approach there is that you add a clear to remove the records from the database, from the first level cache. When you do that, you need to make sure that you flush them before, because otherwise this will happen. You can see that the book 1 to 10 are still not in uppercase, just book 11 and 12. And the reason for that is that we cleared the cache every 5 records without flushing it, which basically means Hibernate removes the record from the first level cache, but doesn't check if these entities are dirty. With an additional flush, you can see now all of them are uppercase. Another thing, and that's the final thing that I want to show you, is the risk of using cascading. So here I have an author. Let's activate cascade type all on the association to the books, and do the same here on the books association. So when we are removing an author, we also want to remove all of his or her books, and if we are removing a book, we also want to remove the corresponding author. Well, that is a pretty risky setting, because as you will see, that's the remove operation bounce back and forth between the book and the author table. And if you now have a situation like the one that I created here, where multiple authors have written books together and books on their own, and they have had multiple collaborations with different authors, that quickly adds up into a situation where we don't have any books. So you can see here there's no log message afterwards. The book table is empty because our delete statement bounced back and forth between book and author because we cascaded the remove operation. You might now say, well, sure, it's a typical misconfiguration. You can't add cascading on both ends of the association.
Torban, sorry, we are running out of time. You have a couple of minutes left, and also we have a, I would say, use case rather than question in the chat, so I can read the use case and get your answer, and we will end with your talk, and I will invite you in the Q&A, and guys can continue to ask the questions.
Yeah,
okay?
just give me 30 seconds, then I will be done with this thing here. So what I did now is I removed the cascading from the books association, from the author associations on the book. And if we now take a look at the books written by the author 2, then we see that author 2 wrote book 3, 4, and 2, and it wrote book 1 and book 2 together with author 1, which we remove. And if we now remove author 1, then we see that the author 2 only wrote book 4. The 2 other books that this author wrote together with author 1 got removed because of the cascading. So in these situations, cascade type remove deletes more records than you expected, and you should only use it for parent-child associations, and these are almost never many-to-many associations. These are only many-to-one associations. Yeah, that's it from my side. I'm now happy to answer questions. If you want to learn more about the 2 that I mentioned at the beginning of this talk, then please check out torbenjansen.com/perftester. And now I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your perfect presentation. And we actually have a use case, as I said, from Frain in the chat. So I will read it, and we hope for your beautiful answer. So one problem that occurred in our use case is also using the map struct, where to add proper mapping, we again utilized Entity Manager. That is the part which causes many problems with removing eager relationships in our projects. I read all of your best practices, and in one of them you said that relationships are only a feature, not a must-have. So I would like your advice about maintaining your own FK relationship versus establishing relations in entity code.
Yeah. So if I understand the situation correctly, then the issues are caused by the additional usage of the map struct mapper. And first of all, I would dive deeper into that part and make sure that you only map the associations to your different data structure if you really need it. And by default, you shouldn't map them. You should just remove the association part from the map struct mapping and just map the basic attributes. That will probably solve most of your issues. Otherwise, yeah, the association between these entity objects becomes an eager association. In general, I would, so now to the other question about the foreign key mapping. In general, I would try to keep an entity association mapping in my domain model because it makes working with Hibernate so much easier. But you can, of course, model foreign keys. That would just be a column of the same type. Well, you would map the foreign key column as a basic attribute on that entity, and then you trigger additional queries whenever you need to fetch the associated entities. As long as you're using Hibernate and as long as you're willing to use its proprietary features, you could even use the foreign key column as a join condition. So that participant already mentioned my blog. So if you're already on the blog, please search for the mapping of unmanaged associations. There you can find the syntax that Hibernate supports to define these join clauses. These are not supported by JPA, so that is a proprietary Hibernate feature. But then you could use the foreign key mappings even in your JPQA statements, and you could basically build your application in a pretty similar way to what you would do when you're using plain SQL. But But as I said in the beginning of this answer, I would first try to solve the issue with the mapper and to keep the managed associations because that makes your life way easier than the other approach.
Thank you so much. So guys, if you have more questions to Torben, you just go into the Q&A chat, and Torben, we're also inviting you to join this Zoom chat so people can ask you more and more questions. And I want to thank you once again for joining us. I hope next year we will meet offline on our conference here in Kiev, and we will welcome the audience also offline. Thank you once again. Have a great day. And hope
Thanks for having me. Have a great day as well. Yeah, and everyone who wants to join the Q&A, I will join the chat as well, and I hope to see you there.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of the conference. Bye.
Yeah, you too. Guys, and I want to remind you that we have an application, and in the application you can vote for the talks and for the speakers. So please go ahead into application, go to App Store and Google Play, download it, and vote for Torben Jansen and other speakers that you like the most. And after Q&A, we will have presentation from our golden partner, NX. So join Q&A chat, and after that, join the presentation. Have a great day.
Since 2002, NX has been a trusted software development partner for global industry leaders and Fortune 500 companies. NX offers expert solutions in cloud computing, data analytics, machine learning, business intelligence, IoT, and other tech domains covering various sectors, including fintech, telecom, media, healthcare, manufacturing, and more. Numerous industry rankings recognize the company, such as Global Outsourcing 100, Inc. 5000, CRN Fast Growth, Clutch, and Good Firms. Also, NX is a place for professional growth and exciting career opportunities for more than 1,100 experts. The company hires talent remotely across Ukraine and offers a flexible work format to choose between office-based, flexible, and fully remote work. NX is one of the most active employers in Ukraine, according to Dole, as it constantly has around 100 open positions. Join NX. Grow your career with one of the fastest-growing IT companies by your side.
Hello, we are glad to welcome our gold partner, NX company, and its representative, Maxim Polomarenko, Director of Software Development Office. Hello, Maxim.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hi, everyone.
Nice to meet you.
So I'm happy to be at the conference and have a chance to talk to you, share information about our career growth and opportunities at NX. But as I was asked by organizers, just a quick reminder that we are also having a contest and this beautiful toy. So while I'm speaking, you still have a chance to register in your personal cabinet and maybe win this nice prize. So a few words about our company. So today NX is one of the fastest growing IT companies in Europe. Between 2016 and 2019, we grew by 330% and reached 1,000 professionals. In 2020, despite the worsening business climate, we still keep growing and reached 1,100 people. NX has also formed a strategic partnership with a variety of global industry leaders, including such recognized names as Libara, Currency Cloud, Fluke Corporation, GoGo, TuneIn, several Fortune 500 companies, and over 100 medium large scale businesses. Only a small number of them are currently on this slide. And we hire talents remotely across Ukraine and the world. The company has 7 offices in EU and United States. In Ukraine, we have 2 large offices in Lviv and Kyiv. And for those who used to work office-based, now we have a new system of working, and it proved to work. This flexible working schedule, office-based for those who work 4 days and more and have dedicated place, flexible with shared place, and fully remote for those who enjoy working from home and still have benefits of all company services attached to them. Also, we are building NX hubs across Ukraine, uniting our communities in the cities where we are represented. Our vision for the future is to have 1-floor office space in 5 cities instead of 5 floors in 1 city. So we are starting with Dnipro, Vinnytsia, Zaporizhia, Odessa, and going to be represented in other cities of Ukraine, where our community really grows. A few words on how the professional growth is working in our company. I am the man to talk about it because we are responsible for the experience of engineers and the company. So it all starts from the day one when the engineer enters the company already having assigned the level after the interview, and he or she starts to learn career opportunities. Then they choose core competence from the profiles available, and all the profiles are deeply described within our competence model. They set up their career targets to level up and have the tools for instant and qualified feedbacks. These are performance appraisals from their teams and on-demand technical evaluations, which are conducted by our specialized expert trained for these purposes. The expert goes through the whole detailed competence model and gives feedback on any gaps found out, and also mentions the ways to cover those gaps to speed up growth. And we have lots of tools to speed up that growth. So these are personal development plans, competence model with the links to the best resources to learn new technologies. Also, trainings and mentorships available here, as well as external certifications, which we fully support from global vendors and providers. Those who receive promotions, they actually not only promoted by technological level, but we also invest heavily in leadership skills, because with the new opportunities go some additional responsibilities. So leadership skills is something our engineers also gain with each level up. And once they are promoted, they have opportunity to share their successful experience with internal Tech Talk platform. Also, they contribute to expert services, the same mentorship, expert networks, and also they may participate in R&D, pre-sales, and many other opportunities. That's all works on demand. Going back to Java community at NX, we have quite a few people from Java crowd here. So about 100 engineers by my latest calculations, and this includes web development, backend development, as well as Android. And they are spread across, I think, more than 50 projects with which have some kind of Java technologies. To name a few prominent names of those projects, is a Fluke electronic test tools manufacturer, and they have very interesting technologies there with microservices, microkernels, as well as hexagonal architecture, and they integrate with PLC, SCADA devices, IoT, enterprise mobility. Very interesting tasks and challenges that they solve. Also, I can name Libara, a well-known British telecom which we have about 12 agile teams working on, and some of them are Java directed. They develop a range of very different solutions, starting from Hybris CMS and also including very complex and challenging integration tasks with messaging payment solutions across different countries of Europe. And to name another prominent name, this is TuneIn, audio streaming platform. Probably you use it also. And our Java team is working with high-load APIs there. So that's definitely interesting to work with our Java projects. But we not only work, we also have fun. So we still have team buildings despite we keep social distance from each other. For example, in August we had company day online. Each of us received small packages with gifts and had an opportunity to raise a glass of wine, beer, or any other drink and stare at eyes of hundreds others simultaneously celebrating online. This was a new and very exciting experience. And we are one of the most active employers in Ukraine, according to the DOE, and we constantly have around 100 open positions. About 20 of them are in Java direction, so stay tuned. And check out our career website to find something interesting for you. Also, you can recommend your friend for an open position at the company and get bonus. All our hot vacancies have special referral bonus or referral bonus labels. And thank you for your attention. Visit our social media channels. Find out more about our lives, work, and here you can see and use the links about our Java Nix communities and hear what people say about Java here and the company. So thank you very much and have a great days here at the conference.
Thank you, Maxim, and thank you once again, NX company, for supporting Devoxx Ukraine Online this year. Yeah, and dear participants, I just remind once again to register for the prize raffle from NX and be the lucky ones to win their special prizes. Okay, and just in a minute I will invite our next speaker, Brian Vermeer, who will join us from Netherlands.
Welcome back, and our next speaker is Taras Baychuk, Bobocode. Taras, hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you well. Welcome to Devoxx. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. As you can
Okay,
see, I have much longer hair than the picture.
This is funny. I know that you are a true Java evangelist and you have your own YouTube channel, which is called Bobocode, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so can you tell more about this channel? What was the idea? What motivates you?
Sure. The idea was to create an open source education and basically share all the educational materials we have and share all the experience we have to the community, so people who start and then who just want to improve their skills can learn some stuff from that channel.
Sounds interesting and fantastic. Okay, so now it's your turn to shine on this online stage, so go ahead with your talk.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, in order to make it more official, I get my badge from the last year. So it's more like the regular conference, but just sitting here. So I guess, guys, you all came here to get the answer for this question, basically. If you're using Kotlin instead of Java for the backend development, does the fancy code bring much value? You ready? It does. Thank you all very much. Well, actually, if you're here and you want to talk a bit, I can tell you even more. Kotlin as a modern programming language that makes developers happier doesn't just make developers happier. It doesn't just bring more value. It can literally save your lives. And I have a scientific proof for you today. So I'm honored to welcome you at Devoxx Ukraine. My name is Taras, and I'm software engineering consultant and a teacher. I'm passionate a lot about building software, but I'm also passionate about education. And I believe that as humans, we have a tremendous potential of intelligence and creativity. And I enjoy so much both learning and teaching. So working with Kotlin, I felt like it's a very nice and pragmatic language, very good language. And I would keep asking questions like, how much real value does it bring on top of Java, especially in terms of the server-side development? So today, I don't expect you to learn anything major about Kotlin, but I also don't expect you to have any experience. That's fine if you don't. We will see everything we need to see about Kotlin. And what's the most important is that we will see another point of view, just another point of view that will help you to be more accurate if you'll be deciding to switch to Kotlin or not. Maybe a couple points of view, okay? So if you have experience with Kotlin, most probably you already know that it's pretty strong if you want to use it for the reactive stuff, right? But what if you don't? What if you don't want to use reactive stuff and you don't plan to use it anytime soon? How much value would you get in that case? That's also interesting. And basically, the last thing I want to mention before we'll dive into the code, it's 2020. So it was a damn hard year. And also today is Friday, which means you've been working hardly during the whole week. And I don't want any disappointments for you. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy Kotlin. Okay? So we'll now go and write some code. And you know where should we start from? We should start from start.spring.io. And we will pick Kotlin here. So in case you've never choose Kotlin here, congrats, that's your first time. I'm gonna change the package here, and I'm gonna say that it's Kotlin demo. Okay, and I'm gonna choose Java 15 here. Again, if that's your first time using Java 15, congrats. We'll need Spring Web because we want to build a REST API using Kotlin. We'll need JPA because we want to create some entities and build some logic around them using Kotlin. And we want an H2 database so we can actually store the data into the database and try to load them from there. So I'm going to generate this package, and I will try to unzip Kotlin demo. I'm going to try to open it using IDE. While it's loading, I'm going to tell you that I was planning actually to write some Java application and then rewrite it using Kotlin. But then I realized that it's not going to be very helpful because you all know how Java looks like. Nothing special there. And also, even if you don't have experience with Kotlin, you will still be able to compare how the same tasks look in Kotlin, okay? So we're trying to build a regular Spring Boot app where we have database, where we have JPA repositories, where we have JPA entities, where we have REST APIs, and where we have some logic around that stuff. So around those stuff. So that's pretty regular, and it should look like our day-to-day tasks, very simple tasks, but we will look how those tasks, how can we achieve the same thing using Kotlin instead of Java. And this is just for you to be able to feel what it means to use Kotlin, okay? So let's start from running this application. And again, if something will not be working, I'm gonna blame 2020. So just in case. I guess it's working. Nothing special there. Yes, it does. So, and the first thing we're gonna see is Kotlin demo application, where we can find Spring Boot application. And what's interesting here is a main function is a separate function. So I guess you already know that in Kotlin, you don't have to create function that belong to some class. You can just create a function if you want. So in this case, we have Spring Boot class, Spring Boot application class, and then we have a separate main function. Nothing special, and we'll move forward. So the first thing we want to work with persons, and we want to create a person entity. So we'll create a file persons, and we'll create a data class called person. And we'll do the following. I'm going to write some code and try to run it, and then we'll see that it's working. And then we'll be able to come back and discuss why and how it's working. So a data class person will be our JPA entity. And I'm going to need a ID, which is long. And I'm going to need a email, basically, which is string. And that's pretty much it right now. It's working very slowly because of the whole setup, I guess. And it's our JPA entity, which is, yes, just loading pretty slow. I'm gonna enable presentation mode so you'll be able to see it better. And now I have, as you know, in JPA, I have to specify an identifier. And I'm gonna say that this identifier is generated by the database. Okay, good. So now I will need to have a repository for this entity. So I'm going to create an interface called persons, and I will extend JPA repository for person entity and long primary key. Good. We'll discuss the details later. Just try to make something working. And now I'll create a person controller. And it's a class person controller. It's a regular Spring Boot REST controller with the regular request mapping that starts from person. Nothing fancy yet. And here I'm going to create an endpoint that allows me to create a person. So in order to have that endpoint, I need to have post mapping. And then I need to create a function. So in Java, we would call it method, but in Kotlin, we will call it member function. And this function is called create person, for instance. It accepts a person, and that person is passed in the request body, right? And now we need to store it. So we need a repository. I'm gonna ask Spring to inject a repository here, and I'm going to use that repository to save that person. Oh my gosh, save. Okay, again, let's try to make it work, and then we'll discuss all the details. Okay, so it's restarting. Hope it's working. So here we have an entity, and I guess it's enough to declare only ID, an email, and now I'm gonna try to call that endpoint by creating an HTTP request to the person, and I'm gonna say that content type is application JSON, and here I only need to specify email, and I would call it voxian@gmail.com. Let's try to call it. It works. So it stored that person and it generates the ID, and it's working like that. So as you can see here, we don't open curly braces, we just use equals sign, and it means that instead of opening curly braces and returning this thing and specifying a return type of this function, we can get rid of all those stuff, and we can just use the equal sign and get rid of the return. So in this case, Kotlin knows that we will return what we will return from here. So we can get basically the body and the return type and the return value just from this expression. And that's enough, okay? So what I'm gonna do next, I'm gonna create another entity and link those entities between, because it's very easy to create just one entity in Hibernate, but it becomes much more interesting when you have a couple entities, and then you can build some logic there. So here, let's discuss what we have. A data class is nothing special. It's kind of similar to the annotation data that we use from Lombok in Java. Basically, data class provides you equals, hash code, toString, it provides you copy function and stuff like that. It's heavily used and it's pretty nice feature. Then val means immutable, var means mutable, question mark means this value can be null, no question marks means this value can never be null, and we will be back to this discussing those features later. Now, in order to extend something, we just put column, and we don't have to provide a body, and we don't have to create a separate file for each class. So we can just put this interface in this class into one file called persons, okay? Then here, again, we use primary constructor arguments, basically to ask Spring to inject us the repository, and this basically turns persons into a property of the person controller class. So nothing special here, and we will now create another class called nodes, another file called nodes, and we will create another data class called node, because persons want to have nodes. So node will be another JPA entity. It will have an ID as we had in previous example, but it will also have, for instance, title, which is string, and it will also have, for instance, body, which is string. It will also have, for instance, created at, which is local date time, and it equals now. Oh my. And we will also have, what's more interesting, a person. Okay, so of course it takes time to add all those properties, but I guess it's important so we can not just create a super simple class, but we will have at least some stuff, and we will have at least two entities, and we will try to link them and then build some logic. And you can see this code written in Kotlin, and you can compare how much code would you write using Java. Okay, so this person is a relationship of a node, and it's many-to-one relationship because we have multiple nodes for one person. We at least can have multiple nodes. And this relation is handled in the database by a column called person ID. So here on the level of JPA entity, we have node and person, and basically node stores a reference to a person, but in the database, table node will only have additional column, person ID, which is Frankie referencing person table. Nothing special, you've seen that before. So we will now go to the controller and we'll try to create another post endpoint trying to implement add node for pass variable person ID and request body node. Okay, so here we will do the following. We will pass person ID. Of course, we'll pass person ID as a pass variable, and then we'll say nodes. It's like following the REST convention, right? So persons want, for instance, nodes, and we're posting a request where in the body we pass a node, okay? So now I'm gonna first describe you what we wanna do. Here in mappings, we have mapped this relationship as unidirectional because in Hibernate we can map it unidirectional if we want to map it from the child side, okay? And we don't have to create a list of nodes here, for instance. That's enough. We won't do that. And in order to store a new node for a particular person, we will need to create this object. We will have it. Then we will need to set a proper person there, and then we will need to store that node. So for sure, we will need to have a repository. Interface nodes that extends JPA repository, nothing special again here. Okay, we will need that repository here for sure. And who wants to do that? So node let it person equals persons get one person ID and nodes save it. Okay, we think it will work. If you're not able to catch up, that's fine. We're gonna try to call that endpoint and then we'll be back discussing how it works. So probably I've missed something over here that prevents application from starting. Let me check that. Why not? Boom. Okay, error creating. I guess because we did something wrong in the mapping that prevents it from creating. So yeah, we didn't put an ID here. Sorry about that. Generated value. Yes, that's why people don't like live coding sessions, because you can get stuck with super simple mistakes, but when you're doing it on the conference, it puts some pressure on you, so then you can get stuck really hard. Okay, now we'll need to create this person again. That works. And and we will create another HTTP request posting the message, actually the note, with some title. How do you want me to say it? Call it. I'm going to call it greeting. And the body of this note will be, hey, you guys. Okay. Let me try to call it. Okay, so it works. As you can see, it stored this particular note and associated it with that person. Okay, cool. So now, going back to the controller, how this thing works. First of all, function let is a special function, and we will dive into its implementation a bit later if you want, but it basically allows me to do some logic with the object I'm calling this function on, and I can access this object node by using keyword it. Okay, hello Groovy. So now I need to set a person, okay, but I have only an ID, and it will be stupid to load a person from the database. So Hibernate provides a special method that allows me to create a proxy, wrap that ID using a proxy. So, and that method in Spring Data JPA repository is called get1, but if you'll see the implementation of it, it's calling entity manager get reference, okay? So we're getting reference of that person just in order to set the relationship, and store it with the proper frame key. And then we call the repository method save, and we're passing it. Hello, Groovy. So we did that, and it worked. And we will go and see how the let looks like a bit later. Because right now, what we want to have is we want to build a page that shows all the nodes for a person. So we will have a get mapping for the same URL, and we'll have a function get all nodes by person, for instance, and we'll say that we are passing a person ID here, which is a pass variable, right? And what we want to do here is we want to do something like nodes find all by person ID, pathing person ID there. Okay, I'm going to create that function. Okay, here ID is not helping much. So the return type will be list of nodes, for instance. I want to have a list of nodes. Okay, but what's bad here is that it's going to return me the whole node object. It looks like this, and I'm going to have an array of such objects. But in order to build that page, I just need ID and title. Okay, so in those cases, what we usually do, we go and create some data transfer object, and we will call it node DTO. Okay, and it will have val ID type long and val title of type string. Okay, and here in the controller, we'll say map it to DTO. We don't have that function, right? Node class doesn't have that function, but it will in a minute. Create extension function. So we don't need it, and we'll say just node DTO, and we will pass this ID, and we will pass this title, and compiler will complain. So I'm going to do the following, and as usual, I'm going to explain it. If you don't know what it means, I'm going to explain it a bit later. I remember that funny story when during a lesson of drawing, one little girl was very busy trying to draw something, and the teacher asked her, "What are you drawing?" And she said, "I'm drawing a picture of God." And the teacher said, "But nobody knows how God looks like." And the girl said, "They will in a minute." So as you see here, we didn't have, like, Node class didn't have this function to DTO, but it got it in a minute. So we now have this function DTO. It's called extension function. And we will again come back to this a bit later. Just let's try to run this thing. And creating person, done. Creating some greetings, maybe another one, done. And the most interesting part is the get endpoint. Okay, boom, it works. So going back to the controller, this thing is called extension function, which allows you to add methods to some class without changing that class. And basically, you most probably you've seen such approach before. For instance, Groovy had this similar idea, but the implementation was completely different. And here it's very important because extension functions allows you to change the API in the way you want it to have without changing the API itself. And for instance, let is also an extension function that allows you to call function let on any object of type t and do some work with it and then return the result of a different type R. Okay? And what's cool about Kotlin is that it has this ability of creating extension function, but it also has a lot of useful extension functions, which is very cool. So another important note here is this method, well, I keep saying method, this member function map. So map is a function that accepts a function as argument, okay? So basically what you would do here is call map as regular function, and then you have to pass a function. And in Kotlin, if you want to have a function, you have to create open curly braces. And then here you will say node to DTO, right? But first, Kotlin, again, has this feature that allows you to do the following. If the last argument of your function is a function, you can just open the curly braces. Okay, so you can skip this part, first thing, and then you can access the object of type t. Instead of using node, you can use it. Okay, you don't have to declare that variable there. Okay, so we can create functions without classes. We can pass functions as arguments to other functions. If that function is the last argument, we can just open curly braces and then give the body, which leads to an interesting stuff in terms of the domain-specific languages. And I'm going to give you a good link to check out after this coding session. So a couple things to notice is, first of all, each type is not nullable unless you put a question mark, okay? Then var is mutable, val is immutable, data class provides you a lot of useful methods. You can extend stuff like this. You can have interfaces and classes in one Kotlin file. You can skip class or interface body if you want. And here you can have extension functions like this. You can use already provided extension function like this. You can implement function like this without opening the curly braces, and you can, if the last argument is a function, you can do the following instead of passing that function as argument. And if you have to pass a value that's not nullable, but you have a nullable thing, Kotlin forces you to do something with that. You can do something like let la la la, but you can say like, I'm confident that I'm not gonna do a mistake here. So actually in this case, I know that data coming from the database, for sure those records have IDs, so I'm good here. But just an important note, and we will be discussing all those features a bit later. So I'm gonna stop this thing. And regarding the DSLs, it's very powerful feature. And one of the best examples I've seen before is Kofu, which is a Spring Boot project that allows you to configure a Spring Boot application using functional style, explicitly writing methods that create pins you need, or that create routers and endpoints. So you don't use annotations and reflection, but rather you write code that creates configuration you need. And it looks nice even using Java, but it looks awesome using Kotlin, because Kotlin have this ability to build domain-specific language. And I'm gonna show a link to you. This is the stock called Spring Boot Revisited with Kofu and Jafu. And it's very interesting because, for instance, when you create Spring Boot application by explicitly providing configuration rather than using reflection, the startup time is shorter. So it starts much faster. And it has a lot of different benefits. So just go ahead and check out the talk. I am sure it will be interesting for you if you haven't heard about it before. Okay, so there should be something more. What it means? It means that we've checked a lot of Kotlin features and they all look awesome and they're cool, but I promised you that I'm going to give you another point of view, a fresh look, okay? So I was thinking about Kotlin and I thought like, language that makes developers happier. So I thought that I'm going to do a research and I'm going to find out what the heck makes developers happy. And then I'll see how it's connected to Kotlin. Well, I mean, why not? It's a conference, and at conferences, we must discuss new ideas, not just learn stuff. So I decided to do that. But as it turned out, it's not about the happiness, actually, because happiness is the feature that enabled by default. And you can even remember yourself when you first discovered programming, you were very happy and excited about that, right? It was either Hello World, maybe Infinite Loop, and you were very happy back then. But all of a sudden, you became much more experienced and less happier. So the real question is, what makes us unhappy as software developers? So next step, I decided I'm going to do a research and I'm going to find out what makes developers unhappy, so then I can see how Kotlin fixes that, okay? And guess what? There is a whole study on that. And the main point is, if you're unhappy and Kotlin makes developers happier, then how it's doing that? So there is a whole study which is called On the Unhappiness of Software Developers. Thank you guys, because those guys did all of the work and we can just use it. And basically what they did is they asked thousands of software developers what makes them unhappy. They got initial responses, grouped those responses, processed them, and create a list of unique causes of the unhappiness, okay? Sounds a bit depressing. So a list of unique causes of the unhappiness, and send out another survey asking developers to vote for each cause, okay? And eventually they got a list that is called top 10 causes of unhappiness, okay? And I can give you 10 seconds to get familiar with that list. So if you read it carefully, you will notice that most of them are even not related to code, which is crazy, right? But that's interesting. But some of them are related, like bad code quality or unexplained broken code. And the real question is, if we have bad code, does the Kotlin forces developers to write better code? And I would say kind of, and I'm going to give you an example. So I'm not sure if you know this man. He's Sir Anthony Hoare, which is a great computer scientist, also known for inventing null references. And that's a very interesting story. And there is an article and recorded conference speech where Sir Hoare told his story, how he became software developer, how he was working on a new language for his company, and eventually how he came up with null references. And during that speech, Sir Hoare told that null references were his billion-dollar mistake. And I guess you would all agree with that. Here's the link to that article and to that talk. I really encourage you to watch it and to think about it, because it brings you more context on null references. So even though null references were invented a long time before Java, as Java developers, we still get a chance to enjoy null references, and we all had a lot of troubles with null pointer exceptions. So here, Kotlin to the rescue. Kotlin, as you see in the code, you can have long or long question mark. You can have person or person question mark. You can have node or node question mark. Because Kotlin compiler forces you to specifically declare if the type is nullable or not, and it's checking it every time, okay? So it decreases the amount of null pointer exceptions massively. And it's good, right? Just keep in mind, it's good for sure, but just keep in mind that nothing comes for free. Because if you want to be safer, then you have to do all those checks, but those checks takes time. So nothing comes for free. Bottom line from all that research, bottom line is Kotlin for sure can help you, but it cannot make you happier, right? It will help you, but it won't make you happier. So now I guess I'm sure you all miss real conferences, right? You do. And at real conference in the evening, you would be hanging around with other folks and the bottle of Jack Daniels. And since pandemic took most of the joy, I just encourage you to be as much interactive as possible at this online conference. And I have a game for you. So the game is, I'm gonna put a timer for 20 seconds, and I'm gonna ask you to do the following. Point out to different stuff and call them whatever you want, except what it really is, okay? Like monkey, okay, or refrigerator. So during 20 seconds, point out to different stuff, calling them anything you want, except what it really is, okay? I'm gonna put a timer for 20 seconds and go ahead. Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate that. And I bet that even before I started the timer, some of you already had a list of words you're about to say. Then some of you would go and say something like words that starts from letter A, or maybe things you've ate today. And since it's a Java conference, I'm sure there was a guy who was saying something like Java, Spring, Kubernetes, right? And why we have all of those patterns? So we have, most of us had a pattern of how to come up with a new word. It's because your brain tries to help you. Every time you start doing something, your brain tries to optimize the process. Another example is when you hear somebody talking monotonously, you say that person is boring, but what actually means monotonous? Like monotone means the same tone. So whenever you hear somebody talking monotonously for 10 or 15 minutes, your brain starts to whispering you something like, hey buddy, it was the same during 15 minutes. It's gonna be the same, so you can save some energy. And what? And fall asleep. And you do fall asleep when you hear somebody talking monotonously for a long time. And you would say, why? Because one of the main daily jobs of our brain is to make sure you will survive. Okay? So that's why your brain tries to help, optimize, save energy, write less code. Are you getting it? So the point is that the difference between Java and Kotlin isn't that bad. It's your brain makes you feel the conciseness of the code is so critical. It's almost like if you're gonna keep writing Java, it's gonna kill you unless you will switch to Kotlin if you want to survive. Okay? That's my point of view, but I guess it's worth considering it. So Kotlin for sure provides a decent improvement. And as engineer and especially as a teacher, I want to be objective. I always want to be open-minded, but I want to be objective. And I was asked if Kotlin provides just a slight improvement, if it provides a decent improvement, or it's a completely new experience compared to Java. And my answer is it provides for sure a decent improvement. And I encourage you, go ahead and check out and start writing some code using Kotlin so you can have your own experience. But I'm sure it doesn't able to provide a completely new experience, because if you want to have completely new experience, it's completely up to you, okay? Because it's not about the language, it's about people who use the language. So I thank you a lot, and we have a couple points of view, and I hope those points of view will be able you will be able to be more accurate using them. So Kotlin has great features. Java's trying to catch up. Your brain forces you to think that conciseness is so critical, and Kotlin for sure will help you, but it won't make you happier. Okay? If you feel like I'm underestimating Kotlin, maybe just because I'm jealous, and I think that designing a new language indeed is a super cool thing to do. And what inspires me even more is that whenever you start doing something with passion and creativity, it leads you to the results you couldn't even imagine at the beginning. I was talking to Andrei Breslav, who is the lead designer of Kotlin language, and he told that they didn't plan to create coroutines and they didn't plan to create Kotlin for Android at the beginning. Could you imagine it? So if you start working on something with passion and creativity, it leads you to the great results. And I wish you that today. Thanks again, and hope to see you soon.
Taras, thank you very much for a nice presentation, very interesting. I actually also miss offline conferences a lot. And what do you miss the most in offline conferences?
The atmosphere and real communication with other folks.
Yeah, absolutely agree. So thank you once again for the presentation. Now we will have Q&A session with you. So please join the Q&A session by the link. And I also encourage everyone to join Taras in Q&A session. And also I want to encourage to vote for Taras' speech through our application that you can download in the App Store and Google Play Market. So please go right now into the application and vote for Taras and his perfect speech.
Thanks.
Thanks everyone, and now we will have Q&A session as I said, and also a presentation from the partners, so stay tuned. We will have 3 more talks for today, and they will be awesome. Thank you.
Привіт! Вітаю Sigma Software. Мене звати Оксана, і сьогодні я покажу, як нам живеться у львівському офісі. Ходімте. Знайомтеся. А це Зеник – традиційний житель скандинавських країн і символ нашої компанії. Мініатюрна версія Зеника подорожує з нами по всьому світу. Ми беремо його у відпустки, в бізнес-тріпи і на конференції. Sigma Software – це шведська компанія, яка понад 17 років надає послуги з розробки та IT-консалтингу. Nordic Tradition, Ukrainian Spirit, Superior Software – це про нас, адже нам вдається поєднувати шведські традиції та підходи з українською гнучкістю та самовіддачею. У нас горизонтальна структура. Неважливо, який у тебе тайтл та скільки у тебе досвіду. Чи ти пишеш код, чи ти керуєш департаментом. Усі ми разом. Працюємо, обідаємо, спілкуємось та відпочиваємо. Запозичили шведську традицію фіка. Перерва на каву з запашною випічкою. Проходить вона за участі засновників, а також топ-менеджерів. Разом ми обговорюємо новини компанії, ділимося думками, а також знаходимо відповіді на питання, які нас цікавлять. А зараз я вас познайомлю з одним з власників компанії – Вовою Червою. Вова, привіт!
Привіт, Оксана.
Я вже трішки розповіла про наші шведські традиції. Поділися, будь ласка, нашими цінностями.
Ценности наши основные – это уважение к людям и одинаковое отношение к каждому, вне зависимости, это клиент или сотрудник.
А можеш розповісти трішки про наші бізнес-підходи?
Опять же, то, что делает наш бизнес успешным, это то, что мы уважаем наших клиентов и стараемся строить личные отношения с ними.
Чим, на твою думку, відрізняється львівський офіс від решти офісів Sigma Software?
Львивский офис – это относительно небольшой офис по сравнению, например, с харьковским, и это дает возможность знать людей по именам в офисе, более плотно и тесно общаться друг с другом, помнить, у кого когда день рождения.
Добре, я буду бігти. Рада була тебе бачити. Ще почуємось.
Взаимно.
Нам важливо розвивати IT-екосистему України. Нещодавно ми запустили Sigma Software Labs – лабораторію для стартапів і компаній, які щойно розпочали свій шлях. Наші резиденти мають змогу отримати консультації від бізнес-експертів, технічних експертів, а також доступ до світових фондів. Як і більшість шведських офісів, львівський побудований з урахуванням зелених технологій. Ми стежимо, аби він був озеленений і всім вистачало простору. Сам офіс працює за принципом ресурсозбереження, а ми популяризуємо зменшення використання пластику та паперу. Ми дуже гостинні. Окрім фіки, ми залюбки приймаємо гостей, хостимо мітапи, організовуємо внутрішні події та курси від Sigma Software University. Це наша освітня платформа, яка дозволяє здобути знання як зрілим спеціалістам, так і тим, хто тільки починає свій шлях в IT. У нас дуже дружня і затишна компанія. Ми не лише разом працюємо, але й проводимо багато часу теж разом. По п'ятницях взагалі організовуємо спільні сніданки, де можемо поділитися нашими новинами компанії, які відбулися за тиждень. В компанії відбувається стільки цікавого, що важко щось не пропустити. Саме тому виникло дві круті ініціативи: Insiders – подкасти про IT, та Sigma On Air – корпоративне радіо, на якому ми з Максом розповідаємо про найгарячіші події компанії. Дякую, що були з нами. Зустрінемось у львівському офісі.
Готова?
Так. Вітаємо на хвилях Sigma On Air.
В студії Оксана Назаркевич
Та Макс Ковтун. Всім привіт!
Hi guys, I'm very delighted to see, maybe not see, but feel all of you here in Kyiv studio and at the Devoxx conference. My name is Kate and I'm PR manager at Sigma Software. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for all who are joining us today and organizers for make it happen. So today, I just will talk a bit about our company missions and possibilities for you at Sigma Software. Try to imagine the place where Nordic traditions meet Ukrainian spirit to create superior software. As you heard in the previous video, it's all about us. And actually this is true because from Sweden we took high demand for quality, minimum hierarchy, attention to details, and freedom in decision making for our team. From Ukrainian culture, we took flexibility and dedication to every customer, every teammate, and every project. With the help of our professional team, we deliver smartest solutions, IT solutions for over 18 years to our customer around the globe. Some of us call the company where company never sets, as our office is located from the Australia to the west coast of United States. In the time of COVID-19, you can work from anywhere. You can work from our offices in Australia, in the United States, in Ukraine, from home, from Bali, anywhere. And the company actually have a lot of possibilities and variety of opportunities for everyone. Here you can work with startups, with product houses, with large enterprises, with different technologies and modern directions. So if you're open for the new opportunities, you're eager for fast professional development, check our Sigma Software career site. I'm sure you will find something interesting there for you. Surely, with the switch online, we face significant transformation and a lot of challenges, and as well as our team. And probably the most complicated challenge for us, it was isolation at homes, and we really care about our health, mental health of our team and their work-life balance. So starting from March, we transform all of our events and activities to the online format. We meet with our teammates, I don't know, in online bars. So we share our thoughts during knowledge sharing sessions. We organize our internal conference, kids' days for teammate with children's, a lot of team buildings, and everything to make our team feel more comfortable. Also, we transform our online traditional FICA to the online format. You know, in the time of COVID-19, it's really important to be informed. That's why our top manager share their knowledges, share their news, and our team could ask any questions during online FICA. The main direction, one of the main directions in the company is the healthy lifestyle and sports. So we promote the sport is our main directions. We have gyms in our offices, we have sport clubs, we have online yogas, cycling teams, sport challenges, anything to feel more healthier. So there are actually a lot of that I could say about Sigma Software, but there are actually a lot of times. And I want you to remind that we have kind of activities for you during the Devoxx hours. You can check the Devoxx site where you can find the links to our prize draw It's Amazon Prime subscription for 1 year, and also you can check your knowledge from Java history. So if you are looking for challenging projects, if you are looking for new possibilities and fast-growing development, self-development, join us, and I really hope to see all of you offline next year at Devoxx conference.
Welcome back, everyone. We are welcoming you once again at Devoxx Ukraine. We are glad that you are here with us all the day long, and tomorrow we will be also here with you. So please join. Don't forget our link to our website. Join to see our best ever speakers that we collected especially for you. In scope of Devoxx Ukraine, and unfortunately we have got not very good news for you, because we are going to have in this track Mercedes Wyss as a speaker. She is a CTO at Productivity startup, but unfortunately because of the really bad weather in Guatemala, and she's from Guatemala, she had no chance to join Devoxx Ukraine because of the bad connection and bad weather. We have asked Mercedes to record her talk, pre-record her talk, but unfortunately, as I said, because of the bad Wi-Fi connection, she experienced problems with joining Devoxx and with recording her talk. But I hope that later we will get in touch with Mercedes. She will be safe and she could deliver her talk to us, and we will post it on our YouTube channel and we'll share with you guys in our communications. But we had actually a backup plan, because we know that we are live in these conferences and such cases could happen. You know, should happen sometimes. So we prepared a backup plan for you, and I believe that it would be a very interesting talk, because we have a special surprise for you. We will have, instead of Mercedes, right here, right now, Alexander Reshetnik from EPAM Systems, and he will talk about the REST API refactoring. And interesting that we discussed with Alexander before that he will probably could join Devoxx Ukraine if something is happened. And Alexander doesn't believe us, but as we see, something went wrong and we didn't expect, and Alexander just hopped off and helped us with the conference, and he needed 40 minutes to get to his place to connect, and now I know that the technical team is working to connect him and checking all the things, all the devices, all the connections for you to have a perfect experience and to hear these talks, because he prepared it so well. So stay in touch with us. We are just keeping you updated on the on his talk, and I hope soon, in a couple of minutes, he will join. And meanwhile, I just want to remind you, while we are waiting, you have a perfect time to install our application on your mobile devices. Vote for the speakers that we had previously during the day. I know that you already have your favorite talks and your favorite speakers, and they did a really great job, guys, because you know online is very difficult setup. It is unexpected, is live translation, no pre-recordings, no preparations before. So we are just leaving this conference, and sometimes we have some issues, but we are here to fix it and to deliver you best experience. So as I said, just go to the application, choose your favorite speaker, choose your favorite talk, and vote right away. You can vote not only for one speaker, of course, you can choose different talks. So every time you see a good speaker and you enjoy the talk, you should go to the application and vote for this speaker. Okay? Sasha, hello! Hello!
Hello. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I'm here you Perfect. Welcome to Devoxx Ukraine. It is a great pleasure that you had a chance to hop into the conference and join our event. You are our hero of today.
Yeah, I'm really glad to join. It's before I participated just a participant, and today I would like to share my experience, and I'm ready to start. Okay, let me check again. Can you hear me well? Is connection good? Okay, I suppose everything is fine, so let's start. Dear friends, colleagues, today I would like to propose you some more wider view on the problem of REST API design, REST API refactoring. I'm sure that most of you have good knowledge and good practice in REST API design from scratch, in best practices of REST API design. But I suppose I have a unique experience in REST API refactoring and I have an answer on question what actually we can do when we already have not the best API and how to deal with issues if we already designed it, shipped it, and deployed our API, but we need some changes. Actually, I'm working with API and API design about last 5 years. I participated in several API programs in design of developer portals, and also I'm proud that I'm contributor and participant of API Competency Center in EPAM. Okay, let's quickly start from some definition what API is. Usually it's some requirements that defines how application can interact. It's a way to share some internal functions of systems. This is something that allows your application to work behalf of another application. From some point of view, the simplest maybe it's just HTTP and HTTPS endpoints. Actually, API, it's a really complex subject and we have different points of view. But API, it's a really important subject. It's, in my opinion, it's really the most important things in modern architecture, in modern digital transformation. So API has a huge impact on big number of users. Any change, any issue, any defect has a huge influence. It cannot be just simply reverted after publishing. You should always pay attention to backward compatibility. You always will have some unknown, unexpected user behavior, and it can break your ecosystem, your API. And it always open gates, it's always possible security vulnerability. But API is a key factor of your success. API is very important for business. It's a key for digital transformation. Business produces some valuable assets available through API. Developers develop applications and able to provide these assets and resources to end user. And these end users from this point also contribute to your company, to your business and produce new assets and resources. And all this always cycling. So that's why API is not just endpoints or some protocol. It's really part of your business, of your digital transformation. From start, I would like to remind some API design principles. We expect that API should be predictable, intuitive, and efficient. And in your design, in your architecture decisions, you should always rely on these 3 pylons. Okay, I'm sure that you're aware of best practices during design, and let's review some common issues that you can get after several cycles of development, after several years of your API in production, or the most popular case when you get your project as some legacy and you should deal with all these issues as is. Maybe my favorite issue is parameters hell. It's when you have really valuable assets, resources that had as many options for requesting, and you're trying to move all this complexity behind the question mark. And also from some sources you can find even an advice to move all complexity from URL path to parameters to question mark. But when you have big numbers of parameters, it really can be an issue and decrease speed of adoption of your API. But good news at this point that this is not very complex issue, and you can always find some options, some ways to improve this situation. You can use some values by default. You can try to split a single API call to several different API calls, or you can move part of not some specific or not frequently used parameters to your headers, and also propose some default values for these parameters. And from point of view of end user, your API become really simpler and more friendly. Okay, next possible issue, it's ignoring of HTTP verbs and just tunneling all your API through post or get request. It can be maybe a good idea for security or when your API is small, but if you follow well-known crude pattern or use other HTTP verbs, your API looks really friendly and is better to end user and better for your documentation. Okay, I will not spend much time on this issue, so we go through this issue really quickly, and I would like to move to our refactoring approach and techniques. One more possible issue is when you actually work as RPC over HTTP, but call your API as RESTful, as REST API, and at this point you you provide not fair information to your developers, to your users, and they also have some not the best developer experience when they expect REST API but actually have RPC over HTTP. So just select one approach and clearly state in documentation what are you doing with your API and how it should be how your user should work with this API and what fashion you selected. And one more interesting issue in API is a really huge payload. During development, maybe we pay attention to our payload and traffic size maybe at the last point. We concentrated mostly on security, developer experience, cool design, but your result payload also matter. Because if you have some universal API, some universal resources, it can be the the possible case that some users don't need all information that you returns in your responses, and at that point, good practice just allow user to select what part of response or what part of information you need to provide in response. So good news that this issue also easy to overcome with pagination or some kind of filtering during request. Okay, let's jump to some next point. Let's talk maybe about some philosophic question. Why you have what you have? Why you usually can get this not the best API? You can start with maybe best practices. You can start from scratch, but as a result, you also get not the best design. In my opinion, in my opinion, API design and API development underestimated at all. You should know that API development is not only some interface design, documentation, or maybe SDK in addition. You should pay attention to many different things, to many different aspects during your API development and API design. Also, you should design and develop not only API for some single product, but also pay attention to whole ecosystem, to whole API program or product family of your company, of your product, of your API program. So API, it's not project. You cannot work with API as with some projects that have start, end, and after that you can only support it. You should always work with API development as with live products that always available for your users. And the best thing that you can do at this point is set up an excellent feedback loop with your end users and developers, and update and fix your API when they need it. Okay. I suppose it's slightly fast, but I'm really nervous today. So let's move to the second part of my talk. I would like to share some API refactoring techniques, some approach, some new point of view on well-known patterns related to API design and refactoring. So let's move on to this part. Okay. When you have not really good API, or this practice also useful when you just start, you really need to start from clear resource definition. Actually, your API, your resources, and your assets are connected, and the goal of your API it's expose all this to external world, to developers who develop your applications, to users that use application and get access to assets in other restructured form. You should define cases for your for your consumers. Pay attention to documentation. Be sure that documentation contains all main cases and clear resource definition, clear description of assets and resources, of connections, and possible cases that can be used with different types of resources. pay attention to single entities and fields. Ask yourself, are they required to end user? How user can avoid consuming this field? What possible corner cases and bad scenarios from user point of view? How this API can be misused or abused? And the main point, give your users and developers an option to consume resources in their rate and with with low connection speed or something like this. So your API should work not only for users with good connection and with excellent software and hardware. Okay, let's move on to the next case. When you have really big domain, when you have many resources, you should review all this system and pay attention to some cluster, to some subdomains. Maybe it's a good time to split your big API on small subdomains, on small sub APIs, and check some separate resources. Maybe these resources can be optimized by splitting or by joining with other resources. And after that, your API system will be more clear and it can be adopted and discovered easier. And also don't forget to reflect all this in your documentation, because the bad thing about documentation is that usually users just try your API because they expect some common pattern, something like root, and only when they have some issues they go to documentation. So your documentation should have some easy start point and explain all your system only in one screen, in couple of sentences, and after that user should be able to understand all your idea over your API. And the next approach, the next pattern may be naive, but it's really a single responsibility. It's all like in OOP or class design. Your API calls, your resources should follow single responsibility as much as possible. It can be forced on different levels, on API level, or on domain, subdomain level, on resource level, or even on, and maybe the most important, on separate endpoint level. So if you see some multiple responsibility, try to refactor, try to split, try to move it to some different subdomains. For me, it's better to have two very similar but slightly different API with different responsibilities than have all in one API. The next good pattern for navigation for API discovery is to use hierarchy. It allows to improve navigation for users in your domain. Also, you can use this hierarchy in forward and reverse direction. You can build this connection from top of your hierarchy graph or from middle, but just remember that it's a really bad idea to have more than 2 or 3 levels of connections in your URLs. But if you can provide at least one additional level to connection, it's really easier to consume your resources and get resources with some specific connection instead of building complex parameters and something like this. So it's a really good idea to move part of this complexity from parameters to URL paths. Okay, let's move on to the next API gateway pattern. So I suppose that many of you have experience with microservices and know this API gateway pattern. But the interesting point about this pattern is that it always have big influence on your API design. And the idea of this pattern is that we have additional layer between our client and our microservices or services. And this layer is a single entry point. And this single entry point, this API gateway, looks like some silver bullet. You can do many useful things on this layer. And if you have this layer, you can move some logic, some complexity, and from level of services to this layer. And also you can move something from your client layer and make your life of your clients easier. For example, on this level, you can remove some data from request response, transform request response, add some additional security controls. You can handle cache and resource consumption. You can improve security and control consumption rate. You can combine several calls, or you can split one call on several. You can improve your navigation through your resources and implement all this stuff with hierarchy on this level. So the idea that your services and microservices can work only with pure API design, with just with CRUD and resources. And on API gateway layer, you can make your API better and improve it for client consumption. The next step for this pattern, it's a backend for frontend. It's also well-known pattern from microservices. But this pattern also useful during API design, and it allows you to build a special API for every your client, for every kind of your consumer. And on this with this approach, on API gateway layer, you can remove some not useful payload, not useful parameters for this specific client, and make this API really good, really the best fit for your specific mobile client, or just for this specific web application, or even for some your B2B integration point. You can provide additional special endpoints only for this specific customer. So it's really powerful pattern for management of your API, for control of your API, and most of modern API management systems built on top of this pattern. also, when we try to sort out with API design patterns, we can find API facade pattern. And the questions when we ask at some points, and it's what's the difference between API gateway and API facades? The description often almost the same and very similar. So let me state the answer from my side and from most of sources. So API gateway, it's a specific case of API facade. The main idea of API facade, it's that is focused on on simplifying of consumption of internal systems. So facade pattern makes our system easier for integration, easier for consumption for any external system. And the next step for gateway pattern at that point, that gateway pattern also simplify our system for deep backend services. So API gateway pattern allow you to move some business logic, allow you to simplify implementation of your backend services. So the main idea of this approach is that you can move any logic, any complexity from client or from backend part to this middleware layer. And for example, some API management systems like Apigee or Kong allow really powerful tools for this task, and this middleware layer can handle a lot of different cases and have very flexible tuning, and it can be used really in backend for front-end fashion without additional development on services layer. Okay, let's move on to some next point. Let me check my timing. I hope I have more time. Okay. One more good approach for your API refactoring when you have some old API with long history, it's redesign your whole domain in case of big integration. Your architecture should be ready for minor changes and for big integration. And for me, the best type to get really bad API from integration of two systems with good API, it's when you just join these APIs and try to translate API of one system to API another. Let me add more explanation to this case. This case, I try to tell such a story when you have two big, really old system with similar DOMer, with similar design, and after some business reasons, you need to integrate these systems in one system. For example, common case when you have some ticket selling system, you have your own equipment, own API, own processing business flow. But for example, if you buy your competitor, and this competitor also have very similar system, very similar API, but this other system. And now you should integrate this new system in your old system, and the worst decision at this point just to make some simple translation. My advice at this point that you should stop and design new API approach, new API system, new API version that can handle both systems, both business processes, and can get the best from both systems and fix issues that were that were developed in these systems over the years. So for this case, when you should integrate two really big systems with own history, it's full redesign, and as a result, you can get the best API possible for this case. But if you design your system from start really ready for big integrations, this redesign should not be a big deal for you. So let me share my point of view, what refactoring workflow you should follow during your redesign. At first point, you should identify your resources and build a model of your system. The next step, segregate different subdomains in these resources, and usually every subdomain should be a separate API. The next step, you should follow best practices during API design or API refactoring for every part of your system. And then you're able to use API facade or gateway pattern or BFF. And with help of this pattern, you should make your API as simple as possible for your consumers and from your backend layer. And let me review several real-life cases that I was able to see during my work with different API system. Imagine that there is a really big company, really top leader, and this company has many different assets, many resources for internal users, for external users, for partners. And this company has a lot of different APIs. Every API has own history, was created with different approach, with different best practices. And the idea to join all these different APIs and propose consistent developer experience for all clients, for all external and internal developers, for all that can consume this API. So for me, that this was the best case for backend for front-end pattern. So to solve this issue, a layer of API gateway was added, and for every case, for every kind of client, for every customer, if it was required, was built separate product gateway. And this gateway gathered all that was required for this specific client from different internal services and APIs. And on this level was made a custom specific design of API for this specific client. So it can be a really big effort to design a special API for every client. But if you follow some main guideline, main easy pattern, and if your system ready for this redesign, So it's not very complex task, but as a result, you get really satisfied clients and best possible integration for these clients. Okay, let's move to the next case. Almost the same case from business perspective. Big company, real leader, really old company, and this company already consumed several his competitors, and about every 3-5 years this company get another part of it or buy another competitor or startup. So the company has many different core services systems. They are similar in general because all these competitors works in the same domain, but this is really different systems with different equipment, different programming languages, different architecture approach. So the task was to build some general purpose API for all customers, for all developers, but to join all these different systems and hide all this complexity from end users. So facade pattern was selected for this task, and to join all these different core systems, core services was selected to build a facade layer, a system of different facade objects, and every of these objects available for external world as some API with some responsibility. And when you add new core system, new core service that need to be integrated to hold this ecosystem, you hide this integration on facade layer, and and the API users always have consistent developer experience. Okay, I suppose that's all from my side for today. I just would go to some conclusions that it not very important what best practices or what architecture approach will you use, but always keep your API predictable, efficient, and intuitive. Predictable, they behave in a way that expected and in consistent manner. Intuitive, if they have a simple and easy interface and can be easily understandable. And efficient, if they ask for the required input and deliver the expected output as fast as possible, and nothing more and nothing less. Okay, I I know that there are some link for questions, so let's move to questions section, and give me 1 second. I will try to find this link. Let me switch to.
Sasha?
Yeah.
Hello, thank you very much for your talk. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Okay, for us, you are today a real hero. Thank you for saving us in these difficult circumstances. I hope that you enjoyed your speech, even though it was very fast and unexpected. And we invite you to join Q&A session that you are having right now. Our technical team sent you links that you can now put out of your inbox and go right away into the Q&A sessions. And together with it, we invite everyone to join you in this Q&A session. Thank you very much once again for your beautiful talk. And after the Q&A session, we will have a presentation from our gold partner, Playtika. So thanks.
Life needs play. Since the day we are born, we all need play. Through play, we learn. We explore. We stimulate our senses, or we let go. We connect with others, or connect with ourselves. While the need for play is universal, what people play and how people play is an individual choice. And at Playtika, our mission is to entertain the world through infinite ways to play. By smashing art with science, we create the most vibrant and eclectic mix of games, and we do it all with an endless passion. We dare to challenge, and we play to change the game. We are coders and marketers that run with the pack, artists and data scientists that make it count, storytellers and strategists that cut to the chase. We are Playtika. Bringing you infinite ways to play. Playtika.
Okay, welcome. Thank you
Hi,
to our
everyone.
gold partner, Playtika company, and now the representative from Playtika, Alexey Mikhalevich, will conduct a Kahoot. Is it correct, Alexey? Alexey, do you hear us? Yeah, looks like we need a couple more seconds to connect Alexei to our online streaming. Yeah.
Hi everyone, hope
Hello.
all of you hear me well.
Yeah, we
First of
do.
all, I would like to say thank you to the event organizers. We really appreciate the opportunity to visit and sponsor the Devoxx conference in such turbulent time. As always, we prepared for you Kahoot, so if you don't have, please download the Kahoot app or follow the Kahoot link, enter game pin and join our quiz. The first 3 quiz leaders will get nice prizes from Playtika. And while you are checking in, I would like to say several words about Playtika. Playtika is a well-known gaming company with over 30 million monthly active users. And before the speech, I checked that there are around 200 countries in the world which population is less than Playtika monthly active users. The company was founded in 2010 and was among the first to offer free-to-play games on social networks and shortly after on mobile platforms. During 10 years, the company has grown from 2 offices to 19 all around the globe, and Playtika mission is creating infinite ways to play. Me personally, I'm a manager of payment system inside Playtika. By the way, I have been working here for 8 years. It's a really big period of my life. And I value a lot that Playtika is a very agile company. It's constantly changing to become better and better in all aspects, and it's really too cool to be part of it. What is important is that company cares about its employees by creating the best working conditions to achieve common success together and share company's values. And Playtika really loves bright celebration of its achievement. The previous such celebration was in Ibiza Island. I think some of you heard about that, and each employee was invited there. I hope that quarantine will pass and we will travel and party all together again. What is important for me that Playtika is not only about famous games, it's also a tech company that invests lots of resources to use the latest approaches and contribute to the world's developers community. Here are several examples I'm really proud of. First of all, we build a fully automated deployment pipeline that allows us to make thousands of deployments through production per month. And second, we always try new technologies and approaches in practice. For example, we have many reactive services. As many of you know, there was an issue working with relational databases in reactive way. Some time ago, project R2DBC appeared and solved this problem. My friend Igor was the first in Playtika who applied it in real production with high load. He will be really happy to share with you his experience tomorrow at 16:55 here at the conference, so welcome all of you. And as I can see, we have already 66 people join our Kahoot. Maybe I will wait several seconds more and start game. Please mention there is a delay between you see the presentation and you will see the answer options inside your application. So generally you have like 30 seconds after you saw the question on the shared screen to choose right answer. 71. Okay, I will. The first 3 leaders, please contact Playtika in the channel after the game. Thank you. Let's go. Cool. Oh, I told that. Wow, even with the delay, I'm happy there are a lot of people who correctly answers questions. Course department is the department where I'm actually works in. Good. Mm. People advising me to announce questions or maybe code, but code a new array list. No, I will not do it, sorry. Cool. Julia is keeping first place. Mm. It's English Y and Ukrainian U written here. I can add some music. I don't know if you hear it. So mysterious music. Cool. It appeared that I'm only one who hears music. Cool. And the last question. Cool, cool. A lot of people knew. So the leaders are cool. Please contact us in our Playtika chat and we will send you very nice prizes. Thank you guys. Have a nice evening and hope we will meet each other next year on offline conference.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexei. Thank you for this interesting Kahoot quiz. Very funny questions. And dear participants, I encourage you to register for Playtika prize raffles. The guys have a special prize, the big prize for you, a MacBook that they will raffle tomorrow at the closing ceremony. Okay, and we are glad to welcome back Simon Ritter with his second talk, and he will start just in a few seconds.
Hello everyone, welcome back. And our next speaker is Guy Royce from Redis Labs, a developer advocate. Welcome. Guy, hello, Kiev is speaking. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm perfect. Actually, I read some of your biography, and I know that you have interesting facts in your biography. I wanted to discuss with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. I stand by everything in my biography. None of it are lies. Yeah.
Great. So I know that you educated somebody in prison. What is the story about?
Yeah, so there's a prison. I'm here in Columbus, Ohio, and there's a prison about a 45-minute drive north of here where there was a programming curriculum. And I went into the prison and I taught a group of about 20 men JavaScript and Java.
Wow.
And many of them got out since then. A couple of them are doing really well. One even landed a job at Google, which is
Wow.
really, really cool. Yeah,
This is
it's very
amazing.
cool.
This is unbelievable. Great.
Yeah, it's nice to be part of the solution.
That's true. And I know also that you are a great gamer. What is your favorite game?
Oh, it changes from day to day. I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons since I was a kid, and you can tell by the gray hair on my head that that was a long time ago. But lately, I've been getting into a game called Cypher System by a man that used to work for work for Wizards of the Coast. And so I play that quite a bit. But probably the one that's always been there, the game that I've always played and will always play, is Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay, I see. That's why you have such a topic today.
Exactly. And I got my 20-second ready to go.
Okay, great. This is amazing. So you can start right now your talk.
Okay. Okay. So welcome, everybody. Can you see my screen? Yes, there's my screen. So this talk is Dungeons, Dragons, and Graph Databases. It combines some of my favorite things, Dungeons and Dragons, of course, and Graph Databases, which I just think are really cool and interesting. And yeah, I thought, well, you could take this Graph Database and you could do a dungeon with them, combine a couple of things I really like. So hang on a second here. Got to get to the screen where I can actually advance my slides, right? Hang on. There we go. So I've already been introduced, but again, my name is Guy Royce, and I'm a developer advocate at Redis Labs. Main things on this slide are just the social media links. The thing you're really going to care about, the thing I care about is that you follow me on Twitter at Guy Royce, but the thing that you're going to care about is not following me. You're going to care about the GitHub link there. I've got some sample code in here showing how to use a graph database to model a dungeon. It's all out there at github.com/Guy Royce, and I'll have a bigger link at the end. And that link at the bottom is if you want to read my out-of-date blog. But this is a talk about Dungeons and Dragons as well as graph databases. And so I thought, as a fan of D&D for many, many years, I thought I should include my character sheet. So here's my character sheet. I gave myself an alignment of neutral good. I'm a dwarven bard. And the bard is because that's probably the closest thing to a performer, which is kind of what a developer advocate does, or at least a part of our job. And the dwarf is because of the beard. So I've got my ability scores over there. I have, sort of mundane scores, and I gave myself a nice high charisma because that's what someone as narcissistic as me would do. If give yourself a high charisma. It also means with an intelligence of 8 and a wisdom of 8, this talk's going to be all sizzle and no steak. So yeah, that's my character sheet. I mean, I've been a gamer for decades, and as a gamer, you've got something you're trying to solve. You've got a problem. And that problem is that you want to level up your character. You want to get the gold. You want to get the experience so that you can improve your equipment and so you can face tougher challenges. And the question is how do you get these things? And the answer is you go to the dungeon, right? You go to the dungeon, and the dungeon is full of rooms, and those rooms can contain monsters and they can contain treasure. And so the dilemma is what rooms do I go to first, and in what order do I go to the rooms? If do I want to maximize my XP, then I need to go to the rooms with the tough monsters. But I don't want to go to a room with monsters too tough, because then it might defeat me. I need a challenge, but not an overwhelming challenge. Likewise for treasure, if I'm just trying to level up my gear, can I find rooms full of treasure with no monsters? How do I get to them? What path should I go through to dungeon? And I thought, well, how do I navigate this dungeon? And I'm like, oh, I'm a programmer. I don't need to I can use my magical programming skills to solve any problem, right? How many times have you told yourself that? It's like, this sounds like a problem for technology. And so I can build a database that contains the rooms and the monsters and the treasure, and then I could query that database and figure out how do I go through the dungeon to optimize my dungeon crawling experience. And I thought, well, let's look at a couple ways to do this. One way is we could use a relational database. This is sort of the tried and true historical way to do it. Relational database. You've got some tables with the joins and the schema and the SQL queries, and you just model that dungeon inside of a relational database. But there's another way we could do this, and we could model that dungeon using a graph database. And so I thought it'd be fun to compare and contrast these two ways of modeling a dungeon, and then the queries we can use against that dungeon to get, answer these important questions to maximize our gold and maximize our XP. So, everyone on board with the plan? We're going to compare relational databases and graph databases so that we can learn what graph databases are. And so the first question we need to ask is, what's a graph database? That's usually a good question for an intro topic like this. And this is actually, it is the right question, but there's a question underneath that. And that is, what's a graph? And so a graph is it's a set of nodes or vertices connected by relationships or edges. It's a mathematical thing. On this picture of a die 20 here, the vertex is the point. It's the nodes. It's the points on that platonic solid of a 20-sided die. And the edges, they're the edges connecting them. So the edges connect the vertices. And, this is, a 20-sided die. I've got another one right here in my hand. And these 20-sided dice and these solids like this are certainly can be represented by graphs, but graphs are a more general concept. They don't have to be three-dimensional. They don't have to be dimensional at all. They are just a series of vertices connected via edges, or a series of nodes connected via relationships. And so we can look at graphs more of a draw it on the whiteboard sort of way. The simplest graph is the null graph. This is the graph that has no nodes and no edges, no relationships at all. There's nothing in here, nothing to see here. Move along. This is kind of a boring graph, but it is a valid graph. In the beginning, the graph was formless and void, right? So let's add some nodes to this graph. So here we've added nodes A through F. Nodes A through F are just kind of hanging out there in space. They're not related, but this is a perfectly valid graph. It's not very interesting because it's just entities. They're just vertices hanging out there, but there's no connections, no relationships. And relationships are what makes them a little more interesting. So let's add some relationships to our graph. And now we start getting into something that's a little more useful here. We've got some connections, like node A and node D are connected to each other, and nodes G and C are connected to each other. But it's not completely connected. Some of the nodes are isolated. In fact, some parts of the graph are isolated. So B and F, while related to each other, are still isolated from the larger graph. And even the larger graph in the middle, the big sort of the largest island in these chunks of islands is still isolated. And so you've got these pieces of the graph that when they're not fully connected, when they're not connected to each other, if there's no path from a node to another node, then those are isolated. So let's go ahead and connect all the nodes together because we don't want an isolated graph. If our dungeon were isolated, we would have rooms that we couldn't get to. And so here we've connected them all together. And now this graph is no longer got portions that are isolated. It's connected. And a connected graph means that every node on the graph has a path via other nodes and relationships to every other node. So no matter what node you pick on here, there's a path that can take you to any other node. You can actually have a fully connected graph. I don't have a picture of one, but this is the graph where every node is connected to every single node via direct relationship. And so you can think of a network as a fully connected graph. You've seen pictures of these where you draw a bunch of circles in a circle, and then they got lines connecting every single one. It looks like a star, a 5-pointed star. You could take it's a fully connected graph. Actually, no, it's not. But anyhow, you get the idea. So these are connected. One thing that we haven't done yet is we haven't added any arrows. This connected graph is also undirected. So A is related to B, but there's no information as to what direction that relationship goes. To make a directed graph, we just represent that using arrows instead. So now instead of A being connected to B and B being connected to A is connected to B in a direction. And so A maybe is, it's sort of hard to use a word other than direction to explain direction. But it's got you think of it as A is connected to B, but B is not connected to A. A is sort of the lord and B is the vassal, right? There's a directionality to that relationship. And when we're talking about graphs, we can look at the degrees of nodes in a graph. And so the degree is the number of relationships that a node has. So node A in this example has a degree of 3 because it has 3 relationships, 2 outgoing and 1 incoming. And you can also refer to nodes in terms of their out degree and their in degree. Out degree is the number of relationships that are outgoing, and in degree is the number of relationships that are incoming. So node E has an in degree of 1, a degree of 1, and an out degree of 0. And so this is sort of how graphs work. There's one other important thing here, which is that there really aren't any rules. You can kind of connect anything to anything. Nodes can connect to each other multiple times. They can connect to each other in both directions. So here we have A and C are connecting to each other both ways. They can connect back to themselves. This particular graph we can draw in 2 dimensions on a piece of paper, but they don't have to even be able to do that. They can cross over in ways that you can't represent. They don't care about dimension. It's sort of not really what they're about. And so there's not really rules about what connects to what. A graph database is taking this graph structure and putting data on top of it. And so here we've got our nodes of our graph, and you can see that they're actually not nodes now. They're representing rooms and monsters and treasure of this dungeon that we want to model. And so we can take those nodes and we can give them a label. You can see here on the top left we have a monster, and then in red right below we have a monster, Alice and Bob. It's always Alice and Bob. Fun fact, Alice and Bob were my grandparents' names. So it always makes me kind of warm to think that I get to use their names in examples in software all the time. But here we've got Alice the elf. And so they've got a label here as monster, this node does, but it also has attributes, an ID and a challenge rating and an XP. Apparently my grandmother was a bit of a badass. Challenge rating 7. Who knew, right? I just remember her as this nice old lady. But so we can lay that data on top of these nodes. And we can actually lay data on top of the relationships as well. And so here we've got a contains relationship to say that the room contains a monster. Or we have a leads to relationship that says this room leads to another room. And now we've got something that looks like a dungeon. In fact, it looks very much like a dungeon. It's a database worthy of Mordor, right? So this is what a graph database is. You take that graph structure and you lay data on top of it. Sort of a little summary and sort of a couple points about graph databases here is you got these nodes and these relationships, or these vertices and these edges, or these connections. I tend to use all these terms interchangeably. Nodes represent items or nouns in the graph. They can have labels, so room, monster, treasure, and they can have attributes like ID or name. And they can stand alone. They can, just like a graph, you can have a graph that's completely disconnected. Every node is isolated. You can do that with a graph database as well. So these could just be nodes hanging out in space. Relationships connect those nodes together. They connect two and only two nodes. They have a type. In this example, leads to or contains. And they have a direction because this graph database is directional, has directionality. And nodes, relationships can have attributes as well, just like nodes can. And so here I've got an example of leads to with a distance of 45. Since this is D&D, that would be in feet, not meters. But they can have those attributes. However, I found that whenever I put attributes on relationships, it usually means that I'm slowly turning it into a node. And so I tend to avoid that. So I don't use that a ton. An important point with relationships between nodes too is that they don't exist without the node, which makes sense, right? If you take this graph that I have in my hand here, and I get rid of this vertex or this node right here, the edges, by definition, connect two nodes, and so there's nothing for them to connect to anymore, and so they go away as well. So if you delete a node from a graph database, the relationships to it go away as well. But if you delete a relationship, the node will stick around. So the nodes are sort of the boss, and the relationships are connecting them together. And I think this sort of ends up reading like sentences, right? So you've got a node. The room contains a monster. The room is the subject of the sentence. The monster is the direct object, and contains is that transitive verb that connects them together. And so your graph relationships tend to read like sentences. The room contains a monster. The room contains a treasure. The room leads to another room. Reads like sentence. So that's the theory and the idea of what a graph database is. But let's get into the real bits and pieces, right? Let's get into let's get into some code and see what this looks like. Because we've still got a problem. We still need to figure out how to properly query this dungeon so that I know which rooms to go to and in what order. I need to figure out the shortest path between rooms, what rooms have the most treasure, what's the path to the room with the most treasure, what's the path to the room with the most XP, those sorts of things. I want to query this database. And we're going to build a relational database, and we're going to build a graph database to try and solve this problem. So, how do we talk to these things? Well, let's look at the query languages. For a relational database, you've got SQL. I'm going to assume that you've used SQL or SQL, sometimes as we say it. SQL is a programming language I actually learned in college in the early 90s and still use. I think it's the only one that I still use, which is kind of funny if you think about it. Programming languages come and go, but query languages seem to stick around a lot longer. And so when we talk to a relational database, we use SQL. To talk to a graph database, a popular query language is called Cypher. And Cypher is a query language that was developed by the folks over at Neo4j. And it's different, but similar at the same time. It kind of looks like a combination of ASCII art and a query language. It's got some elements that remind me of SQL, but then it's got these matchers that are terribly different from SQL. They're not anything like anything you see in SQL. And you can see them here in this picture here, right there, where you've got the, there we go. This guy right here, you got the treasure contains a room, contains a monster. That's sort of the ASCII art piece of it, the matching. And here's the one we can look at a little more closely. Here we have the room contains a monster, and we've got this matcher. And you can see that we're using parentheses and square brackets. And so the parentheses match room nodes, matches nodes. And if you're drawing this out, you draw a circle for the node, right? And so that parenthesis sort of suggests circle. And so we have a parenthesis. And that colon room means match a node that has a label of room. And then the R in front of that says assign this to a variable for later use. And so this matches a room node. This matches a monster node in the same way that the room does. It's just a different label on that node. And this matches a contains relationship between them. And if you look at that bit in the middle there, you see there's an arrow. It's the query is expressing the directionality by using like this dash square brackets with the type of that relationship, and then a little arrow to sort of finish it off. And so this is this ASCII art that shows node, arrow, node, just like we're seeing in our picture up above. So these matchers will go through a graph structure like we've seen earlier, and will match that pattern in all the permutations that it's matchable in the graph. So this would return every room that contains a monster. And so we're going to, armed with this information here, we're going to look at how do we create rooms, how do we read rooms, how do we update delete rooms, and how to delete rooms. So hit the 4 basic CRUD operations for graph databases using SQL and Cypher. So if you're creating a room for a relational database, you've got a table, it's got a schema, the rooms have an ID and a name. In the graph, we've got nodes, they have an ID and a name, and they have a label of room. And so to create a room, assuming we have the table in SQL already, we use an insert statement, right? We insert into rooms, the columns we care about, and then we provide the values, and the insert happens. To do this sort of operation in Cypher, which is you probably haven't seen before, we use the create command. And so create takes a matching pattern. Create a room, create a node of type with a label of room, and assign it to the variable r so that we can do stuff with it later. Once we've created that, then we can set attributes on that room. Now, it's worth noting here that there's no schema, right? So we set r.id equals 1, r.name equals statue room, because every dungeon starts with a statue room, right? We could also say r.isTrapped equals false and add, another attribute on there. But we've created a room, and then we've set a couple of properties on it. So this is how we create nodes with Cypher. Now that we've written something into our databases, now we can query it. So here's how we query a room. Select ID name from rooms where ID is 1. This is like SQL 101, right? Select star from tables where blah, blah, blah. So that would return the statue room. The comparable thing in Cypher is using a match. So we'll say match, and then again, we provide that matching pattern. And it's the same one for when we created it. We want to match any node that has the label of room and assign it to R. And then we can put a where clause on there, which looks very, very much like SQL, where r.id is equal to 1. So of all the items in the graph that match pattern r:room, return, filter out only the ones where the ID is 1, and then return it. So match, where, return. This match where is worth noting because it's going to be repeated here in the next couple queries. So we match a thing to query, find a pattern in the graph, where to narrow it down, and then return it. If we want to update a room, we use a SQL update statement. Update rooms, set name where ID equals ID we want to update. So the statue room is getting an upgrade. It's now a statue hall. To do this with Cypher, we do a match where, just like we did with the read. Find that room with the ID of 1. But instead of doing a return, we set a property on it. So we set the name of the room to statue hall. And again, if we wanted to add attributes that weren't there before, we could add those using the same syntax. And so we could also say set r.name equals statue hall, comma, r.trapped equals true. And now it would be a trapped statue hall. But again, it's that match where, and then we're just setting the attributes that we want. To delete a room, always the fun operation, delete, isn't it? So in SQL, we delete from rooms where ID equals 1. Make sure you get that where clause or someone's going to be really angry, or maybe you, right? It's too bad it's not like video games where you do something stupid in a video game, you can rage quit. But when you do something stupid in production, quitting isn't really what happens in that scenario. But so we delete from rooms where ID equals 1, right? To do this in graph, again, it's that match where. Match a room where the ID is 1, and then delete it. Don't return it. Don't set a thing. Delete it. But, very similar query. So that's a super, super basic intro to Cypher queries for just manipulating nodes in your graph. I want to make a note on this, that there is another syntax that you can use. The matching can also, so I've been using this match where syntax, but you can also sort of inline this and say match a node with the label of room, and then inside of curly braces you can put properties that you want to, or attributes you want to match on. And so this is equivalent to saying where the room ID is 1. And you can comma separate these inside of the curly braces. The syntax is actually the same as you would use in in JavaScript. So that's an alternate syntax for matching. And you can also use this when you're creating. So here we created a room, which immediately creates a node called with type room, and then set things. But we could also just inline those properties as well. We could say create a room and set the ID and the name to these things. And you'll notice actually in this query that I took the R off in front of there. It's because I don't need a variable to refer to. I can just create the node with the label room, and my properties are part of that, so I don't need to reference that. So I don't need that R in front of the room anymore. And so we can create monsters. And here again, I did this inline syntax for creating monsters. It's the same as creating a room. And we can create treasures. And here I mixed it. So I said create treasure T, set the ID and the gold piece value in line with the curly braces, but then go ahead and use the set command to set the name. So you could mix and match these two. So that's all the CRUD operations for manipulating nodes. This gives us a relational database that looks like this. We've got rooms, we got monsters, we got treasures, and here's our rows. And a graph database that looks like this. And we've got all these nodes, they're just hanging out in space. They're not related to each other. Everything's isolated. I guess you could say this is a fully disconnected graph. So we need to do something a little more interesting than just inserting and deleting things. We need to put monsters in a room. And we need to put treasure in a room. So let's put a monster in a room. In a relational database, to put a monster in the room, well, based on what we have for our database so far, you can't. And so we need to alter the table monsters to add a room ID. We need to create a foreign key that allows us to get to associate monsters with a particular room. This will allow Alice to be in the statue room and Bob to be in whatever room 3 is, the armory. And so we alter that table, adding a room ID, and then we update the monsters to set values for those room IDs. And so this places Alice in room 1 and Bob in room 3. So it puts Grandma in the statue room and Grandpa in the armory. Sounds right. And so this is how you do this in a relational database. This is, again, creating a one-to-many relationship. This is tried and true relational database pattern. How do we do this comparable thing in a graph database? Well, we need to create a relationship. And to do that, we can do matching again. And here we're matching a room with an ID of 1, assigning it to R in the first line. And we can have a second match in our same query that matches another node and assigns it to M. So we're going to match the room, we're going to match the monster. And now those are R and M. And then we can create a pattern in the graph, create a room, create a R, create that relationship of contains between R and M. R and M already exist. They won't be created, but the contains relationship between them will be created. And so you match the two things you want, and you create that relationship between them. There's a temptation to do this when you are doing create. You're like, well, do I need to do the matching? Can I just, instead of doing like a match where or something like that, can I do a create with just the node the way I want and match that way automatically? The answer is no, you can't. If you use this syntax, you will create duplicate versions of the things that you just had So now we have 2 rooms with an ID of 1 and 2 monsters with an ID of 4. And then you will create a relationship from those duplicated nodes, but the nodes you wanted to relate won't be related. So this was a mistake I made when I was first getting into this stuff. I'm just sharing it with you so that you don't make the same mistake. So this is how we put a monster in a room. Putting a treasure in the room is going to be exactly the same. We're going to alter the table. We're going to create the relationships for our relational database. And for our graph database, we're going to match the room and the treasure and then create a contains relationship again. Similar problem. Similar problem. Works exactly the same. So let's look at our relational database so far. Still pretty tidy. We've got rooms, and there's one-to-many relationship with treasure and a one-to-many relationship with monsters. So room can have multiple monsters and multiple treasures. I want to find the rooms with multiple treasures and no monsters because I'm greedy like that. Let's look at our graph database so far. Here we've got some isolated portions of the graph, but there is some relationships now. It's getting a little more interesting, right? Rooms have monsters, rooms have treasures. We can see that if I want to maximize my my treasure, probably I should go to the barracks because there's a +1 sword worth 1,250 gold pieces and no monster. So I'm going to go there. Get the +1 sword, then I can use it against the monsters, right? But this graph isn't complete. It's not a complete representation of the dungeon, and neither is the relational database. But we can start doing some munchkinning. We can go in and start doing some queries to optimize what we're looking for. And so let's go and see if we can find the best monster rooms and the best treasure rooms. Maybe we can get a prioritized list of the monsters and the treasure that we want to go after. So first we can farm all the XP. Here's our relational database. Here's how we would do this with with SQL. We want to get a list of all the rooms in highest XP order down. We would do that with a classic join. So we select the columns we care about, the room and the XP, from the two rooms, rooms and monsters, from the two tables, rooms and monsters. And then we filter where the ID and of the room matches the room ID on the monster table. So we match those foreign keys together so that we don't get a Cartesian product out. And we order it descending by the experience points, putting the highest XP value stuff at the top of the list. This will give us a list of all the rooms we should hit in the order that we should hit them based on XP. So pretty simple query. How would we do that with a cipher? Well, it's actually fairly similar. We want to match all rooms that contain monsters. So we create this matching pattern of a room contains a monster. It will walk the entire graph and find every instance of a room that contains a monster, everything that matches that. And then we return the ID, the name, and the experience points, and order it by the experience points. And this will give us a list very similar to the list from the relational database of rooms with their name and their XP value, sorted by largest to smallest. So this is a way we could farm all the XP. Getting all the gold is, of course, going to be a very similar process. We just join on treasures instead of monsters. And again, with the graph, it's the same thing. We just swap out treasure for monsters and swap out gold piece for experience points. And so here we can go through and match all those rooms that contain treasure. Again, it walks the graph, finds everything, returns it, sorts it. So that's kind of neat, right? But so what, right? So far, the graph database hasn't really done anything that the relational database can't do. It's schemaless, which can be nice. But I've been able to do all the queries in graph and in relational databases that I need to just get these prioritized lists. Excuse me. So we need a way to start do the interesting thing, which is connect the rooms. So let's connect some rooms. How do we get a room to connect to another room? How do we know that this room leads to another room? How do we do that with a relational database? How do we do that with a graph database? To connect rooms with a relational database, well, there's no easy way to do this, really. We have to create a many-to-many mapping table that maps our rooms to rooms. And so we have to create a new table. We don't have to alter any schemas this time, but we do have to create a new table that allows you to relate a room to a room. And it's got a from ID and a to ID. Then to relate, say, the statue room to the barracks, we have to insert into that table the two IDs. And now we've got a one-way relationship from the statue room to the barracks. This is a little unintuitive. I mean, it works, and I've done this in production myself many times, but it's hard to think about sometimes. How do we do this with a graph database? Well, it turns out that in graph, it's just another relationship. And so just like you would relate a room to a monster by having it with a contains, you can relate a room to a room with a leads. And so here we just match the two rooms that we care about, and then we create that relationship between them. It's exactly this, the same pattern as if we're putting a monster in a room or we're putting treasure in a room, because it's just nodes in space connected with relationships. There's no schema to modify. There's no foreign keys to really manage. You just say this room leads to that room. And so here we've got the armory leading to the barracks and vice versa. So that's how we do relationships, how we connect to rooms in both graph and relational. So we can see our relational database has kind of gotten big and a little bit hard to think about. It's not huge. I mean, it's still manageable. And our graph database is, well, it looks like our dungeon, doesn't it? This looks like where we came in. Cool. So given these databases, now we can be more than just a munchkin. We can be a super munchkin. And we can find pathing queries. So one of the things that graph does well that is hard in relational databases is finding paths. I want to find what path through the rooms leads me to the room with the biggest treasure. To do that with a relational database, you'd have to have joins back on itself n number of times. You end up with sort of like a recursive joins. And I'm not even sure if that's possible in SQL. I haven't done it. And so that's kind of a tough problem for SQL. But graph does it naturally. It's actually set up to do pathing matches through the graph. And it does this in Cypher with the asterisk. So if we add an asterisk to this relationship, to this matcher, what we do is we say room 1, any room, room 2, any room, leads to star. So that star says hop over multiple nodes in the graph as long as there leads to relationships. So if you have a room that leads to a room, that matches this pattern. You have a room that leads to a room that leads to a room, that matches this pattern. You have a room that leads to a room that leads to a room that leads to a room, and so on and so on. Anywhere from 1 to infinity hops to connect those rooms together, this pattern will match that. So it doesn't match just a 1-to-1, it'll hop over them. Which all of a sudden is a lot more powerful. I just added one character, and all of a sudden I can query this stuff. You can also use a couple numbers there. You might want to limit it. You might say, I want to see all the rooms within 3 hops of myself. That's what this query would do. Minimum hop of 1, so at least 1 hop, and at most 3 hops. And you can put any numbers you want in here. You know, give me a list of all the rooms that are 4 or 5 hops away from me. You could put those values in. And so this would match those patterns. And again, these patterns walk that entire graph and find them. One question you might have if we look at this previous one, whoops, there it is what keeps this thing from doing infinite loops? Because there's infinite number of paths through this graph, right? If you've got a bunch of nodes in a circle, you can just keep going around that circle as many times as you want. It won't do that. The graph database solves that problem. It won't run forever. So no worry about that. Okay. So let's do some interesting queries. Let's look for nearby rooms. So this is going to give me a list of all the rooms that are within 3 hops of me, within 3 relationships of me. So it matches, presumably I'm in room 1, the statue room, and I want to find all the rooms that are up to 3 away. This query will return them by matching using the lead star 1.3. It'll return a list of all the IDs and the names of the rooms that are around me, which is kind of interesting. It lets me know where I'm at and what's around me. But let's find rooms that are near me with the most gold, so I know which room to go to next. Well, all you have to do is extend that query. You got a room that you're in, leads to 1 to 3 hops away, another room that must contain a treasure. And so that will match all rooms that contain treasures that are within 3 hops of you. And then we return that ID, the name, and the gold piece value. And then here I've ordered it ascending by gold piece and put a limit 1. So it gives me the room with the most treasure that's within 3 hops of me. So where am I going next? This will tell me where to go next. So this is a similar query to the previous one, just a couple extra things tacked on there. We could find the longest path through the dungeon. Let's say I'm a completionist and I want to make sure I hit every room in the dungeon. Well, here we could do that with that room leading to room with a star. So match all rooms that can lead to all rooms. But we can capture the path that match will match, all the paths. And then we can execute functions against it in our Cypher query. So we assign that path to a variable p right here. And then we can say, well, give me a list of the nodes that are in that path. Give me the length of that path and name it length. And then I can order by that length descending. So the biggest one floats to the top. And then I can limit 1 to get just the top item. This will give me the longest path through the entire dungeon that hits every single room. The room with the biggest treasure. That sounds useful. So there's another clause in Cypher you can use with on your match. That allows you to store variables for future use, in a sense. So here we're matching all treasures, all nodes that are treasure nodes, with, and then we're using an aggregation function, max. So you get all the gold pieces of all the rooms, or of all the treasures, and then this will return the maximum of all those, as opposed to like sum or average or something like that. And then we're going to give that a name as max GP. So we've got a maximum gold piece value. Then with that, we can match all the rooms that contain treasures where the gold piece value is equal to that max gold piece value and return those. So that this with allows us to sort of store variables for later use. And here we've sort of combined all of these ideas together. We want to get a path from the room I'm in to the room with the most gold. So we've got that match with max gold piece as max GP. So we're getting our maximum gold piece value in the dungeon. And then we're matching the room that contains that that treasure. And we're setting that room ID as the destination. Then, using another with there. Then we match from the starting room, which we hard code as a 1, to the stop room, which is the destination ID, a path from where, so we map a path to that room from where we're currently at. And we capture that P, and then we can take that path, ask what nodes are in the path so we know how to get there, and get a length so we know how far it is, and then we order it and limit it. So we get the best path. And we got the shortest path to the room with the most treasure. So this fairly complex Cypher query can tell us that. So these are some neat queries. I've got a demo. I don't know if I have time to do that. I think I'm almost done here. But I also started a couple minutes late, so I don't know if there's any rollover there. But I've got a quick demo just to show you that this is real. I'll run one query really quick. I built a random dungeon generator. And I kind of want to show it off, honestly. So this is all out on GitHub, so you can go check it out. It's written in Node. And the main thing here is that I can do npm start, and it will hit a cloud-based instance of Redis Graph that I'm using, and generate a dungeon. And so if I go to that cloud-based instance here, I'm using Redis Insight here. I can say match and return n. So this is like select star.star, select star from a graph database. And this will return me all the nodes in the graph. If I go to a tabular view, I'll see the names of the nodes. I've got randomly, this is the random dungeon name, the Fabled Sewers of Jarzemez. We got different rooms within the dungeon here. We go to the node view here. We can look, there's our dungeon node. Let me zoom in here. You can click the plus. Right, and we can see that it has an entrance to the filthy jail. which contains the Dwarven Lance and the armor of Scandwissa Preston, whoever that is. And I can generate this again really quick. And we'll see, and if I go out and query this again, we'll see that the dungeon has changed. The dungeon is now the Shattered Sewers of Slurlub. Slurlub. Of course, Slurlub. I know Slurlub. And so I'm just going to do one of the cool queries here to show that this isn't vaporware. And I've cheated here, and I've got them all ready to go. So here's the shortest path to the most gold. It's the one I just showed you all. I go out here and run that query. You can see why I don't want to type it in, right? So it works better this way. And so we get 4 nodes. Node 0, which is a room. And so this is the path. So here's our rooms. Here's the last item in there. The Shattered Defile is the room that has the most treasure. And I'm currently in the Grand Room. So that is the path that will get us the most gold. If I look at this from a graph view, I should be able to see. There's a chest of coins worth 75. That is certainly not the greatest treasure in the room, but if I walked around the graph, I bet I could find it pretty easily. I just need to remember which one was the end node. It fell out of my head by the time I switched screens. But anyhow, yeah. So I think I'm about out of time. Let me head back to my slides here. So I've given you sort of a fun and ridiculous example of what you can use graph databases for. It actually is a really intuitive example, because they're nouns and you're connecting them with verbs, right? But there's a lot of practical applications as well. Social networks is sort of the canonical example of a practical application for a graph database. You know, I'm friends with this other person. I follow this person. I like their post. These are very natural graph relationships. Genealogy, keeping track of your ancestors. Alice and Bob beget Sally, who beget Guy, who beget Luke. Sort of that family network. Genealogy is like a social network, but over the decades. But it's a very natural relationship, graph relationship as well. Transportation networks are a natural graph. You can think of bus stations and train stations and subway stations as nodes, and the connected via that transportation. And I like the logistics example. Where you say you've got a store that has some poison, some lettuce that's got some E. coli on it. You could track back that lettuce to the particular farm using a graph database. Or epidemiology is another good and I suppose rather timely example of using a graph database, where you can say, well, this person had contact with this person, had contact with this person. So contact tracing is another natural graph problem. If you're looking to play with this yourselves, go check out Redis Graph. It's free. The source code's all available if you're so inclined. I usually do that via Docker. If you want to learn more about the Cypher query language is created by Neo4j, and so you can. There's a link there to the detailed specification, and Neo4j, of course, has open sourced this to the community. Everyone can use the Cypher query, which is why we're able to use it at opencypher.org. And I've got a blog post I wrote about Redis Graph as well. Which is some of the stuff I talked about in the talk, but it's some more concrete examples that are easier to copy and paste. I work at Redis Labs, as I mentioned, so go check us out. We've got a Discord server. I like that the link for the Discord server looks like your game master has sneezed. It's like GM Kachu. But I'm always on there, and if you have any graph questions or any Redis questions, you can always ask. We got community forums online if you want to do it like slow Discord. And Redis University has courses that you can sign up for free. We run them periodically, so go get some free training. Codes, slides, and 3.6 plus 2 pull requests are available out at GitHub at this URL. This QR code will take you to that URL. I promise it will not rickroll you. That QR code, it will never give you up, and it will never let you down. It will totally go to, it won't run around and take you to other sites that you don't want to go to. So that's pretty much all I got. Again, my name's Guy Royce. Give me a follow, check out the code, and thanks a lot.
Guys, thank you very much for such an impressive talk. It was amazing.
Thank you very much.
We have 10 minutes for Q&A session, so please join by the link that our org team sent to you. And meanwhile, guys that were looking and were following your presentation also will join Q&A chat. I once again appreciate that you joined our event. It was a great pleasure to have you and also a great honor. And we hope that next year we will see you offline here in Kiev, in Ukraine.
That would be amazing. I haven't been to Kiev yet. I'd love to come.
Yeah, you should. You should come.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you very much for having me. It's much appreciated. And I'm assuming the link to the Q&A is in my email.
Yes, right. Yes,
Okay.
right in your email. Mhm.
Okay. I will
Thank you.
click post haste. Thanks a lot.
Great. So join Guy in the Q&A room right here, right now, and after that we will have a special quiz from the our platinum sponsor, EPAM Systems, and senior software engineer Miroslav Harmaty will have a quiz. So also join Miroslav after Q&A session, and it will be fun and very fun. And also, I think that this is it for this track for today. After the Miroslav quiz and Q&A session, we will have a keynote speech from the Josh Long. Josh Long is a top 1 speaker from the last year of Devoxx Ukraine. And I think that this speech at this year Devoxx Ukraine will be even more impressive. So please join Josh Long's speech. And with that, I'm wishing you a great evening and a great night, and see you tomorrow here once again in the track 2.
Hello, we are back, and I'm glad to welcome Miroslav Harmaty, software engineer from EPAM. Miroslav, do you hear us?
Yeah, hi.
Hi. So what you will present to us today?
Oh, I will present you the great thing, like the old game, and at the same time the new game. It's called Snake from the EPAM. So let me show you the stuff, the whole stuff. Okay. So here we have do you remember the old game Snake from the 1970s, where the people got crazy and fighting who got more score on the snake, and they got their Tetris and they played that. But here we have the same game, the same snakes, but a little bit changed. So here you're able to create your snake, self-driving snake, which runs the battlefield and collects the apples, collects the points, and the winner actually, as in the different game, is the person who got the more points. So here you have the battle here, the different players like Alexander, like Metro, and this is the battlefield number 178.
on the right hand, you have like the players, like the old players that are on our server, like here, like DPA, like Victor, someone with A, and their score on the right side. So here also you have like the different fields, like 1, 2. You can also like zoom those stuff and like to look like the bunch of the other fields on our website. You can also like scroll down and you will see like more and more battlefields, so you can like review like different players rule their snake. So here's actually the documentation how to deal with our snake, like how to deal with your snake and how it should work. So like here's the basics of the game. So you write the code and it connects to the server. Like for example, if you have like some here's like the bar from the you have like the endpoint, like the URL of your current basic field, and you can connect it to your code here. Like for example, you make the variable here to the URL, and it connects to the server, and every second it gets the code you write in the like return function, and the stuff, the code you wrote here rules your snake. Actually, here's like the battlefield, like the smaller part of this, like the different symbols. For example, you have here the wall, like the apple, stone, like the gold, like the parts of the snake, like head or like the body. You have also like different the other things, like also here like is written the battle rules. So the negative impact, for example, if the snake hits the wall, it dies, or if like the snake width is like smaller than 2 cells, so it also dies. Like the positive impact, so we have the pills, like the flying pill. For example, if you take the pill, so it can like fly over the stones or like the other snakes. For example, the fury pill, so it can bite the parts of like the snake for the 10 moves. Exceptional cases, hints how to work with your snake, how to ride it. So actually here's like the link for your snake battle for the like documentation. So you write quickly here and you will be able to read the documentation also. Like for example, to log in to our snake battle, you should go to the some URL, like add the valid email address, add the password, or you like should sign in and your name, surname, email address, password, confirm password, and you'll be in our database, so we'll be able to compete with other snakes. Let me like find myself on our battles. For example, if I found like Miroslav Hermati, so I can, if you click on the right side on some person, you can go directly to the battlefield which this person is. So if I go to this field, this is the field where I am, where my snake works, and where's my code is also working. So here's my snake. It always goes right. That is because like here I return the thing that makes my snake only go right. But if I, for example, write here like top, oh, right, or top, and in our like terminal go like no runner. Oh, there's like the thing. There's the bug. Okay, let me run again. So here in the terminal, you will be able to see every step for every second, like your snakes made. So here's the battlefield, like the other snakes, like the points, the stones, the other stuff like the walls here at the stars, and every tick here you are logged some stuff. For example, where's your snake head, where the other snakes, so you can buy them or you can go over them. So you can also find the apples, where the apples are, their coordinates for X and Y. You can also find the gold, the flying pill, for example. There's no flying pill right now on the field, and the furry pill, so there's also no every furry pill on the battlefield. And so here, for example, if we stop, the answer is the empty string. But if we write here the same thing, right, and reload our server local, so the answer is right. So our snake will always go to the right. So also here we have different rounds. The round is probably 1 minute. So the winner is the person who got the more score, the bigger score for their one round. Yeah. So you have half day today to train your snake to write some code, and also you have the half day of tomorrow, and from 15 to 18 or 3 p.m. till 8 p.m. you'll be able to fight with different people, to fight and compete with different persons, different snakes, and the winner will get some prizes from our company. So let me for example discuss the what is going here. Here's the old stuff is going right. Let me okay, so here's the snake super A, so it's written by our developers, and it actually knows where the old stuff, the old apples, the old stones, the old walls, and it makes some things correctly. It's not going only to the right, it's not going to only to the to the bottom or to the top. It not buys the walls and so it's taking the decisions basically on the next step, basically on the other stuff there's on the other battlefield. Yeah, exactly. So here also you will be able to start your snake from some positions here, you have triangles, so there's the starting position of your snake, and yeah, that's the whole stuff. Please come here and compete with other people's the other snakes and get some crazy stuff from our company.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you,
thank you.
Miroslav.
Thank you.
That's a very exciting snake battle, and dear participants, I encourage you to join. You will find the link to it at the user page under the EPAM section. Thank you once again, and thank you our platinum partner EPAM for supporting Java Devoxx Online. Thank you.
Thank you.
And in a few minutes, we will connect our last speaker for today, Josh Long, with a keynote talk. So stay with us. We will be back soon. Okay, I'm glad to welcome at our online stage Josh Long, Spring Developer Advocate, who is connecting from California. Good morning, Josh. Do you hear us? Yeah, we have some technical issues a bit. Yeah. Okay, so while we are connecting Josh, because you know California is very far away, so we need some time to connect him. And while we are connecting Josh, I will remind you that you can vote for the best speaker and the best talk using the mobile application. A link to the mobile applications you will find at our user page. So install them on your iPhone or Android mobile phone and vote for the best speaker and best talk. The results will be announced at the closing ceremony tomorrow at the end of the second day of Devoxx. Yeah, and yeah, while we're still connecting Josh, again, I will remind you that we have some interesting prize raffles from our partners, and some of the partners has prepared very exciting prizes for you, like MacBook, bicycle, and some AirPods, new and a bit old ones. So a variety of prizes you can win. Just find the links at our partners section at the user page. Fill the registration forms or solve some Java quizzes. And I hope you will be the lucky ones to win. And also we have prepared some prizes from our Devoxx team. You can post the photos with hashtags Devoxx Ukraine and Java 25th anniversary. Post the photo how you watch Devoxx Ukraine online. And the best photos will win the prize from us. It's a 1 year free subscription to any product of JetBrains. So our gift partner JetBrains will provide the licenses for you. So just do the photo, just post it in Facebook or Instagram, and I hope you can win it. Okay, so Josh,
Good
welcome.
Morning.
Good morning
Thank you.
from the sunny California, as we see at your room. The sun is shining.
Yeah, wonderful today.
Yeah,
sorry about the
Sorry?
Sorry about the delay.
Yeah, that's no problem. You know, online experience is a new experience for all of us. So I'm glad to welcome you at Devoxx Ukraine Online. We are very thankful to you that you can join our conference. And now the mic is yours, so please start your talk.
Okay, thank you. Let me open my presentation. Okay. Okay, you can hear me. Can you see my screen? I think you can. Let's wait for this to load.
We see your screen. Everything works fine.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Good evening. I am sorry about the delay. There's a little bit of a mix-up. My fault. Clearly, I will try and make it up to you. I appreciate that you all came to this wonderful show, and thank you so much for having me. And I thank you for coming to my presentation. Obviously, I know there's other things you could do. It's late in the day right now, so I thank you for being here. Since we don't have a lot of time, and since I don't want to waste your time, I always remind people of this slide. This is the most important, right? This slide contains the coordinates where you can find me if you want to reach me for questions. I am on Twitter. I'm on email, so please don't hesitate to reach out. At Starbucks Man, my direct messages are open. My email is josh@joshlong.com. And of course, my code is at github.com, joshlong, rsocket revolution. So please find that, take a screenshot of this for later. We're going to go through a lot of stuff right now, but you don't have to follow along right now. Just, use the code for later, right? You can follow that. A little bit about myself. My name is Josh Long. I work on the Spring team. I'm a Kotlin Google developer expert. I'm a Java champion, and of course, I'm a Spring developer advocate. So I've been serving in that last role for more than 10 years now. And as part of that, I've done, I used to travel before this crazy year. I used to travel a fair bit. And I got to see amazing people in the community. And I did some training videos. These are videos that you can buy on Safari that are out there. I have a book called Cloud Native Java that came out in 2017 that I wrote. I have a podcast called A Beautiful Podcast, which is every Friday. That's today. There's a new episode today, of course, every Friday. And so today's episode was with Thomas Risberg. If you've ever used the JDBC template, then you should know Thomas Risberg. And it's fun. And then every Tuesday, I have a blog every Tuesday since January 2011. I've got a blog called This Week in Spring, where I recap all the news that's fit to reprint in the Spring ecosystem. I have, of course, a screencast series every Wednesday. And I have a book that I've just finished writing called Reactive Spring. And this is now out. You can buy it. It's on reactivespring.io. You can buy it on Leanpub or Amazon as Kindle, EPUB, Mobi, PDF, or actual book, printed book. And reactive programming is a big part of what we're going to talk about, but we don't have a lot of time to go into the details. So I'm going to quickly review that. But what we're going to talk about today is something called RSocket. Now, RSocket is a binary protocol that sort of is the logical next step if you understand reactive programming. So hopefully we'll be able to review reactive programming, but what you need to know is that reactive programming is a way of writing software that gives you a solution for three big things. One, how do I write software that is more resource efficient, right? So I can scale better, I can handle more users, more demand. Two, how do I write software that is more resilient? That is to say, it fails correctly. It does the right thing when there's weirdness in the network, right? If there's errors in one service or another, right? And then three, something that gives me a way to write software that's more composable. So if I have service A and service B, and one service speaks WebSockets, and the other one speaks service end events, and the other one speaks SQL, and the other one speaks HTTP REST, and the other one speaks whatever, gRPC, and if I want to talk to Kafka or RabbitMQ or whatever, without reactive programming, all of these are different APIs. In the world of reactive programming, there's just one. It's called the publisher. It's called a reactive stream. And if you understand how to use reactive streams, suddenly it's much easier to compose data from different sources together, right? So data from my my WebSockets, my service and events, etc. All that stuff composes very easily now. So reactive programming is very valuable. And in order to do all these things that I've just described, it changes the programming model. It says that when you are dealing with data, you are dealing with data that is not here yet. It will be here eventually. It's asynchronous. And so when you write code with reactive APIs, you're dealing with stuff that is asynchronous. You're saying, I want to do this with this data when the data arrives. Not right now, because it's not here yet, right? I'm describing a pipeline through which data can flow. And so this requires a little bit of rethinking about how you write code. But once you get used to it, it's a very functional style, and it's very easy. So in order to see all of that in action, we need to write some software. Now, obviously, we have many ways we could do this. But today, we're going to do this by going to my second favorite place on the internet. My first favorite place on the internet, of course, is production. I love production. You should love production. You should go as early and often as possible. Bring the kids, bring the family. The weather's amazing. It's the happiest place on earth. It is better than Disneyland. But if you haven't been to production, you can begin your journey here at start.spring.io. Now here, we're going to build new software. And we're going to build reactive using RSocket. Now, obviously, there's a lot of good stuff. Most of what we're going to talk about today, in fact, almost all of it, is going to be generally available. It's going to be stuff using 2.3.5, the current generally available released version of Spring Boot, right? But I do want to encourage you to take a moment to explore 2.40. You see, there's a lot of other features that we just don't have time for today. Just a lot of stuff that I would love for you to see. There's stuff that's in Spring Boot 2.3 that makes Spring Boot even more relevant, even more natural in the cloud, right? So things like native support for liveness and readiness probes in Kubernetes, things like easy image generation of Docker containers using the Spring Boot Maven plugin, things like graceful shutdown, so that when a pod is killed in Kubernetes, Spring Boot will stop accepting new traffic, wait for the existing traffic to finish, and then shut down, and so on, right? In 2.4, there's two new big features. One is native support for config map as configuration, right? So you can point Spring Boot to config map directly, and it'll just read that from there. And then two, we have support in Spring Boot 2.4 for working with the Spring GraalVM project. Now, the Spring GraalVM project is really nice, right? Like it's we don't have time to go into all this, but it's a good idea for all of your code. It's just a very interesting thing, and it gives you very, very fast, very, very lightweight binary. So here, if I run this application, you can see I've got an application that starts up. What was that? Oh, that's better. You can see my application starts up in 0.13 seconds, right? So, or 0.128 seconds, whatever. Either way, you can see this is an application that has data, right? It has data in it. It's talking to a SQL database. The reason it takes so long is because this actually embeds a SQL database, so that it's starting up a database and it's starting up the application. It's faster if you just connect to another database that already exists. So it's just really, really interesting opportunity, right? You get applications that start up in no time at all. You get applications that take very little memory, tens of megabytes of RAM instead of hundreds. So all of these are very interesting, but we don't have time for all that. But if you try Spring Boot 2.4, you can experiment with all that stuff, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to build an application today that takes advantage of reactive APIs. We're going to call this a service, and we're going to leave the default version of Spring Boot. We do have some choices down here, friends. We have some choices. There's 3 choices. There's Java 8, 11, and 15. It looks like you have 3 choices, but you don't. You've only got 2 choices, right? 2 choices. Java 11 is the current long-term supported version of Java, and that's okay. It's not great. It's a cowardly version of Java to use. And then there's Java 15. Java 15 is the current supported version of Java. It's not the long-term supported version of Java. So I can choose which Java I want. I will, of course, unless I'm doing GraalVM, I will, of course, choose the current long-term supported version, or the current version, right? So, okay, let's see. Here we go. Okay, use Java. Good. So now I have Java 15 specified. Let's go ahead and select that. Okay, now we're going to use the RSocket support. We're going to use Lombok. We're going to use security. And I think that's it for now. I think that's it. Yeah, okay, so I hit generate. And we're going to go ahead and open up this project in our IDE. Oops, not sure what it's doing. Okay. Come on, go faster. People are waiting. Okay, good. So public static void main application. I need to set up the JDK 15. Thank you. Okay, there's my application. And so what we're going to do is we're going to build an application that demonstrates, first of all, some basic principles in reactive programming. So before we get too far into Spring, let's just take a brief moment to look at some reactive APIs, okay? In the reactive world, you've got these types called the reactive streams types. So there's 4 types. The first one is called a publisher. A publisher broadcasts data. It publishes it asynchronously to a subscriber. The subscriber, when it first subscribes, is given a subscription. This subscription is super important. We're going to come back to that in just a second. When the publisher sends new records, they are broadcast in the on-next method. When there are errors, they are broadcast in the on-error method. And when the processing is done, it's signaled here using the on-complete method. Now, I said that the subscriber gets a subscription, and the subscription is super important. The subscription is what the subscriber uses to ask for more or less data. The subscriber can say, I want to request 10 records or 15 records. And it can also cancel the production of data if it wants, right? So both of these are very convenient, right? This is how the subscriber controls the rate of consumption. The subscriber says, I want only 10 more records, not 1,000, not 1 billion, whatever, right? It's up to the subscriber to decide how much it can handle. And this way, you create more resilient services because you can push back against the producer. You can stop it from overwhelming you, right? This is very useful because it creates stable services in the same way that a message bus in an architecture helps protect a consumer because it allows it to absorb the extra data. That ability to push back, to say, I can't handle this right now, is called back pressure or flow control, right? Very, very useful thing. It's a foundational API. Org reactive streams. This came out of the joint collaboration between the Spring team, Netflix, the Eclipse Foundation, and Lightbend, nay TypeSafe, right? So all these different organizations got together and extracted out these common interfaces. There's a fourth one called a processor. And a processor is a source and a sink, a bridge, a producer and a consumer, right? So let's see. So we've got now those 4 foundational types. They're very useful. They're obviously foundational. They're so useful that they're now in the JDK itself as well. So Java util concurrent, subscription, subscriber, publisher, and processor. And these are very basic types. So we have 2 specialized types that provide rich operators that come from Reactor. Reactor is our library on the Spring team. It helps build on top of the regular foundational types. And so we have 2 specializations, one of which is called a Flux. Flux is a publisher that produces 0 or more records, right? So 0, 1, 2, 5, 1 billion, 1,000, whatever, infinite, right? There's also a Mono. A Mono is a publisher that produces 0 or 1 record. So 1, 2, 0 or 1, but not 2, 3, 4, 5. Both of these types, both Flux and Mono, have lots and lots and lots of operators. Look at all these operators. Things that we can use to make it easy to consume more or less data. So very, very useful types. And now that we understand that, let's use them. What we want to do is we want to create an RSocket endpoint, an RSocket service. You see, one of the things about RSocket that's so nice is that it's natively reactive. It's a binary protocol that was designed to support our use cases in a production environment. It was originally developed by people who worked at Netflix, who then went to Facebook. And these people knew about HTTP2, they knew about gRPC, they knew about those options, but there were certain things that were still missing. HTTP, for example, has a lot of good things, right? It has a stateful connection, just like RSocket. It has binary data, right? So the payload is no longer text, just like RSocket. But it still also basically request response, right? That's the first issue. You can use gRPC, but gRPC requires code generation, and everything must be using Google Protocol Buff's IDL. very inflexible, right? So RSocket gets around all that as well. And RSocket goes further by also making it natively reactive. So it's in the wire protocol itself. The protocol gives you a way to say, hey, I am too busy. I can't handle any more data. I'm going to push back. It can apply back pressure in the protocol itself. Remember, from the perspective of HTTP, there's no such thing as back pressure, right? The only thing you can do if you're being given too much data from an HTTP producer is just disconnect. That's all. But wouldn't it be nice just to say, I only want 10 records, then you can process them, and then you ask for another 10 records, and then etc. Or 1,000 or whatever, right? And what if you asked for 10 and then you stopped asking for anything for an hour? Wouldn't it be nice if you could just pick up where you left off, right? That's built into RSocket. The other thing that's nice about RSocket is that it's built for production. So if you've ever used Spring Boot, then you know that Spring Boot has a set of management endpoints called the actuator. Actuator gives you information about the services that you've deployed. Things like the health, the uptime, the runtime, the metrics, etc. Wouldn't it be nice if that was a convention for all HTTP services, not just Spring Boot based ones? Well, in RSocket, it's built into the protocol. There's information about the service health in the service itself, built in. So every service can do this. This makes it much easier. So now that we understand the benefits of reactive and the benefits of RSocket, let's actually build an endpoint. You see, when the engineers that developed the initial implementation built RSocket, they built the clients for different languages in C++, JavaScript, etc., and in Java. In Java, they used Reactor. So the same Reactor that powers the reactive support in Spring also powers Facebook's RSocket implementations, right, for Java. So we can use it as well. It's very easy to embed in our Spring application. In fact, we even built on top of that low-level integration in Spring Framework to make it even easier. So we can build a controller, so class controller. And what I want to do is I want to build a service that sends a fair amount of data, but I want to do it asynchronously. I want to have a heartbeat. I want to send a new message every second. So I'm going to create a greetings service, okay? And I want this service to send back data of type greeting response, right? So here we are. Private string message at data at all-args constructor, all-args constructor. And given that we get a request, we'll see the response. So private string name. Okay. So given those, I'll say greetings request, and I'm going to return an infinite stream, or not an infinite, we'll just return 100 records, okay? So from stream.generate, new supplier, new greetings response, hello, request, get name, and hit that now, okay? There's our basic stream. I did say I want to limit it. I don't want it to be infinite. It could be, but I don't want it to. I just want to have data. So we'll say delay elements, duration of seconds. We're going to slow down the data. We'll take, let's say, whatever, 10 records. And once we've got this service, what I've done is I've created a stream. It's going to give us just 100 records, and then we're going to see those 100 records one every second. Okay, so there's going to be a little bit of a heartbeat. Just take 10. Now I want to create this as an RSocket endpoint. So greeting controller, and here greeting service at message mapping. Publisher of greetings response. Greet. And we'll say greetings request is the required parameter. Say this.greetingservice.greet request. Okay. So there we go. There's our existing API. There's our new RSocket endpoint. The only thing we need to do to make this work is we need to configure a port. So we say RSocket server port equals 8888. All right. So there we go. There's our endpoint. Now we can start this up. Look, see how easy this was, by the way? We didn't have to do anything special here to get that to work. It just worked, right? Good. So there's our application. Oh, I should not forget the Spring security dependencies. Let's comment these out for now. Okay. Looks like that's all taken care of. Maven reload project. Okay, so there's our service. Now we can talk to that service using a number of different things. First of all, we could use RSC. RSC is a very convenient command line interface for RSocket. It's like the curl for RSocket. So I can say RSC TCP localhost 8888. We're going to specify a route. The route is greetings. And the type of exchange, the interaction model that we're going to support is a streaming interaction. So we're going to send in one record and we'll get back multiple records. You could also do request response, so one record in, one record out. You could do channel, where you send in multiple records and get back multiple records. And you could also do fire and forget, where you send in one record and you get no records. This is actually a very useful part. I love fire and forget. There are so many different protocols where I don't care about acknowledging the response. I don't need to, I don't have to, and it doesn't help my service if I do, and it just slows everything down. I think about StatsD, right? StatsD is a protocol where you emit metrics, and it's sort of, obviously it's good if you have every metric, but you know, if you lose a metric here and there, it doesn't matter, right? As long as the service is basically healthy. And so it's a shame that we have to wait for the acknowledgement if you were to use something like HTTP. You don't have to do that with messaging buses, right? You don't have to wait for the response if you don't want to. You can in a lot of cases, but you don't have to. So that's another very useful protocol is to support fire and forget. Just send the data out, broadcast it to whoever wants it, but move on because you don't have time to wait. Okay, so there's the data. And the data that we're going to send in is, you know, and by the way, we can do content negotiation. So I'm going to do name Devoxx. Okay, whoops, no handler for greetings. Whoops. Greetings, silly me. Compiling. There we go. There's our data. One record every second. Okay, so we've got some asynchronous data. Now, of course, that's one way to get the data. Another way to get the data that I really like is to actually build an integration pipeline, right? So I'm showing you how to use the service from a command line, but a lot of times when people are using something like RSocket, they want to integrate with the rest of the ecosystem. One of the nice things about reactive programming is that if you are in an all reactive environment, everything is reactive. Your database, if you're using something like R2DBC, then it's reactive. If you're using something like Spring Web Flux, it's reactive for service-socket events and service and events and WebSockets and all that. That's wonderful. But sometimes people want to integrate, right? They want to take non-reactive and reactive things and mix them together. And so for this, we have Spring integration, right? Spring integration is a framework for building integration flows. So I'm going to bring in Spring integration, and I'm going to bring in an RSocket. We're going to call this integration, and we'll hit generate. Now, Spring Integration is a pipes and filters messaging technology. It's an enterprise application integration framework. Okay, it's been around for a long time. It's not only reactive. You can use it to write code that talks to anything really. I mean, you can talk to file systems. You can talk to JMS. You can talk to Kafka, RabbitMQ. I mean, all sorts of different things, even if they are not reactive, right? And so it'll help you write very easy glue code to make these things work together, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Spring Integration's file support, and I'll use their RSocket support. Okay. Okay. So I'm just the two different dependencies here. Good. 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 So there's this. Now, what was that? Oh, okay. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a Spring Integration bean that responds to any issues. Okay. Sorry. Forgive me, friends. So what we want to do is we're going to build an application that responds to changes in a local file system, and we're going to do that by, first of all, creating an integration flow. So an integration flow is just a way to describe a pipeline. This book, this technology, borrows from the patterns from the amazing book called Enterprise Integration Patterns by Gregor Hope and Bobby Wolf. Okay, so great book if you get a chance. This framework supports these patterns, and so we create an integration flow to describe how data connects together. We do that by describing how data comes into the system, where it's originating from, and we describe the transformations on the data, and we describe the destination for the data, the output of the data. So what I do is I'm going to create a pipeline where I read data from a file inbound adapter. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I want to take a regular thing like a file system, file inbound adapter equals files. Got inbound adapter. I'm going to create a new file here. File, new file. I'm going to inject a reference here to the home directory. Home. Okay. Desktop. File. Okay. And new directory will be here, just do that in. Okay, so we're going to say whenever data comes in to that directory then we want to make sure that the directory gets created. We're going to use this inbound adapter here. So we'll say file inbound adapter. And remember, file systems don't tell us when something has changed, so we have to poll. We have to constantly re-ask the question. And we can do that by specifying a poller. So p.poller pm dot fixed rate 1000 milliseconds, 1 second. And once the data comes in, it's going to give us we can chain together transformation. So I can provide another operator here that it provides a transformer, a Spring Integration transformer. And here I can read the current message that I'm being given from the inbound adapter. I can take the message, do some work on it, and return another message. This is a Spring Framework message, okay? It's in Spring Framework itself. So you have headers, and you have a payload. This is the basis of the integration patterns, is I have the ability to do lots of little transformations like this. This is kind of like reactive programming, right? So it's very convenient, very natural. And what I want to do is I want to take this message, I want to get the payload, and I know that the result is a file because I know that the output of the inbound adapter is a file, right? So I could do that if I wanted, but what I want to do is I want to take the data and turn it into a string. I want to read the data from the file and just convert it into a string. So in this case, the thing I'm going to have from the file will be a name. Once I've done that, I want to transform it again. So remember, the output of this is a string, right? So I have a string now. So I want to take that string here as the input of the next thing and turn it into a new greetings request. So I'm going to go back to my code and adapt these types. Okay. Okay, so I need to add Lumbuk again. Okay, so come on. Okay, from there, greetings request, new. Okay, so I'm transforming it from a string to a greetings request. And then I want to send that string. No, actually I want to take that string, I want to transform it first. One more time. String class s.trim. String it, and then I'm going to send it here as a greetings request. And then I'm going to send it out to my RSocket endpoint. So I've got a message coming in from the file system. I'm going to send the message out to my RSocket service using something called a gateway. Now, usually when you adapt data, the data comes in and you take it from the outside world and you turn it into a framework message, or you can take a framework message and send it out to the outside world. So one message in, one message out, but it's one direction, right? With a gateway, the message comes in, you transform it, produce a response, and send a response back out. So gateway is in and out, or it's out and in. So it comes in from the outside, it gives you a response, and then you respond backwards, right? So I want to create an RSocket gateway to make a request of our RSocket endpoint, right? I'll use the RSocket gateway here. RSocket. Come on. RSocket. Outbound gateway. RSocket. Is this not here? There it is. Okay, good. So it's here. So RSockets. Outbound gateway. Greetings. Right. Let's see here. Is this not compiling? I am very confused. Integration DSL. Okay, let's go up here and see what we got. Spring integration RSocket. Is this not real? It's right there. So why? Org Spring Framework integration. Yeah, that looks right. So let's see here. Maybe I just delete the local one. Org Spring Framework integration. Spring integration RSocket. When in doubt, flush it out. Okay, good. Maven reload. Relational failure. Yeah, I get it. Okay, let's see. What's the issue now, I wonder? Expected a semicolon. Of course. Now. Okay, don't care about that. Okay. Now, our sockets. Maven. Integration. Our socket. Integration RSocket DSL. RSockets. Integration RSocket DSL. Feels like that should be there, right? I think we can agree. Let's see. Maven. Re-import. Spring integration RSocket. There's this. What is happening? Okay, we're going to try this again. Something is very strange about this. Maven. Reload projects. See if that compiles, even if it doesn't work in IntelliJ. Okay, there we go. See, it does compile. That's weird. Okay, so it's IntelliJ that's having the issue. IntelliJ doesn't think that library exists for some reason. So we close it and we start again. Spring integration, RMRF target, RMRF integration.iml, RMRF.idea, idea pom.xml, etc. Okay. Set the SDK. There it is. There it is. What is that about? Do you understand? That was so weird. Okay, so we got it. Get rid of that. Return this. Good. We'll come back to this in a second. Okay, that's good for now, but we'll come back. And this and that. There we go. Okay, there's our outbound gateway. And so the outbound gateway is going to it's going to send a request to the RSocket service that we've already got running on port 8888. In order to do that, we need to create some way for the service, the client rather, to connect to that. So we use a client RSocket connector. So var crc client RSocket connector, localhost 8888, crc.setRequest strategies, and here we're going to inject the RSocket strategies. Okay, we'll say strategies, return crc, and then crc dot, and actually that's it. I think that's all we need. So that's going to describe how to connect to that service. We can inject this here, crc, and we provide that as the outbound bit there. So crc, and then finally we want to connect. We want to describe the streaming type. So remember I told you about the interaction model. So RSocket interaction model dot streaming, right? Request stream. And then finally, we want to describe what kind of data we want back. So we want a greetings response, right? So greetings response dot class. Okay. Oh, interaction model. There we go. So there's our basic interaction, our pipeline there. So we're going to say, okay, handle that, handle the message by sending it to the RSocket outbound gateway. Now the data that comes back might be, there's going to be multiple records, and I don't want to process, like if I wrote code at this point right here to transform the result, for example, I would say new transformer. And the data that I would get here from each message, in this case, would be a publisher of greetings response. Right? So I'd have to cast that to a publisher of greetings response, and I would get back the payload, and that would be the right type. But I don't want a publisher of each one. I want just a single greetings response. I want to have a different message flow for each one. So what I'll do is I'll split. Okay, I'll split the data, and what that gives me is now I've got each new message has only a greetings response, not a stream of greetings response. The problem is, of course, that once I've split the data, I'm on this side for this component. I need to deal with back pressure, right? I might have too much. I need to be able to push back, and so we want some way to communicate back pressure. And one way you can do that is to use a flux message channel. So behind the scenes, Spring integration uses something called a channel to separate messaging components from one another. And you don't normally need to worry about it unless you want to. It's a great way to explicitly say this component communicates to a message channel, and that decouples one integration flow from the other one, right? So I can use that here. I can say channel, and now I have back pressure built in, and now I can actually just process the data. I can actually say, okay, I want to handle the results, just to log something out, right? Generic handler. And the data that I'm getting here is a greetings response. Okay, good. Good. So I can process the data. I can say, okay, system out new message o dot string, etc. Okay, so I'm just logging out the results, and there's my integration flow. Run this. And so we'll create a file, echo Devoxx desktop in hello. There you go. Hello Devoxx every second, right? So that's an integration flow using regular reactive things and showing you how you can adapt them to work with something as awesome as RSocket. This is just one way. There's lots of other things you can do. Now this is great for if you have some other stuff you want to connect to. But if you just have a regular service and you want to connect to an RSocket endpoint, then of course you can go and create a client, right? So we'll do that as well. We'll create RSocket security Lumbach. I'm going to hit generate, and we'll do UAO client.zip, CD client, Maven installed. Everything's there. Okay, so now we have a client, and what we want to do is we want to talk to our application. So we create an RSocket requester. This is the native non-blocking reactive client that we can use to talk to that endpoint. So RSocket requester builder. Okay, and notice that when you create a client, you connect at one time, right? When the application starts up, you connect at the very beginning of the life cycle of the application. RSocket services, once they start up, they can connect to each other. They're not client and service. They're requester responder, right? A requester can ask a responder for information. But the thing that's interesting in RSocket is that that responder can also be a requester. Both sides can ask questions of either side at any time. It doesn't matter who first connected to who. The other one can make the request. So here, RSocket requester, and I want to actually create a little bean to listen for that data. I'll say application ready, and RSocket requester. I'm going to log the result out. I'll say dot route greetings. I want to get the data, right? I want to send the data that I'm expecting to come back. I'll say I want a stream of greetings responses. We'll go to the service, get all this stuff here. Paste. Okay, so I'm going to say I'm expecting to send some data in. The data I'm sending in is a new greetings request, Devoxx, right? and I expect a stream of responses back, and I'm going to log out those results. Okay, so system out print line. And voila. Okay, there's this. Now, run this if I want. Oops. One of the things is that the application is asynchronous, right? I'm starting up the connection, I'm making the request, and there's nothing to keep the socket open because it's not an RSocket server, it's a client in this case. There's no process serving anything yet. So I need to keep the thread open by squatting on system in. Okay, so there you go. You can see we're getting the records back one by one from the service downstream. And that's great, right? That's exactly what we wanted. So now we have a very simple interaction model. You can see we create the RSocket requester. Once the application starts up, it connects. It stays connected. That's a benefit because it means you're not constantly reconnecting each time. It's very efficient this way. I'm using the RSocket requester. I like the RSocket requester. But some people asked about, would it be possible to have a more RPC style model, right? So I actually went out and built one. That you can try. It's experimental. It's definitely not GA, but it works. Maybe you appreciate this. So here's how you get started. It's called RetroSocket. Okay, and you can easily add it to a code base. You just pick the version of the dependency here. And the version, of course, is 001 snapshot. It's GA, not yet finished, not real. Add the snapshot repository, so I'm going to add that here. Okay. Maven, reimport. Hopefully this doesn't go worse than last time. Let's first do the build. Maven install. Okay, so now Maven reload. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to describe an RPC-like experience for that service. I'll say, this is OpenFeign or retrofit, right? So it'll be a greetings client, RSocket client, okay, and then publisher of greetings response, greetings request. There you go. So there's that. I'm going to do message mapping, greetings. Okay, so this is my client. I need to enable RSocket clients. Okay, and now I can build another client. I can actually just build another bean to listen to that. And this will be this is a RSocket requester listener. And this will be RetroSocket listener. Okay, so here, I just need to inject that interface. There's no code required really, right? So I'm just going to say greetings client dot greet new greetings request Devoxx from RetroSocket dot subscribe system out print line. Cool, right? We got the experience now, so we can run this. Let's comment this one out so we don't get redundant data. Okay, there you go. So that's working as well, right? So either way works just fine. The problem with Spring RetroSocket, even though I like it, the problem is that it is a client that's built in, right? It's for RPC. It's for acting as a client to a service. But remember what I said before. RSocket endpoints aren't necessarily client or service. They can be bidirectional. And that's really powerful if you think about it, right? Because that gives you the ability to write a service that asks questions of the client. The client, in turn, is its own kind of service. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at how to use that functionality to expose information from the client that the service can use in determining what to do next. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a simple endpoint here. Okay, let's say that my service, let's say that my client rather, has some health data, some telemetry data, something like that, right? That tells the service whether it's healthy or not. And if it's healthy, then the service will keep giving us data. If it's not healthy, it'll cancel, right? We'll say data, all args, no args, constructor. Okay, so it's like a heartbeat. So I'll say health controller, message mapping, health, publisher of client health state. Okay. Return publisher of new supplier. Return new client health state. Okay. Math.random greater than 0.5. So we're randomly determining whether we're healthy or not. Okay. So there's that. The elements. I'll say get a new record every second. Okay. And there's my controller. And the benefit there is I want to create that controller and expose it to the service, so the service can ask me as a client once I've connected for information. Okay. In order to do that, I need to configure my RSocket requester a little bit here. So I've got my RSocket requester. I need to configure a bean type socket acceptor, and in order to do that, I'll create a RSocket message handler responder client. Okay, so we'll say RSocket strategies, and then I'm going to return the client health controller, right? The health controller. Good. So there's my socket acceptor. I can inject this here. Okay. And we actually can just configure it. Sorry, wrong side. Over here. Okay, so we're gonna configure this. There you go. So now we're actually, when the client connects, it will say to the service, hey service, I can also answer questions if you send a message to my health endpoint. Okay, so now it's bi-directional. So now what I want to do is I want to take that data here, and this is an example where we can use the really, the bi-directional capabilities, or we can say on the service side that you want to inject the client socket, okay, client socket, and then we want to ask it questions, right? And I can do that. I can say, okay, health, and what that gets me is a stream of health information, right? So I get this, take that, Command C, paste that there. So I'm going to call the service, the health service, and once I've got the service, I want to get back a stream of client health state class, and then I want to filter it. I want to say, okay, if I get a certain kind of data, then I want to send back, if I get back information that says that the client is healthy, then I want to continue sending more greetings. But if it's not healthy, there's no need to send more greetings, right? The 10 greetings or whatever. And this is very common. You have like a video game where if the client disconnects, there's no reason to keep sending data back and forth from the server because it's a waste of resources, right? And so we can actually describe that kind of flow here pretty easily. We can say client socket.route retrieve flux. And we want to filter the data, CHS. CHS is healthy. So basically, this will give us a stream of client health objects. But we don't want all of the health, because if there is no problem, then we don't care. Everything is fine. We want to filter it. We want to drop all the messages, all the responses that are healthy. If they're healthy, then no problem. Don't worry about it. But if they're not healthy, then we want to keep it. So for most of the life of the application, health is going to be empty, right? But as soon as it's not empty, as soon as there's one record, then I want to stop producing the response, okay? So I say, here's my greetings, my response. And what I want to do is I want to say return response take until other health, right? So this gives me a way to say keep producing this stream as long as this is empty. As soon as it's empty, though, don't send more data. Okay, so an example of I'm injecting the client's socket. I'm using the client socket to ask questions. I'm going to use that information to determine how I respond in the service. So it's a conversation. The state of one thing, what I'm doing over here on the client, affects what's happening here on the service. Isn't that cool? So let's go ahead and run this. There you go. Looks like we got 3 records in, and then we ran into a bad health. It stopped sending the data. My friends, we've just looked at the very beginnings of RSocket. We've looked at reactive programming. We've looked at integration. We've looked at different ways to do clients, including RSC, including RetroSocket, including the RSocket requester. And we also looked at one of the most powerful features, which is the ability to do bidirectional communication. We also saw, thanks to reactive APIs like Flux, that we have this very easy ability to compose different reactive streams, right? So I'm dealing with publishers all the way around. Everything I've showed you so far, except for the Spring GraalVM native support back in the very beginning of the talk, is already GA, so you can try this out and so on. Unfortunately, it looks like we didn't have enough time to cover Spring Security and RSocket, but it's really nice. You can use JWT tokens, or you can do something like a username and password based very easily. So you can encrypt, you can secure your RSocket streams. We've only begun to look at RSocket. RSocket is the first project that the Spring team and Lightbend and Facebook and Alibaba and others, it's the first project that we all donated to the Reactive Foundation. We're all founding members of the Reactive Foundation. So all of us have gotten together and we are working on RSocket, all these different organizations. I spend a lot of time traveling from one place to another. I used to be before this year. I would go and spend several days, maybe a week in China with Alibaba. Every year, I would talk to them about different things. I'd say, "Oh, look, back in 2014, I'd say, look, we have this thing called Spring Boot. You will like it, right?" And then they tried it out, and of course they were already using Spring, so they loved Spring Boot. And then I showed them Spring Cloud, and then I showed them all the sort of new stuff, and then reactive programming. And then 3 years ago, I finally got to show them RSocket. Now RSocket is becoming an organizational standard, right? And so they're heavily invested in this use for their applications. It allows them to go faster. They even built a broker, but they're not the only ones. We also built a broker. And the idea behind the broker is pretty simple. Imagine if you have a broker where requests come into the broker, and then the clients, they connect to the broker, the clients stay connected, and the broker can act as a hub. Other services contact the hub. The hub has all the different live client connections from all the other services, and it says, "Oh, your health is very good. You can handle this," and it load balances the request to that socket that it's got, right? The best part about this, of course, is that since there's bidirectional communication, all the clients that connect to the hub, they can be completely black box, right? They don't have to have open IP firewall rules. They can have no ingress, no inbound requests. That's easy, right? It's very secure that way. They stay connected. The clients connect to the hub. They stay connected. The hub gets data from the outside world, from HTTP or something. It transforms the request, load balances it to a particular service. If there are no instances of the service, because we have session resumption and we have true back pressure, the hub can apply back pressure to the client, wait for something to come online, and as soon as it comes online, it doesn't apply back pressure. It forwards the request to the downstream service. So there's some really amazing possibilities here with this broker that we're all working on together. I hope you'll investigate. I hope you'll get a chance to try it out. You're certainly not alone. Everything I've showed you here for RSocket, except for RetroSocket, is GA. So this is in Spring Framework. It's in Spring Boot, in Spring Security, Spring Integration, etc. Right? It's all over the place. Thank you so much for your time. I hope that you're all healthy, happy, and safe. And as always, I encourage you to find me online, josh@joshlong.com, or at Starbucksman.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you very much for connecting this morning from California and conducting this talk. Dear participants, you can join the Q&A Zoom room with Josh and ask your questions. Maybe you will even have some time to discuss the security in spring, the topic that we didn't have time to cover right now. But again, I'm very thankful to you for supporting Devoxx Ukraine online. Stay safe, stay healthy, and hope we see each other next year.
Me too.
Thank you. Okay, dear participants, our first day of the conference is over. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did, together with our speakers and with you and with our partners. And tomorrow the conference will start at 10 o'clock GMT +2, so join us and we will be back with even more interesting talks and quizzes and challenges for you. See you tomorrow.